We are here for the first streamed PQ in the United States after the Force Throw ban here on Late Night Gaming. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew, here to kick off our coverage of the PQ at Hobby Nights, West Bend, Indiana. We're already getting started. We have a Kaz 30 versus Mother Talzin Red here. They're already resourcing. We're going to see how it goes. You're going to be kicking it with me solo for a little bit as we get some people out to join the coverage as well. But excited to be here. Excited to kick off a great day of SWU. Through our first turn already, we have, I think what I see is a black one on the Kaz side and Krennic from Mother Talzin getting started early with an R2 pilot, I believe, on that black one as well. Mother Talzin really needs to control this space arena before things get out of hand. I played a lot of Talzin earlier this set, and that's one thing I noticed about these pilot builds is that, man, they could get really out of hand really quick. And if you don't have power, if you don't have force lighting, and force throw is another asset gone, doesn't have a way to deal with it instantly, starts off with a Night Sister Warrior. Getting that one cost discount from Krennic's ability, really nice to go wide here. Seen one be spent for heroic sacrifice from the Kaz player in line with his ability. Huge damage to base here, coming in for 5 to base. Drawing card and not a unit being destroyed. This is the best possible Kaz buff on turn 1, I think. Sitting at 5 damage to 2 early on. No ambush fireball coming in. Gonna take damage this turn because he did blank black 1 for the heroic sacrifice, and Talzin follows up with Secretive Sage, forgetting to put a shield on. Gotta protect that little guy. I don't know if Talzin's trying to race here, but I'm not sure if that's the best idea versus a Kaz 30. Getting started getting that damage on the fireball because of the lack of blanking going on. And we'll see what happens on Kaz's big flip turn. Got some sort of buff down there. Believe another heroic sacrifice on black 1. Jeez, really slinging damage. Really takedown on black 1. Excuse me, buff on fireball. Big board for Talzin, but I'm not sure if there's going to be enough interaction to start here. And so is Kaz going to try to flip to the ground here potentially? That heroic sacrifice is nice to get it in, but tough. Got it. And welcome in one of my teammates to help out on commentary, Kyle Kraft, joining us. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for hopping in. We see Kaz deploying on an exhausted fireball. A lot of damage being dealt by Talzin to start the game. Excuse me, by Kaz.
So getting set up here. So
yeah, we're gonna get Kyle into the viewing room and make sure that he has everything he needs. See a lot of upgrades in Kaz's hands. See a Frisk pilot, an R2 pilot, and on conversely, we have a Force Lightning, Power of the Dark Side, and Talzin's Assassin on the Talzin side. I'm a really big Talzin guy. I love Talzin Red. I'm a little surprised to see somebody having the gumption to take it out this first weekend. Got a Force Lightning coming through to take out that Kaz piloted black 1. And then we get a nice 2 to base from the Anakin's Interceptor on the Kaz side. Kaz gonna take a fair amount of damage this turn though, with 6 damage ready on the ground and no apparent way to stop it. I think that's the Black Squadron Interceptor, I believe, the 4/6 in space. And Kaz just claims the initiative, and now we're gonna get the Talzin flip. Talzin minusing, Talzin getting the force, and Sacred of Sage going to base as well. So we're 13-12 going into the 6 resource turn here. And Kyle, you can turn your video off inside of VDO as well. Just audio is good for Discord.
Nice. All right. I'm just getting joined in, so thanks for having me. Getting caught up on the video, seeing what our matchup is here.
Yeah, we got a Talzin red versus Kaz 30 versus Kaz 30.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree with you. Seeing Talzin red's a little bit surprising. Post force throw, but still a strong deck.
Yeah, I mean it's clearly the best Force Lightning deck, right? Which is still an amazing card, but Talzin taking 4 to base. They're going to 16. Can they stabilize here, Kyle?
Yeah, Anakin's Interceptor is going to start to grow here in a little bit. We're getting hit by a larger ship in space. It looks like they're certainly ahead in the race.
Yeah.
The challenge, of course, being that the Talzin players on base with slightly less HP, so we've got a health differential and a disadvantage from overall health. So to your point, I think we're behind in the race.
Yeah. Talzin does have the force. I think I go Talzin's assassin here and just try to take the interceptor off the board, right? Minimize the damage while you got it.
Yeah, I totally agree. That'll help you push damage from the ground the next turn too. You can see Kaz's hand, but hopefully he's going to have some way to continue to push the advantage out on the board here with his resources.
We see an arm to the teeth come out for Talzin. This could be big here. You know what? I think this might be the winne Talzin version that we saw our friend in Utah, Matt, kind of pioneer and have some success the last PQ and then the PQ last weekend as well, Kyle.
Yeah, well, and it looks like the Talzin player has decided, maybe I can win this race, right?
Yeah.
So Kaz hitting back with 4 cause is perhaps going to be a problem for that plan.
Yeah. Well, what do we have here? We have 5 from Talzin, 7 from Talzin, 9, 11, 13. So he's going to be short without buffs or ways to stop additional damage. But okay, we got the Force Lightning there. It just takes out the ability, so it's not quite enough to kill it and ping it. So okay, so he's gonna kill it with Talzin here on attack, which is nice. Still gonna take some damage, but gets it off the board.
I'm still looking at the cards that the Kaz player is considering keeping on top for 4 cause. It looks like I couldn't quite see there with the glare what was retained.
It looks like that he put the bamboozle back, or you know what? He might have put them all back on top of his deck, which it's a little bit odd this late in the game.
Something he liked.
Yep. Fireball back out, just trying to rebuild the board a little bit. This is really going to come down to a couple actions here, I think. If Kaz is lucky enough to draw a buff. Kyle, I know you're joining late, but early in the game, he followed up with one heroic sacrifice with another heroic sacrifice on back-to-back turns. So some buffs out, but these Kaz decks are running a lot of ways to push damage.
Well, we saw the glare there. I thought I had seen a trench run, right? So if that's what
I did see
the
a trench
other card
run,
wasn't, yeah, then we're only 6 away, right? The ship on the left's going to be hitting for 4 with a trench run. That might be enough to close this out.
Mm-hmm. And I see a bamboozle in hand. Yeah, so there is no buff in hand. Oh, wait. Is that the trench run? That is the trench run. I think this is going to be it.
Yep. Yeah. You can run a no-worry trench run, right?
Yep. And he's like, "Are you sure about this?" I'm not positive, but yeah. The Kaz buffs are very unfair and fun.
Hold on, you just get +4 for free?
Yeah, it doesn't seem fair. All right, quick game 1. I mean, I think I would have went for a little bit of tempo there. We saw it multiple times with Power of the Dark Side in the hand, Talzin's Assassin to try to minimize some damage. I know that you can go fast with this Talzin deck. Personally, we've been playing a lot of Talzin Yellow this week, and that's a fast deck as well. But fast is one thing, pilot Kaz is another, right?
Yeah, well, and there was definitely a decision point there with the arm to the teeth. Was am I going to try to race and get him, or do I, kind of step back? Talzin's assassin, he would have had the additional resources, for the force lightning as well. Maybe more of a control style, but he's probably too far behind at that point anyway. Especially with what we found out later, the pumps from the hand.
Yeah. So we're seeing the Talzin player basically take out all of his top end here. I saw him snag 3 Devastators, multiple Suns. I missed the other. It might be actually 3 Devastators, 3 Suns, or 2 Devastators, 2 Suns, and Tyrannus, which is, I guess, makes a little bit of sense here with not a lot of ambush targets on the ground. Obviously, you got to bring in some upgrade hate. I think you got to play a little bit more defensively this game, right?
Yeah, well, in a Kaz game, we're not getting there, right? Those high end cards are pretty obvious to come out. I think I saw some disabling Fang fighters. To your point, the upgrade hate makes a lot of sense. Couldn't quite tell what the Kaz player had going on. What do you think he might be bringing in?
I think that you're just bringing in ways to resist some of the tempo plays, like units that won't die to Talzin's pings easily. Maybe he is not running all of his R2s. I don't have his deck list handy, but I don't think that it. Okay, so if I'm sitting down here as the Kaz player, and I play a lot of Kaz as well, I'd be thinking to myself, man, like I'm really surprised this Talzin didn't try to control me more. Are they going to try to do that again, or are they going to try to play this second game closer to what my original expectations are? Because those are 2 completely different sideboarding experiences, which I think makes it kind of challenging to sideboard right now if you're Kaz.
Yeah, at least on our team, you're kind of our resident Kaz player. I know you're primarily on Kaz Blue,
Mm-hmm.
but in Kaz Red is even more aggressive, right? So either way, I expect to see a pretty quick game.
Mm-hmm. And as I just like looked through this Talzin player's deck as he was sideboarding, he was playing Asajj, he was playing Jedi in Hiding, he was playing a handful of cards that are different than the norm. Obviously, it's a new era for Talzin Red post Force Throw, but we definitely saw a little bit more of that weenie approach there. We didn't see any Churret, we didn't see any Tyrannus hit the floor. I don't even think he played a Talzin's Assassin all game, which I think are cards that you, especially the assassin playing cross arena, is something I think you really want to focus in on this in game 2 and 3.
Well, part of what we're seeing here too is exactly where your power level is coming down without force throw, right? So against these pilot decks, in some of the PQs I played now, I was mostly on Han Blue, but this force throw comes in really, really important to force throw yourself to kill a piloted up ship, right? So
Yeah.
perhaps they flip Kaz onto some ship. You can force throw yourself, immediately remove the threat. That's just not an
Mhm.
option anymore.
And as they shuffle up and get ready, I'll just agree with you, right? Like that's part of the reason why I was on Kaz Security Complex, is because you can shield and protect from that action. Let's get into game 2 here. See if the fates change for Talzin.
Interesting option in blue would be like an entrenched, right? So if I'm running into
Yeah.
that same scenario where I'm worried about a piloted up ship, how else can I handle that? Perhaps from the sideboard. Maybe that's a situation where I want to try to entrench something.
Totally. All right, we got a Karis, Talzin's Assassin Power, and Ruthless in the Talzin player's hand. Trying to get a glimpse here at the Kaz player, but we're not. Our friend Anthony over here isn't being as generous with his tilt.
All right, Talzin's got a smooth curve going on here to start.
Yep.
If the Kaz player goes wide, that power is a little less effective.
You're really
right
hoping
right.
Kaz plays a 2-drop here.
Yeah, right away on turn 2, just remove it. Yeah,
boom, power. Just double Jedi and Hiding. That's not going to do much good here. Power.
Discard's not terribly impactful. 3 is not pushing a ton of damage, so.
And you're just not going to be able to turn it on, right? Who's playing to the ground? He didn't play a single ground unit at all in game 1.
Okay, yeah. Joined a little late, so I didn't see how the Kaz flip happened last game, but assume it went to ship.
Yeah. It also went to something else as well. It wasn't a smooth flip for Kaz.
Tell what pilot went on the ship there?
Yeah, that was a Frisk here on the turncoat.
Okay.
Really vulnerable to another power, but protects from the Talzin's Assassin here, which is always good. It's going to die probably at the end of the turn. Or no, it's going to have 1 health left because Frisk actually gives you 2 HP.
Introduction, though. They are going to
Mhm.
try to race here. The
Oh, yeah.
Talzin player having initiative this game gets to attack first. Here we get another trench run, bringing the heat.
Yep.
Kaz player, I assume, is looking to at least get another ship down, though, for Kaz to flip onto.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice 5 to base, though. Gotta love that.
Darth Maul sleeves. I still have some of these from Worlds myself sitting in the package.
Mm-hmm.
I don't typically like to play with sleeves that have images on them myself, so it seems like I just have a pile of these fancy sleeves from all the different events that are
Yeah.
just growing and growing.
So we saw a hauler there, and then Kaz flipping onto an exhausted hauler. This is how game one went as well, but with the fireball. I really don't like flipping to the exhausted ships there, especially with the hauler needing that turn off immediately, and we're going to see it happen here. The only unfortunate aspect, I guess, here is that you can't now play it from the discard pile, which is annoying if you're the Talzin player, but you get it off the board instantly.
Yeah, well worth it, right? It's 6
Yeah.
damage coming at you. So, although with that trench run, the Kaz player is still staying pretty even in the race here. That
Mm-hmm.
card
And then
pretty
you're
effective.
presenting a relatively large threat here with this 4/6 in space. You're going to take some damage. The race is, your Talzin sitting at 9, and I think we have 13 on the Kaz side. So, rivaling boards here. I don't know. I really don't feel comfortable in this race if I'm Talzin, unless you are seeing some more targeted removal come in.
Yeah, because you're going to see, potentially more surprise strike trench run for a cause I believe in, right? So just these high impact burn cards coming right out of hand.
You get another. Oh, man, we're going to see another buff come through. Heroic sacrifice based for 6, drawing a card, nothing dies. A very unfair interaction, but it's very fun as well.
Yeah, I think that combination of heroic sacrifice and trench run are why you consider Kaz in red rather than
Totally.
perhaps the blue variant. I tend to see the
Takedown
blue
coming in,
more.
drawing a card, and just refilling the board here, right? That's the issue with racing a deck like this. They're always going to have more units. They're always going to have more buffs.
That heroic sacrifice too, just being cycle is excellent. So
Yeah.
he leaves three resources up that turn. So
Yeah.
I'm sure not what the Kaz player wanted to have happen.
No, but he's got a Han pilot. You see, he's obviously playing a great game and really, really pushing damage hard, but I wonder if some of the sequencing could have been a little different to, be a little bit more efficient on your resources.
Say without having full information of the hand.
Yeah. Oh, of course. That's the armchair swoop players, right? It's easy for us.
That's what we're doing here, right? Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. People usually judging us on our streams. Now we get to do the inverse. Going into resource 7 here for the Talzin player, I believe. 2, 4, resource 7. 22 to 15. Can the Talzin player get it? I mean, they're presenting lethal here, right? So I don't know if it's going to be enough. We're going to 21, 23, unless we have another trench run can buff for 4, right? So, I mean, I guess we're not completely out of it.
Not enough, though. It's after this hits, we're going to need 7 more, right? So
isn't it 6 more? Because we're going from 15 to 21. Oh, yeah, that's 7. You are correct. Arithmetic.
Math.
Uh-huh.
Resources.
Ooh, the Big Daddy Anakin coming through. Taking out the turncoat, drawing a card. Talzin, I guess is that probably it? Sans Falcon? Yeah, I think that's it.
I don't see how the Kaz player gets there. We got it needing 8 more damage.
Mm-hmm.
Likely to see
it's 6 more damage, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Power does nothing, obviously. Yep. And we are scooping and going to game 3.
If the Talzin player is going to continue to go with a pretty aggressive strategy here, I mean, working in a little bit of removal, but really hitting the base pretty hard against Kaz, and I think initiative is really, really, at least in game 1 and game 2, seems to be the defining point. Is if I have that action economy going first to hit the base, I'm ahead in the race.
Yeah, I mean that turn 2 power from Talzin was gigantic in this game. right? And unfortunately, he's likely not going to be able to do that. We haven't seen many one-drop ships come in here from Kaz in game 1 and 2. Maybe that'll change here in game 3, but I think it'll be unlikely that we see Talzin in the position to be able to power on turn 2. That really set the tone for the coming turns, and we saw how close that was, even with that back and forth. Another thing that the Talzin player really did there in game 2 versus game 1 was they were doing the cross arena stuff a lot more. We saw Talzin's assassin come through. We saw the Force Lightning take out the hauler there as well. So going to be a tight game 3. I think they're just racing at this point. I mean, I even though I'm a little surprised from the Talzin Sharky in chat, you're just jealous I didn't invite you. I was on my lonesome, and Kyle actually did a nice thing for once and hopped in and joined, so I appreciate that. Got a great first 2 games here. Yeah. If you're interested in more friendly or unfriendly banter between myself and Kyle, check out the Colorado Cantina Crew on YouTube. People ask if we like each other sometimes. Game 3, really exciting. What's the prediction? Put it all on the line.
I think we're going to see Kaz with the initiative take it home here. Just to your point, being able to hit base first, even if there is a power, getting that extra chip damage in before the power occurs. Hitting those pumps. I think the Kaz player is favored unless I see some more out of Talzin for the kind of cross capability. Meaning like an entrenched or something that we didn't see previously.
Yeah. I'm with it. I'm with the best pilot in the galaxy here. I think Kaz is going to take it as well. That initiative, man. It's I think if you're going to race, you need that power on turn 2. I think that's just my 2 cents. A lot of shuffling going on here.
Properly randomized.
Yep. No one's gonna say anything about him deck stacking after this one.
A few judge interactions where judges were pretty excited about ensuring proper randomization. What the rule says, six side shuffles after a table shuffle. Is that right?
I don't know. I should read the regulations a bit closer. I think
it's defined in there, right? There's a minimum number. I think we went well over that minimum number that time, though. We're good.
All right, let's do it. Ooh, pretty rough hand for Talzin up there. I do see a power, I think. Hyperspace power. He's putting it back, yeah. Throwing that back in there. All right, what's the over-under for shuffle from the Kaz play here? We're already on 3. 5.
I'm gonna go 12.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into 7. I've never seen this side to side. Have you seen this side to side here? This is a new technique for me.
Yeah. He's left-handed. Maybe that's normal.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. Kyle clearly is a student of shuffling. He knows game.
I lost count. I think 12 was.
Yeah. It's with the overcash. The overcash, no doubt.
All right, now we're gonna stick with our hands this time. I got your power. Do you see a turn 1 play up there?
I don't know. I see a bamboozle, a big falcon for the Kaz player. We do see an acolyte of beyond for Talzin, so he's not not completely.
That always feels so bad when you go into a game 3 and you just whiff your turn 1, especially.
Yeah, all right. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there.
I don't think Kaz might not have one. I think he might only have a Frisk.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, do you mind if we just do another mulligan than both of us? Oh no, we saw black 1. Cool.
Okay. Well, you've seen power in the previous games, right? So you definitely don't pile it up right away. Then you're walking into it. So
do you attack here or play a unit?
I think I hit immediately. Well, it depends, I guess, on your hand. If you have another ship, but you probably just attack it immediately.
Maybe if you have R2 pilot, maybe you put that on the ground. But Talzin's gearing up for a different game in game 3 here. We see two powers, a Force Lightning and a Tyrannus. He's playing this a little different.
Have to, right? Tour of the hand says we're going to have to try to stretch this a little bit.
Yep.
Decision has been made.
Yeah, he's deep in thought here.
No, the first two games were so quick. We have
Yeah.
plenty of time to really think about our choices.
Get a trench run.
6 right away, you know?
Yeah. Kind of sucks. I think that's the right move. I think you get it off the board instantly.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing was, if your opponent did only have a frisk and the only option was to drop to ground after that,
do you just claim here, Kyle? Do you just claim here if you're Talzin and power him?
Yeah, because how consequential is 2 damage, especially if you're already behind 6 damage? I think that's reasonable.
And the fireball will take a damage here as well, for sure.
No activation.
Well, he blanked black 1 on trench, so. No, it's not a shake off. It's a put of damage on the fireball. It's a great chip, one of my favorites, but that is the downfall, right?
That could really matter too, right? Because he's holding Force Lightning, so that's 1 less. You're only gonna have to pay the 1 for Force Lightning and 1 to remove.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that matters, right?
Yep. You like the way he threw it too.
But looking at his hand too, he has Sage for 2, and then he has the 1 cost, and then the Force Lightning could finish that.
So it does in theory matter.
Yeah, unless Kaz pops on it, then it's gonna have more HP. But sequencing probably won't allow for that because he's probably gonna have to attack with the fireball immediately.
Yeah. See, that's why I think you might just want to claim there. If you're the Talzin player, you get the Force, but your hand isn't set up to be. Oh yeah, that's right. The DZ in chat says Force Lightning not online. That Acolyte always does that to me.
That's what I mean. He's going to have to play the Force Crafty first, so the actions would be a little slow. Ooh, walking right into a power. He couldn't turn those resources fast enough.
Instantly.
Yep. Okay, we got a clown car. Clown car could be dangerous. Now we've already seen 2 powers, right? So the chances of another one coming up at least quickly is probably pretty low.
Oh, he does get a great top deck though with another Force Lightning.
Force Lightning, let's see, gonna cost, depends on what kind of size pilot here, because if you can get Force Crafty down 2, theoretically you could kill the Falcon, a base Falcon, but if any pilots get on there, it's gonna get a little too big for him to handle this turn.
And just like that, we see Pilot Han come down, attack for 6 damage to base, right? Putting him at 12 from 2 attacks.
6 in.
Yeah, man, that hurts, doesn't it?
With the Han, right? Yeah, and the Han's essentially like a mini surprise strike with that sticks around too, right? So very, very efficient damage.
So he's going to take this the ship out this turn with Talzin and Force Lightning, I believe. Yep, given to the -1, ends up with I think that's now 6 total health. 1, 3.
No problem.
Dead.
Didn't even need the -1.
Nope.
Kaz starting to sputter here a little bit. Gonna need some pretty good draws and some pretty timely pumps, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that hand from Talzin early on with multiple powers and the Force Lightning. We knew it was going to be a differently paced game, at least from one side of the table. I think the Kaz player was a little bit more equipped to play the style of games in 1 and 2 with his opening hand.
Absolutely. Well,
another trench run, and that's gonna push 7 to base. Talzin's received 3 attacks to base, and he's at 19 damage right now. Like that's absurd.
With the removal coming from hand, though, still going to need a little bit more gas to kind of get there.
Yeah.
Definitely one of those situations, though, where suddenly a 4 cause comes out. Yeah, a Falcon kind of pushes that last little bit.
Not today. He's saying, I've taken enough damage this turn. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Talzin has been blessed with the removal this game.
Yep, big time. 3 to base, taking Kaz to 14, and then we're going to probably see what one of these 2 drops come down. Karis seems fine to me.
In turn versus
Mm.
implied.
And the 3rd power drawn.
Wow.
This guy he's very fortunate this game with his draws. Gotta love it. That's how you want to start a day out at a PQ. That's for sure.
Not over though. The fireball's
Nope.
going to get to attack right away. You know, if we're seeing some more.
I mean, we could see a trench run or a heroic sacrifice here at 26 before you know it. 4 cause kills you. Oh, he's holding double hauler.
Oh, the Talzin player got, you know, all 3 powers, so
yep.
It would be fair for the as player to get all 3 trench runs.
Mm-hmm. I think Jacob in chat sums it up really well. Like, Talzin really is getting the perfect draw for this matchup in game 3. Games 1 and 2, if you if you're joining us late, I encourage you to rewind back and check them out, because they were extremely different. And you love seeing that when you're in a set of 3, right? 2 different types of decks, trying different things, power coming through. And I think that's probably going to seal it.
Well, I don't know. A second hauler here, 4 damage. We're 8 away. That trench run you keep talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You could top deck trench run and put this away, right?
So he's got 7 on he has 7 ready damage right now, getting him to 21. Still 9 away there. Yeah, you are just dead to a massive buff. So I think maybe you do just claim
not even a massive buff, I guess. We're at 22. We only need to get to 28, right? So
yeah.
We only need 6, so there's
Oh, and that's right.
Yeah, playing the hauler doesn't really matter, right? We're just looking for any buff here.
Yep. Trench run is fighter only. That's right, Jeff.
Ah, good point. So heroic sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. So now he probably only has like 7 eligible buffs in his deck.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm thinking Han pilot, heroic sac.
Yeah.
Or cause on the second action. There's a lot of draws in there that could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. It's going to be over one way or another right now. Uh-oh. If we're checking the resources, maybe we did not draw the pump we were hoping for.
Yeah.
As player.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Okay.
4 to base, 26.
Okay, so then we're looking for 4 cause, I suppose, here.
Mm-hmm. Which I guess is an out, because I think you're pushing damage. You have 3, 5, 7, 11. Yeah, you have lethal.
And smart of the Talzin player not to attack the hauler, because if he has a falcon, now you have a way to trade into it.
Yeah.
That's not going to be it.
No, I think that'll do it. Mm-hmm. Outmaneuver, as Jake says in chat, would have been a great solution here, but I think you would just slam that so quickly as the gas player. Like, it'd be slammed faster than that power from earlier.
Yeah, if the Cavs player had it, we would have seen it. So I think next swing is going to be lethal, and Talzin getting it done.
Yep. Very good set of games, right? You know, we thought going into game 2, this was going to be a quick set, and it was nice to see some back and forth. I think Talzin did in game 3 pick it up. He's running power failure as his upgrade. Hey, that's an interesting one, Kyle.
Yeah. One that I see terribly often.
No.
Well, and you wonder too, like this Kaz deck, you know, is he scared of bombing run, or do we think that people have gotten off that in their sideboards?
I think he's probably thinking about it, but I think clearly he's trying to play some units that might be insulated from that with different pilots. I thought an interesting include was that I think it's called the Black Squadron X-Wing or Assault Wing. It's the 4/6 ship that's yellow and heroic in space. You don't see that being played very often.
Yeah, I was trying that out myself a little bit in my Poe yellow.
Black Squadron Scout thing. Thank you, Rebel Traitor. Also, thank you to Rebel Traitor for putting together the stream and running everything behind the scenes. Really goes a long way to be able to put all this together.
Yeah, nice way to wake up. You know, I was happy to be able to join you here this morning. Got the message early, ran downstairs, and so just fun to start my day with swoo.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate you hopping in and helping out. Got a long day of games ahead of you here on Late Night Gaming. We'll hang out for a couple minutes as we just waste some time.
So we're seeing him take the sideboard apart. So I was theorizing the outmaneuver, and he did have it. There it was.
It's a strong card. It's a strong card. So we've been talking about this the past couple of days in our Discord and on our YouTube channel and stuff like that. But what are you thinking for this weekend overall? Like, what are you predicting for not just this PQ, but everything that we're going forward? We sit down on Monday to record our meta recap podcast. What are you expecting?
Even FFG directly, kind of hinted at, we expect to see a rise in Han. I don't think I'm saying anything smart to say. We're definitely going to see some Han, in particular Han green. I've seen a lot of,
Mm-hmm.
although blue seems to be a riser. So Han's great because at this point he's viable in every color. I've been playing some Han one red myself. We still see yellow around. Part of this is with Han being so aggressive, leveraging his resources from hand. Force throw was a problem, or decks that really focused on discards were problematic for Han. But force throw leaving the meta opens that door wide open. So that to me is kind of the obvious one. Outside of that, I think we're going to see a return to some of the decks that rose to prominence back in towards the end of the last set. So maybe like a Rey Data Vault or a Han 2 Data Vault. Some of these decks that we saw kind of disappear a little bit.
Like you mentioned, you could really play it in any color. It's the many faces of Han right now, right? Like there really isn't a wrong answer. And what's funny is that the yellow version was, kind of like, I guess we could call it the OG back going from set 1, set 2 and beyond. That's probably the least popular right now. Right? Like the one that people are least messing around with. And we know how strong a cunning deck can be in the right situation. So you can't count that one out either, like you mentioned. I'm a little bit lower on Rey Data Vault, at least this week. I think it's really going to pick up the following week, but I don't know if I've seen the same sort of like universal excitement to get into Rey in this first week of the post force throw meta. But I expect Vader to make a little bit of a rebound. I expect to see all the different types of Han. I think what we're going to see in the coming weeks, like we kind of mentioned, is that Han Green kind of takes the stage by himself to represent the Hans. But there's going to be a lot of people excited to play Han Blue, to turn on the double Anakin very, very quickly. And I think we're still going to see a little bit similarly to like what we saw with this Talzin leader today. People that are very confident in their deck that had force throw in it, make some tweaks and see if it works. Like, will that be the right call? I'm not positive, but it's hard to give up sometimes, right? It's hard to say, hey, I want to start something new. There's that the whole sunk cost fallacy, right?
And that's why I think we might see a return to some of these kind of known decks pre-force throws, because there are people who have reps on them. There's some players like Rey Data Vault players that had put in the time, have the reps into it, feel very comfortable with that deck, and there's more of an opening with it coming back. In this short time frame from the suspension to today, you might not have enough time to get the reps that you feel comfortable with on something new.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, we talked about it a little bit. I was on the side of we didn't need to ban force throw, but I think we're going to bear the fruit of it here with seeing a shakeup, right? It's just exciting just to see something new, right? This meta had gotten a bit settled. We had kind of started to see a lot of the same sort of thing, PQ after PQ. So I'm just excited to your point to see, what are people thinking? What's going to come out? I want to see some surprises, right? So see how it goes.
Well, week after week, you do the same thing over again. It gets a little bit boring. A lot of things about competitive anything in life have the same traits, right? Like super long days, super long seasons, super long X, super long Y, right? And that's kind of where we're at, right? There's like 4 weeks left in this season before we get Secrets of Power, bookended by the Galactic Championships in the end of July, and then for some of us going to Atlanta for Beatle 2 right at the start of Secrets of Power. It's a long set. The people find people here in Wisconsin competing there, and for a long day, long matches, and I think sometimes just getting a little bit of a change up, whether you like it or not, could just reinvigorate you a little bit, explore different things and try different options that you were thinking about previously. And that's what I look forward to seeing the rest of today. So we got a little bit left in this round, 16 minutes on the timer here. We're going to take a short break and hop back in for round 2 here on Late Night Gaming, coming from Hobby Nights at West Bend, Wisconsin. And is that like similar to South Bend? Like, are they just like renaming those? Because the first thing I thought was Notre Dame, obviously, right? Because of South Bend, but we'll find out later on.
Wisconsin's a glorious place.
That's where you're from. That's where you're from, right?
Although
Yeah.
I've never played SWU in Wisconsin. My mom still lives up there. I'm hoping this year when we take the kids up there for vacation, maybe I could try to find a local tournament to show up. So
Well, somebody find Kyle a local tournament. Let us know on our YouTube channel, Colorado Cantina Crew. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for round 2. Stick with us. All right, we're back for round 2 of Late Night Gaming's coverage of the Hobby Nights PQ in West Bend, Wisconsin. We have a great one here. Palp Yellow, Rando Mando, really, a hardcore proponent of the Palp Yellow archetype. And then we have Han, One Force, and we have myself and Kyle. Myself is Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew, and Kyle Craft here to commentate on round 2. Kyle, this is exciting because I play Palp Yellow. You play Han One Red. This is going to be a good one for us.
I gotta say, this is perfect. I mean, just on our Friday stream, I played Han One Red Force, and this is a deck that I've personally been working on. We've been talking about. So one of the questions I've been asking with Han One Red is, should it be Force? Some of the payoffs you get is you get to reload your hand with Kiadi Mundi. You get Vernestra, so you get the Ground Falcon, right? But the drawback is 25 HP. This matchup, I think it's definitely worth it, right? Because Palp's not racing you, so that 25 HP isn't as much of a potential liability like it would be against a Sabine or something else that you're racing. So, yeah, this is a deck I've been playing, trying to decide if it's competitive enough to take to an event, and can't wait to see somebody playing it under real conditions.
Yeah, we're gonna see Palp start with the initiative here. Will they keep their first hands? I think if you're Palp, you're probably looking for some sort of ramp here, looking for some underworld shenanigans. Looks like he's got a legacy run, contracted hunter, super laser tech, and Aura Sing in his hand. And Han, like you mentioned, you're looking to get out in front and push damage, stop the card draw, try to get the damage in before things get scary with Palp.
Typically with good.
Looks like we're dealing with some audio issues here. Bear with us for about 30 seconds as we get that resolved. We should be back. Let us know in the chat if you feel differently. We have Adigalia coming down from Han and Aura Sing attacking into Adi, taking 2 back. Not the cleanest trade here, but Palp will be able to finish her off with that potent ability here at some point in the turn, potentially.
So I couldn't see the red base. Is this the force base attack and gain the force, or is this the 25?
No, this is 28. This is 28.
Okay, so earlier when I mentioned I was playing the 25 red force base in my Han One Red. That way I could start in space with, say, a Falcon or something, gain the force, and then do this turn 2 Vernestra. The Adigalia makes more sense because you're going to need more force units to get that force online.
Yeah. See Vernestra trade into Aura here, probably stopping that card draw, making it a little bit more painful. I think a lot of people, when they're playing against Palp Yellow, they just think damage, damage, damage. And that's true. You got to get damage on the board, but you also have to protect against that throw.
So does he trade in or does he throw? I guess he wants the 1 resource then. Right?
Yeah.
So he's not going to draw the card.
I think he wants to get Legacy Run out there on the board.
Makes a lot of sense. That's going to be a real problem for Han. This start has not been as explosive as I think Han is hoping for to really start pushing damage.
Ooh, Kira.
Plan potentially denied.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta call Legacy Run here. Hopefully they point to it for us, but feels like an open and shut case to me.
Otherwise, the Legacy Run is potentially clearing your board the following turn or clearing most of it. Gave it a tap, so it looked like it was the Legacy Run, so good call.
Kira's still probably dying this turn. Or does Vernestra take the trade here to stop Kira's easily death?
That's a tough call because you really need to be pushing damage here as Han. The longer this game goes, in typical Palp fashion, this is much better for Palp every turn this game goes on with not damage going to the base, right?
Yeah. The question is it better for you to delay the Legacy Run by 1 turn? Obviously, we have the knowledge of what's in Rando Mando's hand here, which makes it a little bit of a different story. But I could see the argument, and I think he's thinking through all these different eventualities here. I mean, Kira's, I think, dying no matter what, based on what's in Rando Mando's hand. But obviously, we can't have that kind of assumption at any given time.
As the Han player. So what you're talking about is obviously having the ISB agent to ping it off if the option to throw his current unit at Kira is denied.
Yeah. Which I see an argument for trying to deny it. I don't know what the right move is here, chat. What do you think? And he's doing it.
This is the trade. So he at least denies a card draw and thinks he's saving Kira. We're going to see here that he's not. But your point, he couldn't have possibly known.
Mm-hmm. But now he does have knowledge.
Good. No, he did know. He Kira'd this turn. What am I saying?
Oh, yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
But he does take the legacy run off the board, making it one more action. I don't know what Han really does here in this spot. Do you try to resource, get to 7, get to 6, get to 7, stall, dirtle? You kind of just know you're taking at least 7 damage of unit pinging this turn, right? Like 1 from Han and 6 from the legacy run.
It's early, but as the Han player, I'm looking at 2 damage on Palp's base with nothing on board, and I'm worried. This is already looking. This is going to be an uphill battle for the Han player. This is what Palp does to you, right? Because even if you can start to get to some of your bigger threats, you're always under the looming Palp flip, take it away from you scenario.
Yep. And Rando Mando, very strong player, obviously.
This is the question that we're going to get answered post the force throw ban. We're going to see a lot of Han. We talked about that in the last round. Which Han reigns supreme? In this scenario, against a Palpatine, I definitely want to be Han Green. Han Green's going to ramp. Yeah, they're going to build the pressure faster. They're going to ramp, and then they're going to be able to reload the board with a wide strategy between Home One, Kelleran, these different things where they can present multiple threats. It's just a better or a more effective strategy into something like a Palp Yellow, I found.
We see a resupply come in as opposed to a legacy run or something along those lines. Likely going to see Han get No Good to Me Dead here. Really the standard answer in Villain Yellow to that Han flip.
Now we're setting up Palpatine to potentially take our depot, right?
Yep. Which I would imagine is one of the bigger units in this this Han 1 red deck. Potentially, like you might see a Mace from Spark of Rebellion. You might see some other relatively large units, but Depa is pretty big.
In my version of this deck, I think the big Mace is the top end. That's where I'm topping off. Really, I'm trying to be aggressive. Big Mace can come in, clear a unit, hit the base, right? So, but that's about as high as we're going. I mean, obviously, Red has Crate Dragon available to it, but I have not seen it in Han 1 lists.
Yeah, and if you're in that area, I think you're just in Palp Sandbox. You're gonna lose, Palp's really slow rolling this, saving that legacy run, pinging Han with the Elite P. I think he's really, really feeling comfortable taking a sweet time here.
I wonder if you fear that the Han players potentially playing Enfys. Enfys I have not seen outside of the green list much.
Mm-hmm.
I guess an Enfys would be a pretty reasonable answer to a legacy run.
Yeah, that if you drop an Enfys, that might necessitate the Palp flip to steal Depa to deal with it. Oh, seeing the Palp flip come, taking Depa. Pretty commanding board presence that we have from this Palp Yellow player. Really doing late night gaming proud here in game 1.
He's going to have some options here too. Really wanted to. He could throw his Elite P, kill the Han. I'm not sure that's necessary.
And he could throw the legacy run if he wanted to. He could play it and throw it.
Going to go in for the attack.
4 into Han, and now what's next? And Depa taking Han out, drawing a card.
He's valuing keeping that Elite P to take care of that Falcon potentially next turn, I suppose.
And as the turns go by, we're getting closer and closer to the big Devastator.
And maybe part of why you throw Depa too is if you think the Han player's playing, say, Waylay or something to return it to themselves. You just make use of the card you've taken right away. So what do you run here for Han? Your Palp Yellow, like once you get to this point, you've taken control of the board. You have a commanding position as the Palp player. What are the large threats you're playing in Palp Yellow to kind of?
Well, you got Devastator. Obviously, that's the biggest. Maul, Vader, some combination of those two. I've seen some playing the eighth brother as well. I haven't been playing that in my list. I run 3 Vaders and 1 Maul main, and then I have Maul on the sideboard. It's pretty standard. Yeah.
And this matchup, Devastator's, probably the door closer, right? It's going to shut down the space lane altogether for Han.
And Palp is at, I think it's at, what's that, 4, 7, 10 resources right now after that ramp. So we could see the Devastator come out as early as next turn. Palp is close to dying, which is relatively good for this Han player, for Julio down here. Repping Han 1 red, but it's a tough situation at this point in the game, especially when you're behind in the race versus a deck like this.
Palp's seen a lot of ramp this game too, so it's just kind of an overwhelming resource advantage.
Ezra coming down and Palp just claiming the initiative. Rando Mando, you think he's going to drop that Devastator and just shut it down?
I think so. That way you have the Devastator smack and base subsequent turns and close this game out.
Mm-hmm.
Which was always interesting too. I found that when I play Ezra, he ends up being kind of like Tech in some ways. He's one of those units that your opponent just sees red. They don't want to risk you getting an attack and top decking some nonsense. So it's one of those units people tend to just eliminate immediately, as we see the Palp player do here.
And we're getting word from chat that these are 2 friends playing, Rando Mando and Julio. So hate to see that in round 2. We know it's happened to me and you, Kyle. But
a few times. Yeah, it's
disappointing. You hate to see it,
especially at a larger event too, right? What was the math on this?
It wasn't good, and it wasn't out in our favor. We see a Quinlan coming down. I think you really need to follow this up with another unit or 2. You're not. That's That's the scoop. That's the scoop coming from Han 1. Probably for the best.
Yeah, we're only seeing 1 damage on Han's base, 7 on Palp's, but when you know, right? It's So I'm trying to think, as the Han 1 player, what do you bring in here to try to make this better? I think he's probably, do you think he's playing?
Okay, he's showing us. And they might be talking about it. We got Plo, we got Grogu, Fighters for Freedom, Confiscate. I guess Plo is another threat, but I don't love it.
I don't think you're keeping his coordinate online too much. Palp, so he's not significant.
And you're not really seeing a ton of Sentinels on the ground either, right? Like that's a little bit more of the blue-green Palp strategy to slow it down. Here they're doing more hijinks, right? Palp Yellow is really doing a lot of bounce. That being said, we haven't seen any like the McClunky action. We haven't seen any of those plays come in. No Bazine cycling. So I haven't seen Rando Mando's deck list, but maybe he's running a little bit different. I'm gonna take a look as he's scrolling through here.
Our Han player absolutely has to have just an explosive start. Maybe really aggressive, like turn 1 Falcon hit base, into turn 2 a second threat, really pushing hard. I think once this game gets to the middle, late game, obviously Palp is favored. It's kind of over. So
yeah, I think you really start. You want like a Falcon start here if you're Han, or a 4 start to then enable a nice Finestra on turn 2. Maybe the best start here for Han is Ezra. I mean, what do you play the deck? What do you think?
Yeah, like I just said, I think to your point, I think Han, or turn 1 Ezra into turn 2 Vernestra. Get the force on, ready up, hit with Vernestra. I agree with the chat though. This is you sit down as Han Red, you see this Palp deck, you're thinking, yeah,
especially against a pilot like Tim here. Rando Mando is really renowned for his Palp Yellow play.
Jake in here talking about Cham. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, you're going to see a lot more Cham, I think, in the meta against Han. But do you run Cham in Han? I haven't seen it too much, but against a Palp where it's ramping, maybe. I'm not sure. He's not going to be getting you the force. He's going to eat up one of your turns. He does hit for 5, but I think you're really trying to get wide and get in fast in this match.
Yeah. And, like we've been talking about, it's not a great matchup here for Han, but I think if it was me, if I have it, I'm trying to bring in some hand disruption, maybe maybe spark. He had a little something there with Kira locking down that legacy run. If he had a spark to follow up, who knows what could have been.
I don't think we saw Spark or Pillage, so I don't
Yeah.
think we're not on the discard plan here.
And maybe Waylay's main. We haven't seen that either. I think you really do have zero answers to Devastator here or anything of that size and space. So, obviously you're trying to push here, but a little tempo goes a long way in certain situations.
I think your best game plan is this Han player is to hope that the Sabines get rid of Palp for you so you don't have to play him.
That sounds good, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works sometimes, though, right? Like one of our teammates, Makai, his first PQ win or his PQ win, he literally started playing the game, I think, 3 weeks prior. And he was, I'll play Palp yellow. If I see Sabine, I'll go home early. If not, I'll have a good day. And no Sabine, you have a long day, and it's good,
Yeah, well, they were all over the top tables at that tournament too. He was dodging them like a pro.
Yeah, we see Adi come in here. I don't know how much I love not doing the resource thing here. If you're Adi, I guess you get to retain initiative. If you're Palp, you get to attack at the force. Could be good things.
Yeah, this is how game one started, right? Adi is can get attacked and traded into or get the 3 damage on, and then Palp's good at pinging off that last one. Adi's only hitting Palp for 2, so I don't know. This unit's going to be removed. It's not going to do as much damage. I think it's a little tough for the Han player. It didn't work out turn 1. We're starting the same turn 1 for each player here into game 2.
Ooh, get a blaster from row to base. And that's the right call, Kyle? Do you take out Aura here, or?
Yeah, that was tough because if you take out Aura, we still got 3 HP left, which might be a little harder for Palp to kill. Although he's got the ambusher, the 4/4. We don't know if he has it in hand, but
so obviously you're not going to be greedy if you're Palp. But as I play Palp, I want to play that on resource 4 as often as I can, so I could either throw it or McClunky it back to my hand. And he is holding on to McClunky. But looks like he's not being greedy. Rando Mando is smarter than I am, and he is dropping that Contracted Hunter to take out Adi.
Yeah, hindsight, being 2020, I guess probably hitting into Arasang, and because then the Contracted Hunter was probably coming back into Adi anyway, would have led to a more favorable position. But I agree with hitting base. I think Han Red's only real avenue to winning this game is very aggressive.
Could be right.
Sharky Adi's got a gun.
Yeah. Remix number 45. Get Kiadi triggered here, drawn 2 cards.
No. Well, this is another threat Palp should be able to pretty easily deal with, though.
You see Aura going to base, and I think as a Han player, when you see that, it's got to be pretty scary because they have something to follow it up, and to follow it up, it is McClunky clearing Kiadi and returning Orasing to Rando Mando's hand.
So we're heading towards a similar fate here. We're getting towards the mid part of the game. The base damage is very low. Han does not have a presence on board. Once again, you start to have that sinking feeling.
Mm-hmm. How important is no good to me dead here?
Well, I mean, when we're dropping a Poe, if we don't have a way to remove it, Poe is a significant threat. So this will allow you to delay Poe till you can either deal with it or, if you had more ramp, take it.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Tim.
It looks like he has both. So we're going to ramp. I assume we're going to no good to be dead here. And then, maybe he can delay this and just that'll be Palpatine's Poe.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good to Palpatine, right? Yeah. Poe sounds good to me.
Yeah.
3 to base from that elite P, taking him to 9. Han flipping and the speed. And did he preemptively exhaust himself?
So now does he no good to be dead the Han, or does he do the Poe to prevent the Poe attack next turn?
Probably Poe because he's thinking about it.
I probably Poe. He's only at
It's
4
not like
damage.
Han's dropping 7 resources here, right?
Right.
That's the tiebreaker, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the Poe. You want to prevent that next turn. This 4 damage from Han when you're only at 4 HP is not that scary.
Yeah, it's whatever. Going into the next round.
And he's sitting on Maul to just immediately kill Han anyway.
Yeah. 7 resources, 1 away from that incredibly depressing Palp flip. 4 damage to be able to push currently. Is it going to be enough? Probably not. 7 coming in with them all.
Being an iconic set 1 leader has always, presented this situation in various colors across the sets and time. I know you've been a Palp player. While I respect the Palpatine, waving him goodbye in rotation I'll not be shedding tears.
See, like for me, as someone who played so much Sabine early in the game, I was just like, whatever, Palp could do whatever it wants. I'm fine. But the hijinks that yellow does really sucked me in.
Legacy run. You love legacy running people.
Oh yeah.
Good time.
All right, so we have a change of heart here. I think that's probably what he's trying to think about for next turn. Is he say, hey, I want to find a way to steal Poe with Palp, or do I want to deal with him with a change of heart? Maybe if you're Rando Mando. I don't know what you do here if you're Julio with Han. I think you just try to get as many units out and provide a good, strong board.
So Good to Be Dead was sadness, right? I think he really needed to get a hit in with Poe there to a shot here.
3 to base from the Falcon. Ezra coming out. Relatively nice board. It's all going to change this next coming turn, though, most likely.
That's interesting. So did Palp claim? I guess Palp could have run the ship in to take care of the Falcon, but he wants initiative here to probably grab that Poe or take care of that.
Yeah, I think he wants to deal with Poe first action before anything else happens, would be my prediction.
And that allows you to have the elite P to set up a steal of kind of whatever you want to. So really the Palp, obviously has been in the driver's seat here for a couple of turns and continues to be, let's say, playing with his food in a way.
He's just being cautious, I think. I think he's just making sure that...
Yeah, I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean he has a lot of options available to control how the outcome of this game.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes when you have so many options, your thought paths can be hard to find, right? So sometimes the illusion of choice could be better.
Ready to go?
Yeah. We see the Falcon getting paid for.
Took initiative, as we talked about, so obviously has a plan here to start this turn.
What do you think it is?
Change a heart on Poe, right? We just immediately grab that Poe.
I think so. Change of heart, taking Poe. Well predicted, Kyle.
So, as the Han player, I guess you get to choose, right? Attack with one of your 2 units because the other one will die immediately. You're probably only going to get hit with 1.
Yeah, I think you got to take out Maul here. Oh, you don't get to do the Ezra thing.
Yeah, he took a peek. Yeah, we did not complete the attack, so Ezra does.
He's like, you can see too, bro. You can see it too.
Obviously, it doesn't look like we're going to call a judge or.
Yeah, they were scooping here.
Okay, I mean, it's for all intents and purposes, we were done anyway.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup, and I think even with you and I, like, we're both very excited about the different variants of Han, but I think what we're going to see here this weekend and next, especially as we go into the Portland sectors, we're going to see like what that actually means, right? Like, what are the weaknesses? What are the strengths? Can Han Blue survive when Han 1 Green's around? Like, all these different questions will be answered, but something like Palp Yellow, it's been around, it's changed, it's morphed a lot due to Rando Mando and the work he's put into this build. But I think that when we talk about Palp Yellow, right, like, it's very strong into everything besides a pretty specific archetype of aggro and a specific archetype of control, which, makes it an interesting option, especially as we get away from this Force Throw meta.
Is that one of those decks we talked about, previously, post Force Throw? Are we going to see maybe a little bit of a reversion to the Minneapolis meta? Sabine was well represented in Minneapolis. There were Sabines in the top 8. I was playing it myself, made it to day 3. Do we have a meta breakdown for today? I know we have a question in chat.
I don't think we have it yet. Rebel Traitor is working on it. Will probably come later in the broadcast today. That was a quick round though. It's It's always sad, like we mentioned, when you sit down across from a friend and it goes like that. No, neither of you feel good about it. Rando Mando feels a little bit better, likely, but neither of you feel good about it.
Pulling up on your point, if Palpatine is well positioned, I guess once we have the meta breakdown, the question will be what level of highly aggressive decks are out there. While Han One Red is intending to be highly aggressive, it is not the same as say a Sabine, right? Or even
Yeah.
some of the Kaz decks, right? I think we saw Kaz in the last round. Some of these decks that are really going to come after you fast, I think have a better shot into a Palpatine, obviously.
And that's what I'm really interested in. Is Sabine in the conversation? Both of us are Sabine players, right? Like we both play a ton of Sabine, and I haven't been since the start of this meta because it's been tough, right? We've joked about on our podcast that you can play Churret, it pretty basically shuts down the game. You play the daughter, makes it really challenging. So I was really initially excited about the positioning of Sabine and what could be possible coming back. Like in theory, we both think that Boba Data Vault's going to be on the decline a little bit. In theory, we think that Han 2 Blue is still going to be strong, but not as popular, not as potent. Maybe the turrets won't be that big of an issue. But what I've really noticed, Kyle, is that there's so much like of this BS stuff that just could shut down Sabine, right? Like whether it's a bigger pilot, whether it's a way to like I don't know what your answer is to a double claimed legacy run from Thrawn if they get that out on 5. So there's a lot of these different things that I think are a little disappointing when it comes to Sabine. Are you higher on her than I am?
My thought process on Sabine and the reason I'd stopped running it as much as Han 2 Blue was just too scary, right? Han 2 Blue is going to do cheer it. They might bring in Daughter. They're going to force throw themselves to clear your threats. Han 2 Blue was just far too poor of a matchup to be playing Sabine, and it was everywhere. So with Force Throw gone, perhaps I'm thinking maybe there is less Han 2 Blue. Maybe not. The deck is definitely weakened without Force Throw, but maybe not
Sure.
gone. So let's say I think there's less Han 2 Blue. Now the problem I have, if I'm going to run Sabine, is Han 1 Green. Because, I can tell you Han 1 Green against Sabine is a problem, especially if they can go, turn 1 Hauler. I can't deal with that as Sabine, and then I just lose the race with my 25 HP base to their 30. So, there may just be a new boogeyman that'll hold Sabine down. So, we shall see.
Yeah. We waited all these sets to get an answer to turn 1 Falcon, and we found that with the masterpiece. To our chagrin, it doesn't do anything versus the hauler, right? You're just up a creek, if you will. But I guess the other question then is that is there any positivity, any glimmer of hope in that matchup as the Han 1 Green players shift away from the extremely heavy pilot build only to like a relatively heavy pilot build, as we're seeing maybe less people running Stolen Hauler main, or 3 of them at least? And does that potentially interest you at all? Because I think going back to set 3 and prior, when the Han Greens were firmly in the casino variant, I would much rather be sitting down across from that than a Han Yellow.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you, but at least the known players, we'll bring up Alex the Greatest, watching him play a little bit. I think that Hauler is still in the main list, so
yeah,
a little terrifying for Sabine.
Yeah, and when you say a little terrifying, you mean extremely terrifying, because you basically just lose the game. There are a couple new cards that Sabine can play. I think some very skillful Sabine play. It's also very creative, right? In the past 3 months, with different capture mechanics to deal with Churret and stuff like that. But also running the MC30, I think it's the Assault Frigate, the Rebel 5/5 in space that has Overwhelm and Raid 1 to take care of some of Boba's units like Ruthless Raider. It's a little late for the hauler, especially if they're playing it early, but I guess there are more tools now than there were previously.
Yeah, the Han also got more tools, right? They're running Obi-Wan now, so they got a Sentinel option on the ground. They weren't thrown in front of your Sabine flip like they before. So
yeah,
I think both sides are strengthened, which remains with the Han 1 Green advantage in that matchup.
And if they ramp from Han Green, they have the option to blue leader your Sabine on flip, which sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Right. So, alas, and I sleeved it up. I got excited. I dusted off the cobwebs. I got the nice prestiges from my other builds and put it back into Sabine, but it might be all for naught. Lot to go on here on the late night gaming channel here on YouTube today. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Big shout out to Late Night for hosting and Rebel Traitor for pushing all the buttons and making sure everything looks as clear and nice as it does today. 28 minutes left in the round. Myself and Kyle are hopping off. Might hop back in later in the day. I think we got Sea Raptor coming up next with Rebel Trader. Might be someone different, but equally as great. So thanks for sticking with us. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. Talk to you soon.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Rebel Trader. Going to talk to you a bit about the meta breakdown for this tournament. So we've got Sabine is surprisingly the most popular deck. I say surprisingly, maybe it's not so surprising. I mean, people are going back to what they know is good. There's a lot of people that have been playing Sabine since the very first set, and it makes sense. Let me see if I can get a breakdown on the nature of them, because I know there's at least a couple yellow. It's not all Sabine ECL. Do we have? I guess I can just go into here and find Sabine. Oh, it's actually harder than I thought. All right. Well, I'll try and find that in a bit. Next most popular leader is Han Solo. Again, I'm also not sure what the breakdown is on bases there, but I know we've got, I think it's mostly yellow, but we've got some greens in there also. But I'd have to double check that. Again, kind of not surprising. This is another deck that people have been playing for a long time, and without Force Throw, this deck is a lot better. So it makes sense that people go back to that. I think that's pretty expected. Then Boba Fett. I think most of these are Data Vault. There might be some yellow ones in there. But yeah, that's not surprising. This deck has been tearing it up for the past few weeks and did not get any worse with the Force Throw ban. So it's still there, and it's a good counter to a lot of the other decks that rise. Namely like the blue-green control decks. Although notably we're not seeing a ton of those. Grand Admiral Thrawn. There's actually a lot of people playing that, and it's a mixture of yellow and red for the most part. I don't believe we actually have any green Thrawn players. Here's so I can confirm those bases now. So we've got of the Thrawn players. Let's see. That one's yellow. That one is red. That one is Data Vault. That one is, see, Death Watch Hideout. That one is, that one's red. Yeah. So it looks like 2 red, 1 yellow. Oh, that one's yellow. So 2 red, 2 yellow, 1 Data Vault for the Thrawn. For the Boba, let's see, there's 1 Data Vault. 2 Data Vault, 3 Data Vault, 4 Data Vaults, 5 Data Vault, 6 Data Vault, and that one is green 30 actually. So all the Bobas are green. 6 out of 7 Data Vault, 1 with 30 health. For Han, we've got, see, that one is on Nabat Village. Then we've got Echo Base, Shadowed Undercity, Mos Eisley. So that's what? 1 yellow, 1 green, 1 blue force, 2 yellow. 1 second green, the red one that we just saw with a force base, Jedi Temple, which is green force, and then another one that's blue force. So you've got a lot of, so that's what, 2 blue force, 2 yellow, 2 green, 1 green force, and 1 red force for the Han. And then of the Sabine, we've got yellow, ECL, ECL, ECL. So 7 Sabine ECL and 2 Sabine yellow. Then after Thrawn, we've got also 5 Kylos. I think that is, let's see, 2 Target Towns, and I think 3 Data Vaults. And I don't think any ECLs. Let's see, Data Vaults. Yeah, 3 Data Vaults, 2 Target Towns. For that, then we've got 4 Poes, 4 Shadows Hans, and 4 Piets, which, let me see what those are playing. This is a really interesting meta. Like, you can play a lot of the same leaders, but you can play them with different bases. And Kind of crazy. So like normally when we're looking at data like this, it's pretty clear which which base everyone's playing. But nowadays, not so much. So looks like 2 Poe ECLs. That one is Poe yellow. And so 3 Poe ECLs and 1 Poe yellow. Of the worth the risk Han, we've got, let's see, 1 on Tarkentown and 1 on Shadowed Undercity. What happened to the other 2? We had 4 total, right? I guess the other 2 must have dropped. Yeah, because they're not showing up on my standings. Piets. Let's see. Colossus, Nadiri Dockyards. That one's red. And then Catacombs and then Dockyards. So 3 Piet red and 1 Piet Colossus. I lost a Piet Colossus the other day at my locals. It's a legit deck. And he definitely gets a lot better from the non-existence of Force Throw. We got 3 Talzins. Pretty sure those are all red. 3 Vaders. Pretty sure those are all yellow. Let's see. Oh, there actually are only 2 Han worth the risks. The Han that there's 4 of is Never Tell Me the Odds. So yeah, of the worth the risk, it's 1 Tarkentown and 1 Shadow Undercity. So the Never Tell Me the Odds. Tarkentown, Catacombs, Deed. Deed is what, green, right? So 1 Tarkentown, 1 green 30, 1 red 30, and 1 Deathwatch Hideout. That one is red, right? Yeah, it's red. Looks like, yeah, 2 red 30s, 1 Tarkentown, and 1 green for the Never Tell Me the Odds Han. Of the Vaders, I guess it's possible that people that aren't playing yellow. There are other versions of that deck that are good. Let's see. Yeah, that one's yellow. That one is yellow. And the third one is yellow. Yeah, so all 3 of the Vaders are yellow. 2 Cads, both Tarkentown. 2 Kaz. We know one of them was green 30. We had it on stream round 1. And the other one is also green 30. And then of the other, so these are all decks that are one-ofs. And we've got Rey Data Vaults, Snoke, I think Data Vaults, Vader from Spark with Data Vaults, Palpatine with blue, Darth Maul, I'm actually not sure what that is, 1 Quinlan, 1 Wedge, 1 Ventress, which I know is ECL, 1 Kira Data Vault, and 1 Iden, which I believe is yellow. So that's your meta breakdown for the tournament. Kind of surprised we aren't seeing more Kira and we aren't seeing more Rey, especially. I think those are 2 really, really good decks right now, but I guess they're hard to pick up, and a lot of people don't like playing the grindy games, which is understandable. So I think Kira, as a rule, is almost always underrepresented, and Rey, I guess, would also be. So that's what's going on. We're gonna be back with round 3 in about 15 minutes. So thank y'all for tuning in, and YouTube music, play me out.
or die. Hey, swing those hips around. Can't stop, roll back down. My ladies, short, tall, thin or wide, always down and ready to ride. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Rebel Trader. I'm here with C Raptor, and we've got round 3 coming up. C Raptor, want to introduce yourself?
Show thing, boss man. My name's C Raptor. I do a little bit of Star Wars Unlimited online stream. Still been racking my brain to figure out what else I can be offering the community because you don't want deck building tips for me. Let me tell you. But yeah, over on YouTube and Twitch, I've done a lot of tournament coverage. Starting with store showdowns last year, slowly graduating into planetary qualifiers, and then we did some sector qualifiers earlier this year. I was in Denver and Minneapolis. Not going to be able to make any of the regionals and sectors and regionals this fall, unfortunately, but got at least one more PQ on the schedule and in the fall next weekend, and then thinking about one the weekend after that. Haven't quite made up my mind on that one yet.
All right, we've got a pretty interesting one here today. It's going to be a late night gaming versus LXO show match. We've got Ryan Warner, Rebel Resource here at the top playing his Sabine Yellow, the classic that he's been on since the very beginning.
I legit don't know what that man's going to do when set 1 rotates out. I think he's just going to curl up in a ball and cry for a week.
He did have a video recently about Kazuda, so maybe I'll just play that. It's fairly
I
similar.
honestly think Kaz Red is probably Kaz Yellow is probably the next best thing. So maybe he'll just call the audible and transition over.
Yeah, and Carlos is playing something interesting here with late night gaming. He's on Han 1 with the blue force base. What do you
I'm
think
excited
this
to see
one's
this.
trying to do?
I'm excited to see this. We've started to see a lot of Han 1 force base ish things. Like you were telling me that I wasn't able to catch the round 2 match that you guys showed, but you said it was a red force base with this version with this Han leader.
Yeah.
I've seen that one going around. I've seen some people try to experiment with this blue force base. It seems most folks are avoiding the green force base. If you're playing Han green, you're probably on Data Vault or just a regular 30 pointer.
We do have one of those in the
but
tournament, though.
Which one? The regular green?
With the green force base.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be fascinating to see. But the payoffs, it seems, in these blue and red decks are better for that force mechanic. The green ones tend to be mostly economic, right? Think like Jedi Consular as an example. But Han already kind of cheats the economy. So do you really need that? I'd be really curious to see that deck.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what force stuff this blue one is using.
Snake Eyes.
Ooh.
Pretty much anything Ryan rolls is going to get him the initiative token there.
Yeah.
When Carlos comes up with Snake Eyes, that's not going to feel good. How many players today, my friend? I have not made the time to look at these things.
I believe 72.
Excellent. Good turnout. All right, so here we go. Game 1 of this match. Han 1 Blue Force into Classic Sabine Yellow. Ryan's been on this Sabine Yellow deck forever and ever and ever. I had him on stream back in Minneapolis. What was that? Almost 6 months ago now. Chat in that particular stream, they were commenting on how quickly he plays. He basically just, like, when it's his act, you know how sometimes in Unlimited, the game state reaches a point where it's like, okay, I need to stop and kind of think through what my next play is going to be and think. Ryan's brain seems to either work at a different speed than everyone else's, or he just already instinctively knows what to do because he's been playing this deck for a year and a half.
Yeah, I think it's probably a lot of the latter. He just knows where everything's supposed to go, and with aggro, it's, I think, generally a bit easier to tell what the right play is usually.
I see. There's where I disagree with you. A lot of folks feel like aggro is real easy to play, and I feel the opposite, frankly, because it's very easy to make mistakes. And if you sequence things incorrectly, you can find yourself on the back foot very, very, very quickly. Ryan opens with an R2 pilot upgrade into the ground arena. That's just the plain old R2. So he's blank down there. He's just a little 1/4 body. Probably not the turn 1 play he wanted.
Yeah.
Carlos, I'm sure, very happy to come up with a Yaddle early on. That restore can be really, really big when you're up against Sabine.
And it's also going to get his force engine going.
It is indeed. We're going to buff up this R2. Now a 3/6 in the ground arena. Back on the back of that wing leader.
Yeah, 3/6 is a lot harder to kill than you think it is.
That's going to be an irritating unit for Carlos to have to deal with here.
We'll see if Kylo's
Ryan
a
opting
Falcon here. That would
the Sabine pings, realizing that would put him behind the curve in terms of he would not be able to hold the initiative. I suspect if he ever finds himself in a position where he doesn't have the initiative and Carlos is taking the extra actions to, use Han's text, then that's when we'll start to see the Sabine ping become a little more relevant.
Yeah.
Although we're going into the 4 resource turn, so she's about to hit the board.
Yeah, and Ryan is thinking very carefully about his resource decision here. That I think is one of the more important skills when you're playing these aggro decks, is knowing what to resource.
I agree. He is going to ping this turn so he can get it done before Sabine flips out.
I guess he might be expecting that it's more likely that Carlos would use the Han ability here. Oh, but he's not. Just going for...
Oh, Han's going to come out with Vernestra and use the Force token to ready her up. I love this card. Wing Leader swings in for a pair. Yaddle answers and restores 1, also passing that restore off to Vernestra for the round.
I'm a bit surprised that Ryan didn't play this the R2 that we know he has in his hand onto the Wing Leader there.
It's a black 1 into the space arena. Vernestra swings in for some more damage and some restore. Carlos going to grab the initiative. Then we're going to get a Cartel Turncoat and 3 more out of Sabine in the ground arena. This, one of the things that I think I didn't pick up on at the time when I saw Ryan play his version of this deck back at the regional in Minneapolis, he tends to lean far more space heavy than you generally see out of Sabine.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the advantages of this yellow version, is that you can do that more.
I agree. There's a lot of really good yellow hero space units like Falcon, like that Cartel Turncoat, that can definitely give him a leg up in the speed department. But right now, he's kind of getting kicked in the teeth by this restore mechanic. That early Yaddle really hurting him.
Yeah, but he does have a massive board, so he should be able to start catching back up here.
Definitely going wide here.
Oh, the Yaddle gives the restore to Vernestra also.
Correct. So at this point, Carlos has restored a total of 4, right? He restored 2 last turn, 2 this turn. There's going to be our Han usage. That'll probably be his flip turn for the moment here in a minute. That puts Carlos up to 6 resources here.
And this is where Carlos can really start just taking over the game once he gets his Han out and he can start playing his 7s.
Yeah. I was gonna say he can go to 7 resources here. Looks like that's the plan. There's that Black Squadron, a 4/6 body in space for Sabine. I'm 100% positive we're about to see Ryan take initiative here once Carlos figures out what to do with his 7 resources, and it's going to be Luke.
That's a big one.
A Luke on the 5 resource round is exactly the optimal play here. That's exactly the card that Carlos wants to see. And now Yaddle is going to be Ryan's just like, well, this is done. We're just done here. Yeah, I was going to say, between Yaddle and Luke's restore, Ryan's looking at 6 restore around he's got to deal with in the ground arena. Good luck with that. Well, just like that, we're off to game 2. Ordinarily, when you see a game go this quickly in Sabine is the victor, but not the case here in game 1.
Yeah. That's, the Han, my teammates have been sort of debating about whether or not the Han matchup is good for Sabine or not. And I think, there's a lot of people that say Han is better. And that instinctively makes sense because Han can usually just go a bit over the top of Sabine. And that, action sheet on 5 resources to get the Han out and then play a big 7 is usually a game changer. But sometimes Sabine can definitely go really quick and match the Han.
Right. I would argue that Han, depending on the draw, Han is favored into the matchup, right? Simply because, as you point out, the ability to kind of out-resource, out-economy Sabine, get ahead of her. Sabine relies on you. Sabine almost always going to the base. Very rarely does a Sabine deck want to interact with your units unless forced into it. But in the case of this Han deck, right, like he doesn't mind. And he's got, that early bounce card, right? That early spare the target, a card you almost never see played but a big card in that matchup saved some early damage and slowed Ryan down big time. Those kinds of disruptive mechanics combined with the amount of restore that we're seeing out of Carlos's deck is going to make this a really, really tough matchup for Ryan.
Yeah. Let's see. Interesting. The only thing we saw him use the Force on, I believe, was that Vernestra.
Vernestra.
I wonder what else he's running in there that uses the Force.
Ooh. So I'm trying to think what other yellow hero cards would require a Force token. The Jedi Sentinel is in there. Probably not a card that Carlos is running, but that would reward you with a 5/4 ground Sentinel if you had a Force token. What would be in blue? Maybe Shatterpoint? Would you be running Shatterpoint in this deck? Probably would.
Probably
would. Because Shatterpoint is just a 4 resource unit removal. You just murder something as long as you have a Force token.
Yeah, it would make sense to me. Chirrut, probably.
I could definitely see Chirrut. In fact, if I'm Carlos, I probably consider sideboarding those out based on the game that I just played. But I would certainly be in the base deck, I would think.
Yeah, it does block the.
See if we can get a glimpse of his hand here. Man, it's hard to see at this angle.
Yeah.
He's sitting on, is that a power of the dark side? Surely not.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen crazier things.
Okay, he's got a falcon. I can see that. He's trying to figure out if he's going to keep this hand or ditch it. Looks like he's leaning towards keeping it.
If that is a power of the dark side, maybe he's running Anakin's also.
Anakin. You know what? It probably is a power of the dark side because he's running Anakin, now that I think about it. I mean, if you were running a blue deck in the modern game and you're not running Anakin, my question is, why not? Right? Like he's just a good, solid card that impacts the board when he plays. There's a Luke. Looks like a Secretive Sage, maybe?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. All right, right on the button. Going to open with his best turn 1 play. Sabine into the ground arena. Sabine unit, that is.
And if that is a Sage from Carlos, then... from Carlos, then it's going to be correct.
Carlos is... Okay, there's the Anakin. So he does have an Anakin in his hand. So Carlos opting here to use Han's game text. He's trying to figure out what to resource. He's going to do that. Then he's going to get pinged by Sabine. And then he's going to put Falcon into the space arena.
That's a really good start.
And that's a pretty solid opening play here. Looks like he's thinking about resourcing the Sage. He's still got a Yaddle in his hand. Got to figure out what to ditch. It's going to be that power of the dark side. Yeah, so this is a great way to get those villain cards into the discard pile, right?
Oh, yeah.
With Han's ability, you can resource them and then throw them away later, so you can turn on Anakin when the time comes. Ryan makes his own resource decision. He's on the button. Sabine swings in for 3.
There's that Yaddle.
Carlos plays that back-breaking card that kind of ruined Ryan's game 1. Yaddle into the ground arena. Comes in with a Sabine ping and the Falcon. And, hey, look, I'll see your Falcon and play my own. And just like that, we are at 8 all here, headed into the 4 resource turn.
Carlos does start with 2
taking
less
the initiative.
health, remember.
He does. So at the moment, Ryan has a small lead, but everybody's applied the same amount of damage up to this point. This will be the first turn that Yaddle's Restore will begin to impact the board, however. Also, Carlos's first opportunity to get a Force token. All right, Carlos on the button, pays for the Falcon, leaves it in play, leaves him with only 3 resources to work with this round. Looks like I think one of those is a Grogu.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I thought I caught a glimpse of it. It's hard to tell.
I don't know about Grogu in this deck because you can't automatically damage it with.
Yeah, it's either that or I'm misreading the card. I can't tell. He's going to go 2 to base and restore 1. I think he was probably debating whether or not to attack Sabine or not.
Ooh.
Ryan's going to come in with Han pilot unit and ambush out Carlos's Falcon. That opens up the space lane for him.
And that gives him that board advantage. He just has that extra unit out now.
Well, he desperately needed that. Carlos going to use Han's ability there to resource.
You see Ryan
and
just
then
going
gets
real quick on that Sabine thing.
Yep. Get pinged by Sabine. Now we see another one of those beautiful blue cards that you're using that force token for. The Itinerant Warrior comes onto the board. Carlos going to take initiative. BD1.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a great ad for this deck. It makes Sabine hit nastier, and she's a sab the whole time that BD1 is on the board. A lot of back and forth that round. Ryan comes out a little ahead on damage and definitely ahead on board presence. Top of the 5 resource turn. Carlos on the button.
Yeah. So like you were saying, Ryan is definitely ahead on board right now, but this is the turn where Carlos can swing it.
Yep. This is the big turn for Han. His ability to go to 6, put his leader out, and then go straight to 7 if he wishes. Let's see. And we know he started. We know he opened the game with, I think, a Luke and an Anakin in his hand. So we could be seeing either one of those this turn. He swings in for Yaddle, some Restore, and the Force token. Sabine's going to swing in for what should be 4 damage, I believe, with BD1 on the board.
Yep.
Yep. A daughter. So that there you go.
Ooh.
That's what I kept seeing in his hand. So that's another opportunity to use that force token. Anytime Ryan swings to base, the force token can heal 2 of it for Han. So just the amount of healing Carlos has packed into this deck is just crazy. Exactly the kind of thing Sabine does not want to see. Okay, so it would be a 5-point swing from the Falcon. Instead, it will be 3. Because daughter will heal back 2 right away using her game text. The Itinerant's going to swing in, and when he does, that's also worth a restore 1 because Yaddle has attacked already.
And it also regenerates the force to be used with daughter to heal even more.
Exactly right. So so just again, the amount of restore is just insane. All right, so there is a 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll end up being a 4-point hit. If Carlos uses his force token here, which I suspect that he will. I must have miscalculated. Maybe the BD1 is on. I'm not sure. Oh wait, does BD1? Hang on a minute. Does BD1 affect both versions of Sabine? I thought you picked a unit, but maybe you name a unit, and I've just misunderstood how that card works all this time.
It says choose another friendly unit.
Okay, so it is just only working on one, so we're not sure which one he chose, but either way, Ryan trying to overcome this mountain of healing that Carlos is sitting on across from him. I mean, consider Carlos restored 6 that turn. He healed 6 damage that round. He'd be dead otherwise.
Yeah, he would be.
That's the difference in the game right now.
He didn't get to deploy
Did
Han,
Ryan?
though.
No, he didn't. He chose the daughter instead. Now he didn't. Ryan didn't play anything other than the surprise strike that round, did he? He didn't.
No, I don't think he did.
That is a surprise to me.
Oh, apparently he picked the Sabine unit for the
that's
BD1.
okay. Hence the marker. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Hence the marker. I got it now. That's his way of reminding himself. I got it. Okay. So yeah, so that Sabine swings for 4 when she swings in. Okay, so Yaddle.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, apparently that's enough. Yaddle's going to swing in and restore 1. That puts him to 21. And then the Falcon would swing in for 8. Yeah, because my math is off there, I guess.
No, yeah, that because he's on 28, so that brings him to 29. And the daughter only heals after the damage is done,
2,
so she can't prevent lethal.
In other words, I get it. He has to survive the attack for the daughter Dane text to work. I got it. Okay, that makes sense.
All right, so we're gonna see a game 3 here.
Excellent. Game 3, everybody's favorite. Daughter is a card that I think I've only ever played in sealed, in limited events. When damage is dealt to your base, you may use the force. If you do, heal 2 damage from your base. It must be a timing thing. But I think you're probably right. It would make sense that it would happen. The damage would be dealt, and then you would do the check. Are you still alive? Great. If you're alive, now you can heal.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think the decisive moment in that game was probably the Han pilot played onto that Falcon. I
agree.
Carlos's Falcon.
I also feel like I would be curious to hear Carlos's thought process on that 5 resource round, because I know he had an Anakin in his hand earlier in the game. I would have been curious to think through the idea of, or go back and run the numbers on, okay, maybe you didn't play daughter. Say you used Han and flipped out Han leader and played either Anakin or Luke to knock somebody off that round. I would be curious if that line would have long-term worked out better. I don't know that it would have, but I'd be curious to look at it. That's one of those things that, the reason you run so many reps into this game is because you never quite know if you've got couple of different options in terms of, okay, I could play this card and attempt this in response, or I could play this sequence of cards and attempt this in response. You never really know which way to jump. And so sometimes it's useful when you're testing and messing around with friends. It's like, hey, let's roll it back and try the other way and see if it would have made a difference. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I love doing that because it gives you the opportunity to learn about different possibilities.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great way to practice. So it looks like these players are going back into their sideboards. Or at least they're taking a while.
I think Ryan might have made a couple of more minor mods there. I'm not sure. If I'm Carlos, I don't know what else I would be doing here. I feel like if I'm Carlos, I know what I want to do with my sideboard going into this. Like, if you build a deck like this, you have to have a plan for, a speed aggro deck, right? Like Kaz Red or Sabine Yellow or Sabine Green, something like that. So I figure most of his sideboard decisions were made after the first game. Ryan obviously did go back in for a couple of things. I'm trying to think of what he might have seen that game that he didn't see the first game. He hadn't seen the daughter, but that's really kind of it. That's probably the only card that would be like, interesting.
Yeah.
Not one that you typically see.
Yeah.
Carlos starting with that Power of the Dark Side again.
Ooh, yeah.
Looking like that's going to get resourced right away. Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's sometimes you might want to side differently depending on if you're going first or second.
That's also a good point. Ryan knowing that he's going to be going second here. Okay, both players with their probably what I would consider their optimal opening play here.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Ryan went with the Sabine ping here.
I'm not.
Oh, I guess no, because he's going to lose the initiative anyway.
Against Yaddle, he's got to put every point of pressure that he can on Carlos here. And starting off the initiative. Ooh, I was not expecting that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The DL44. How uncivilized, ladies and gentlemen. This knocks off Sabine in the ground arena.
That might be have a similar effect to the Han Solo that happened last game.
It might. Ryan answers with a Falcon. Still swings in for 4 more damage there with the Sabine ping and the Falcon in the space arena. So despite losing his ground unit, he remains in the lead. Ryan pays for his Falcon. And we're off to the 4 resource round. Carlos on the button. Yaddle swings in, restore 1, and hits for 4. Obi-Wan would be very disappointed in Yaddle right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the Falcon hitting here, they're actually even on damage. So
That's right. When the Falcon swings in, it'll be a tie game. He's gonna. But Ryan's thinking through his sequencing here. This is what I'm talking about. You know, people talk about how easy aggro is to play. Sequencing is critical, and Ryan's trying to think through. Okay, do I ping first? Do I go ground? How do I do this? What's my correct sequence of events to run this turn? Cheer it into the ground arena. We did sort of call that. Yeah.
Didn't come out in sideboarding, and it's now a big problem for the Sabine.
Yep. I think Carlos took initiative there. No, there's the initiative.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got nothing else to do.
Ryan's going to back up his Falcon with an A-wing, swing in with the Falcon. Now, the interesting thing is that Ryan can still swing with Sabine and put base damage down with that Sabine unit. It'll make her easy to kill, but he could get 1 damage out of it if he wanted to.
Yeah. So going into 5 resources, Carlos is not in a terrible spot. If you can flip this Han here.
No, he's really not.
He's looking good.
He's really not. Now, he would have probably loved to have had one of those itinerant warriors instead of cheer it, but that's still not a bad call. Yaddle with that big 5-point swing hits for 4 and restores 1.
Oh yeah, BD1 could also be big here.
BD would be very, very big. All right, so we played.
Frisk?
Which pilot is that?
It looks like Frisk.
It is Frisk, and he got rid of the blaster. Okay, and then Bamboozle's going to come out, exhaust the A-wing, and discard Frisk.
And it looks like he discarded No Good to Me Dead there, which is another villain card
did.
for Anakin.
He did. Another opportunity to put villain cards in the discard pile. Yep. Not as good a turn as Ryan was hoping, but he does clear the blaster at least. Now we're going to see Han hit the board, I think. So Sabine's going to swing in, take some damage, and still put 1 point of damage on the base. Nothing Chirrut can do about that extra point. Chirrut swings to base, gets that force token back. Is that another Frisk? It is another Frisk.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the Bamboozle bounced it back.
Oh, puts it in his hand. The Bamboozle puts it in his hand, doesn't discard it, right?
But now things are 18-10 in favor of Carlos.
Yeah. Really, really looking bad for Ryan here in game 3. Carlos has had just the right mix of tricks in his bag to slow Ryan down here. And there's Anakin to wipe out that Falcon.
Oof.
Yeah. Pretty sure this is over. Pretty sure Ryan knows it. See if he's got some magic up his sleeve we're not aware of, but nope, he's scooping it up. I think he went ahead and drew there to see if he could come up with something that see what his deck fed him that might have helped there, but nope, the Anakin wiping out the Falcon there, just in the end, between that and the Chirrut, too much for Sabine to overcome here in round 3 in Milwaukee.
And Carlos is going to give Late Night Gaming the first win over LXO on stream.
Really? Has that never happened before?
Well, I guess LXO is a pretty new team, so
okay.
As far as I'm aware, yeah, it's the first time.
Okay, excellent.
First big show match.
Well, great games from both players. And I got to say, I got to give Ryan a virtual high five for sticking with Sabine Yellow even now, right? Like, not that it's a bad deck, but I just know that a lot of folks, after a year and a half of playing the same thing, would be like, ugh, I need something different, right? But Ryan is he's dedicated, man. This is his baby, and he just sticks with it.
Yeah.
I really like the BD1 tech. I don't think I would have thought of that, but that is a great add to this deck.
Yeah.
Especially in a world of Chirrut.
And it being hidden too is great. can't just be immediately
Yeah,
wiped out.
you can't just get rid of it as soon as it hits the board. So it gives you that opportunity, and it's cheap, right? And it gives you that opportunity to hand out Sab and a small bonus to somebody on the round it hits the board. It's almost like, I guess now that I think about it, it's kind of a more modern equivalent of the old, what's that card from Spark of Rebellion?
Infiltrator
the one
skill?
cost no, the one cost 2/2 rebel that says you can get rid of Sentinel for a turn.
Spec Force Soldier.
Yeah, that guy. It kind of works. It sort of works that way, right? I mean, it's a different mechanic in terms of it doesn't just get rid of the Sentinel. It gives one of your units a Saboteur. But what I also love about that is that BD1 can also impact space units. It doesn't specify ground units. It just says friendly unit. So you can pass that Sab off to something to even to get around like a Bright Hope in the space arena. That's really nice.
And with the rise of like Ray Data Vault, that's gonna be super relevant.
Yeah. Yep. Well, GG's to both players, but Carlos going home with the win there. And we'll have to see how he performs the rest of the day.
Yeah. Thanks for joining me, C Raptor, and we'll be back in,
Absolutely.
In a bit for
round. Do you have somebody for round 4? Or do you need somebody for round 4?
I don't think we have anybody lined up yet. Are you
okay,
available?
I'll stay on for round 4, and then I'll bail.
All right. And we'll be back in about 25 minutes.
Cool. See you guys then.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
And welcome back, everybody. We got round 4 here of the Planetary Qualifier at Hobby Night Games in West Bend, Wisconsin. I'm Rebel Traitor, joined here by C-Raptor. C-Raptor, want to say hi?
Howdy, boys. How we doing?
So we've got...
Life is good, man.
Great, yeah. So you've got what should be a pretty quick one here.
I mean, maybe, but we'll see. I suspect it will be.
But yeah, we've got
who are our players? I see the leaders. Give us the names of these guys. Who are our players here?
So you got Diana on the top playing Sabine ECL. She's a part of Late Night Gaming. And Steven on the bottom playing Poe Yellow.
Got it. Diana and Steven. I can hopefully remember that.
I'm excited.
Poe Yellow's going to be interesting. Most of the time that I've seen Poe messed around with, you generally see him in green, or at least that's what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah. We just had a Poe ECL win the TTI League. Just
exactly right. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see Yellow. My thought is, if you're going to play red, yellow, hero, space-ish focus, what is it that Poe offers that Kazuda doesn't?
Yeah. I guess being like a one-cost sort of pump.
I mean, the ability to like endlessly bounce him around, I understand. Certainly, there are more cheaper kind of turn 1 plays in yellow between the Wolfpack Escort and the Cartel Turncoat, those kinds of things. Sabine, Diana starts off with the Sabine. Is it Diane or Diana?
Diana.
Diana. Okay, awesome. Diana starts off with the Sabine ping there, and Steven comes in with a black 1. Which is probably his best turn 1 play, given that Poe, in particular, loves black 1. No turn 1 play for Sabine?
Ooh,
what is this? What is that? Okay, well, Diana retains the initiative at least. So she's got that going for her. She's going to ECL in a Sabine's Masterpiece.
Okay, I mean,
get rid of that black 1.
That somewhat corrects the tempo a bit.
That probably explains why there was no turn 1 play to make sure that she could make that play.
Well, I mean, I believe she had initiative, right? So she could have played something first, but
well, she had initiative because remember she opened with the ping,
yeah,
and then Poe played black 1, and at that point it's like, okay, now what do I do?
Yeah.
Do I take initiative, or do I go into the next round with initiative? And she opted to go into the next round with initiative so she could play that tie.
If she had a unit, she probably would have played that instead of pinging, though.
Mm-hmm.
Using the ECL early does hurt, though.
Well, I think she's correctly intuited that she's not going to need it in the ground arena. And I think using it early in the space arena to kind of slow the tempo of the game is not a bad play. Sabine traditionally doesn't have an overwhelming propensity of space units, right?
Yeah.
She has some, but generally not a lot. It's not an arena she can run away with. Not in green anyway. The yellow version we saw Ryan playing the previous round, you could make an argument for. 5 all damage, but of course Diana starts behind the curve there with a 25 HP base. She's got to make that ground up. Still has all her resources ready here as we're on the 4 resource turn.
And can flip.
Steven trying to figure
Sabine.
out. Yep, Sabine's probably going to enter the board this round. I'm assuming that Steven is going to move Poe over to this V-wing. Yep, now that he's attacked with the Y-wing. And that's the plan. There's the Sabine flip. Poe can come in for 4 more, and that's his play. Poe still has 3 resources. A lot of resources unspent this round so far. We're looking for a Darksaber. There it is.
Ooh, that's massive.
3 resources for a Sanctioner shuttle. Going to capture the Sabine's Masterpiece, but that Darksaber is going to put a serious clock on this game. That should be an 8-point hit. Yes, sir. 7-point. Did I count wrong? 7-point hit. My apologies.
Yeah, 7. That Sanctioners capturing the Masterpiece is a pretty big deal.
That is a big deal. That's going to leave Steven in total control of the space arena with the ability to bounce his Poe around, but it's just a question of, he's going to take, the thing about Poe, right, is that it takes so many actions, right? You attack, you move him. You attack, you move him. you attack. It takes 5 actions to get max value out of the already existing units that Poe has in the board on the board here. If he can pull it off, it's a ton of damage, right? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 damage, right? But it takes a long time to build up to that.
Well, remember, he can only use the ability once around.
Is it only once around? I thought he could do it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So then I'm off by 2 then still. And yeah, already at 19, I'm not sure he's going to have that kind of time. He's going to make up some ground here, but only 11 health remaining for Steven and only 12 for Diana. And the Poe Dameron definitely is a problem now. The Poe Dameron in the ground arena, I mean.
Yep. That means that Diana's got 2 hits for lethal.
Okay, so we're going with heroic sack here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to put Poe back into the leader area.
And lets him deploy onto the ground.
And lets him deploy onto the ground. Yep.
Steven might actually be able to get lethal this turn.
Does he have a surprise strike? No, we have a Han Solo.
That does it, though, right?
2, 3, 4. That should do it, because now once Poe flips into the ground arena, there it is. All right. He had exactly the right mix of cards to outrace Sabine there, but man, what a narrow thing.
Yeah, and Diana made it strikingly close despite not opening a turn 1 play. We'll see. Hopefully that shouldn't happen again in game 2, and Diana can.
You would have to believe not, and an early ground unit would have made a big difference in that game, I think. Because Poe is, I mean, yes, there are ground vehicles that you can deploy Poe onto. The Shadowed Hover Tank would be an easy example of one that you might see in a deck like this. But there's kind of not many of them, or not enough of them to really justify it when Poe can really just sort of hang out in the space lane wreaking havoc.
Yeah. And yeah, chat's saying that was about a 7-minute game, so
that sounds about right for Sabine. Again, not having seen a lot of Poe Yellow, I didn't really know what to expect there, but that worked pretty well. That Sanctioner shuttle has turned out to be one of the hidden gems of Twilight of the Republic, right? A card that I think everybody, the first time they read it, their eyes just glanced right over it. And it wasn't until set 4 and the rise of kind of the Darth Vader swarm decks that everybody looked at that card and went, oh, wait a minute. This is actually really, really good.
Yeah. And Steven was playing all those 1-drops to make it work.
Yeah. Already we can see that early Darksaber in Diana's hand.
That's
Didn't quite
big.
catch what else she drew into. I have to believe she's going to keep that.
It is possible that Steven brought in like Fang Fighters or something out of the board.
It is possible. In his shoes, I probably would have if they weren't already in there. Of course, Frisk is not going to be a useful card against the Darksaber, but the Fang Fighters absolutely would be. All right, Diana on the button here to begin game 2. Let's see how Sabine opens this up. Still rethinking resource decisions. My apologies. Okay. All right, going to open up a Luke Skywalker in the ground arena there. Pilot Luke. Answered by a card sold Turncoat. Diana takes initiative, and then we're probably going to see a Y-Wing. Nope, a V-Wing. There it is.
Yeah.
Couple of early cheap space units. Exactly the kind of shenanigans that Poe wants to see
Let's see
in his opening
if
hand.
Diana has that masterpiece again.
Masterpiece would be pretty solid here because she could buff it when it attacks in because Luke is in the ground arena. She could give it an experience, or she could give the experience token to Luke, but she'd be better off giving it to the TIE Fighter, I think.
Probably, yeah.
All right, Sabine on the button. Steven figuring out his resource choices, getting ready, and here we go. Luke swings into for some damage into the ground arena.
Ooh, looks like probably no masterpiece then.
Looks like it. Okay, going to deploy Poe onto the Cartel Turncoat. Ah, Sundari Peacekeeper. Now, this is exactly the kind of early turn that Sabine wants. That restore can be really, really, really helpful in an aggro matchup like this.
Yeah, effectively swinging for 5 there. And,
exactly right.
Without a strong ground presence, Steven's not going to have a way to deal with it.
Diana considering the Sabine ping here, choosing initiative instead. I think that's probably the right play right now until you get that Peacekeeper kind of online, right, and are able to make up some ground.
Yeah.
And Steven comes in with a fireball at the end of his turn there. Right, 4 resource round. Sabine's big coming out party. Diana on the initiative. I have to believe she's going to open with the Peacekeeper attack. Then again, the Peacekeeper is a Mandalorian, so with that Darksaber, there could be an experience token in the future there. We'll have to see what order she chooses to sequence things. She's going to start with the Sabine ping.
All right. Trying to see what Steven's going to do this turn.
Going to open with 4 to base out of the Cartel Turncoat. Luke's going to swing in for his 3. Looking like we are going to try and play for max value here out of that Darksaber, presuming that is the play that Diana intends to make on this turn.
Yeah.
Poe probably going to jump ships here. Nope, we're going to swing in with the V-Wing. Okay.
Yeah, I think you want to jump onto the fireball here to give it some more resistance.
Yeah, give it some more HP. Swoop down.
Ooh.
Gonna attack Sabine and get a +2. All right. Well, I'm gonna put that Darksaber on the Sundari Peacekeeper instead.
Interesting. Yeah,
which also,
frankly, I would have gone for the Sundari there instead of the Sabine.
I think I would have gone for the Sundari to get rid of the restore. That restore is going to be a big, big problem that Steven's going to have to overcome because Diana retains the initiative there, which means she's going to get to swing in with that saber again and get the restore again. And she still has ECL available if she can come up with a space unit to kind of ambush things out and thin the herd here.
Yeah. This fireball should be taking another damage here.
Fireball should have another damage on it here. He caught it last turn, but he missed it so far this turn. There's the ECL. Okay, we're gonna ambush him with a red 5. And okay,
yeah. Either way,
it's still gonna die. He's gonna ambush out the V-Wing and then on attack deal 2 damage to fireball to clear a couple of space units there. An excellent play.
That's a big move for Diana.
Yep. Diana choosing not to resource that round, by the way, holding at 4.
Interesting.
Armed to the teeth now on this Cartel Turncoat. Peacekeeper swings in for what should be a 7-point hit with Restore 2.
I think this is actually lethal for Steven with the arm to the teeth. Or does it say red units?
No, Arm to the Teeth can pass the buff off to somebody else. So that Falcon now hits for 5, but he'll still be 1 short.
But he can swing the Poe over.
Oh, yes. And there it is. That's lethal now. Yep, that's a 7-point hit out of the Falcon. And there it is. Wow. Are we doing fist bump? We doing fist? Are we doing handshakes or fist bumps?
All right,
we don't know.
Steven,
but it's just a quick straight sweep here for Poe Yellow. Nice. Well done. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think back through if there's something that Dynamite could have done differently there. Without knowing that what's in the hand, it's hard to think through all the different lines that are available. The red 5 play was open the turn there was great. I almost wonder, could you have... No, the Cartel Turncoat had 4 HP. You couldn't have ambushed out the unit that had Poe on it.
Nope.
No, you would have had to have some damage some other way. Okay.
Well, I guess she could. Oh no, because it's on attack. So I was thinking you could.
Right.
Oh no, you could do ambush
Exactly.
first. So you ambush into it and then kill it, but then you only get to kill one thing.
True, but at least you save yourself Poe for the round. I think in the end it doesn't matter because if you don't clear 2 units, then he probably still has a way to engineer lethal with the arm to the teeth.
Yeah, because she got rid of 5 total there between those.
She
two
got rid of
units.
5. Yeah, I
She
think
would have
so.
actually
4 or
she
5
would've
at least.
saved 1 extra damage by killing the Poe, right? Because the Poe would have been 2 himself, 2 from the redeploy.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. 1 wasn't enough. She would have had to have saved
Yeah.
more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a really, really good game. I mean, a quick, super quick match. We got a ton of dead time here.
Yeah.
But I like this Poe yellow list. That's really interesting. It's what I think is interesting to me about that is that, we saw Kazuda red earlier. And my question at the start of the game was, why would you play this instead of Kazuda? And I think having seen only a couple of quick games out of this Poe deck, I almost think I kind of like this better. I think I like the opportunities to mix and match damage sources. I'm trying to figure out how to say this better. Poe offers you more opportunities to present damage from places your opponent might not predict or can't defend against.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Kazuda's fast, but he's a little more predictable. I think Poe has a few more tricks up his sleeve. At least what we just saw leads me to believe that.
Yeah, and so 3 out of our 4 matches this tournament so far have been some variant of this yellow-red aggro deck. We had the Poe, we had the Kaz, and we also had Sabine last round.
I mean, red-yellow hero has been amazingly good for a very long time now, in some form or other. All the way back to, go back to set 3, right? Set 3 was where Quinlan was kind of born, right? Quinlan Red, Quinlan Tarkintown. And then, we've seen how many different versions have we seen try to take Han. We saw Han Tarkintown, or like JTL Han, set 4 Han, Tarkintown, make top 8 at Worlds. You're looking at Poe yellow. We've seen Sabine yellow be competitive the entire time the game has been out, basically. There's so many tools in that toolbox for red yellow hero. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. And Quinlan is a bit different from these kinds of decks that we've been seeing today, because Quinlan's more mid-rangey and relied pretty heavily on force throw. These are mainly like space aggro decks. Even the Sabine is very space oriented. I
don't know that I would say that Quinlan relies on force throw. He certainly was one of the first decks to get good value out of it, right? Especially with all the other hand disruption that Yellow Hero affords you.
I think force throw was a pretty key part of that deck, and from Loopy, who I've talked with this about a bit, he was one of the people involved in building that deck for the first time, and it was built to be like the best force throw deck. So it's got other things to it, but force throw was a pretty key part of it. I think
It unquestionably was one of the first decks, to play a lot of it, right? Like, but I guess maybe it's how I'm interpreting you. You say rely. You say rely to me means he can't win without it. I think he can. I think the deck's better with it, but I think there are games you don't see it that you can still win.
Yeah, that's probably true, but especially in your bad matchups, you really oftentimes need force throw to equalize.
Now that's fair. That's fair. It's definitely a card that helps shore up your bad matchups. I can't argue that.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess how well it does in this weekend, and then at Portland next weekend.
It's going to be interesting to see where Quinlan kind of falls in the new hierarchy. I'm glad force throw's gone. My main frustration is that it took them this long to do it, because we basically lost 6 full weeks of what could have been a more interesting meta to more of same, right? After Worlds, which kind of makes me sad.
I kind of like that that they took a bet to do it, because the Worlds meta was not solved after Worlds. And
I would agree.
And it wasn't like horrible either. I mean, force throw sometimes created feel bad experiences, but overall I think the meta was pretty healthy. And so I kind of like that we've got sort of two equal blocks, because we don't want this meta that we have right now getting stale either.
Well, it's definitely not going to have time for that. Your new set's here in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. We got what, 16 weeks or 12 weeks of the other one, right? And now we're going to get a fraction of time to experience this. I agree with you that it wasn't solved. I disagree that it was healthy. I agree with this. It was diverse, right? I don't believe that a diverse meta is always necessarily just by default means it's healthy.
Yeah, that is true.
Right. So that was my big frustration with force throw, is that yes, it was diverse, but I don't believe it was healthy. And I'm glad it's gone. I'm curious to see what's going to rise up and fill the gaps in its place. I think we're absolutely going to see a lot more Han 1. Which was a deck that was essentially unplayable with that much force throw in the game.
Yeah, Han 1 is our second most represented leader today at this tournament.
Yeah, can you put that graphic back up? I missed it earlier.
Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, you can see it on stream. You probably can't see it in video.
No, I can't see video. I'm waiting for it to pop up on stream here so I can have a look at it.
But yeah, so Sabine's our number 1, Han's our number 2, Boba's our number 3, Thrawn and Kylo are tied at number 4. Then we've got Palpatine, Poe, Never Tell Me the Odds Han, Piet, and then Talzin, Vader, Han 2, Cad, Kazuda, and then a bunch of people.
Interesting.
Brought one-ofs.
Interesting. I'm a little surprised to see JTL Han that low. I'll be curious to see how he does this today. I'm also a little surprised that Talzin has fallen quite this far. Force throw is not a card that she relies on, in my opinion. A good card in the deck, no question, but not a card that she absolutely needs. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we did see one in the first round, winning without it.
Yeah,
so.
And that was a good match. Like, those were not blowout games.
Yeah.
So you got Boba's not going anywhere. That's just a solid deck that has a lot of legs. Han 1, I mean, I'd be curious. The thing to me that interests me about Han 1, and you noted this earlier, right? You guys saw Han 1 Force Red in round 2, and then we called a Han 1 Force Blue in round 3. And so I look at this and go, how many different variants of Han are in the field today? You said there was at least one green Force base.
Yeah, I think.
So now it's kind of like the variance is crazy.
Earlier, I think we've got 2 of the blue Force base, 2 with green 30, 1 with green Force, 1 with red Force, 1 with yellow 30, and 1 with Nabat Village.
Nabat, double yellow. Interesting. Okay. All right. Interesting. Seeing Poe above Talzin makes my head explode, but I love it. I love that. I love that there's just this variety.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, let's see. 8
of the Poes, that yellow one is the only yellow one. The other 3 are
the rest
ECL.
Are all ECL.
Yeah.
They're all ECL. Okay.
I'm
I
surprised.
like that Poe yellow though.
I'm surprised we don't have more Rey and we don't have more Kira. But I think those decks are usually underplayed.
Well, I think it's also more that as the aggro-y stuff kind of starts to fade a little bit, or at least you pull a card like Force Throw out, and you've taken away one of aggro's tools to deal with the kind of the big control-y kind of units. It's going to take the control players, I think, or at least those decks, a little while to filter back in. They're almost always a little slow, right? It's almost, when you make a big change to the meta like this, you almost reset everything back to the beginning of a new set, where it's like, okay, aggro is everywhere at first, because that's the easiest, quickest thing to build and adapt.
Yeah.
And then slowly the slower, bigger, blue-green villainy decks kind of worm their way back in and stake their territory out. And we're 5 days into the new world. So there hasn't necessarily maybe been time to cross that bridge just yet, unless you were already playing that deck before.
Yeah. I think also people generally don't like playing longer games, so they tend to gravitate away from those decks, even if they're really good.
You're not wrong. I mean, what I've watched guys, I've called 2 different planetary qualifiers in Austin, both of which were won by blue-green villain decks in some form. This was back in February. It was Kira back in set 4, and then in June it was Iden. The Iden deck was even more like hard control. Like he had all the events to murder things and everything. And I remember looking at the guy who won in June. His name was from Dallas. His name was Joel. And I remember looking at Joel, late in the day. So you've done 7 rounds of Swiss. You're in the finals. You're in your 10th match of the day, playing this giant blue-green hard control deck. And I'm just like, how do you have the mental capacity to still be doing this 10 rounds in? Like, I don't think I could do it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing blue-green villain control for pretty much the entire length of the game, and sometimes your games go really long.
So you've played PQs with that deck, obviously, yes?
Yeah.
So how do you get, just for my information, how do you get through a 10-hour day doing nothing but that? Like, what are your tips and tricks? What's your process?
Let's see. The youth definitely helps.
Thanks. Shots fired.
But yeah, I mean,
how old are you? Because I'm curious.
I'm 21.
Jeebus criminy.
So, yeah.
Too funny.
So you got to make sure you get water, you get food in you when you need it. You got to make sure you reset after a long one. Just go outside, take a few breaths, head back in. Treat every match as a new one, and just try to focus. Once you do it a few times, like you can understand what's going on, and you stop being confused by all the plays because you've been in those positions before. So, right.
I have avoided control decks for 30 years, and I've just recently, in the last few months, come to the realization that I'm going to have to man up and figure it out. And I think I'm going to end up building one today. We're doing a trilogy tournament tomorrow here in Houston. And what we did, the guys who organized this event, they basically set it up as a leader draft. So basically every leader in the game was laid out on a table, and you got to draft your leaders. And of course, once you picked a leader, nobody else could pick it. And one of the leaders I drafted was Iden. And specifically because I was like, you know what? I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to go build me some big blue-green control thing and see if I can get some reps with it and wrap my brain around it. And I thoroughly expect to get my face smashed in the first 10 times I play it, just because it's not intuitive to how I typically approach the game.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be. I've realized. I've told people for years in other games, like, the best way to learn how to play against something is to learn how to play it. And so I've finally reached a point with control where it's like, I'm gonna have to teach this to myself so that I understand how to fight it better.
Yeah. All right. Are you planning to come out to Portland for the sector?
No, unfortunately, next weekend I will be in Lubbock, Texas, casting a PQ. The Stormcrow Games out there invited me. The first time that's ever happened.
Oh, wow.
They invited me to come. Like, they reached out when the day PQs were announced. They're like, "Hey, do you want to come cast our event?" And I was like, "Wow, that's kind of cool. That's never happened." So yeah, it's a long haul out there. It's about an 8-hour drive. So I'm gonna spend Friday driving out there. I'll set up Friday night. We'll stream all day Saturday and drive back on Sunday.
Nice.
But unfortunately, that's my next weekend rather than Portland. And then, of course, nobody's going to get to stream Philadelphia, which is very sad.
Yeah, that's
because Limited is so much fun in this game. Oh, I love Limited. I had such a blast. Casting the Dallas PQ a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I had a good time working on the. Where was it?
You worked Chicago, right?
I think it was Minnesota.
Was it Minnesota? I thought it was in Chicago. Anyway, you worked on that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great event. I love Limited play. I'm so stoked that it's here for competitive, and I can't wait to do it again. Every set we're gonna have limited PQs now, and Limited's gonna be a thing at regionals, and there's gonna be limited sectors. I'm super stoked for this. I can't wait.
Yeah, I've always been more of a fan of Constructed, but I know there's a big limited fan base out there, and I'm glad that we've got a diversity of things out there that competitive play isn't just one thing.
Exactly. I love both. And to me, it's awesome to see limited play just get get a little bit of spotlight time. Constructed is always going to be the big thing in competitive tournament play. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? I'm glad to see limited get its occasional time in the spotlight.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to take us out here, unless you got
All right, sounds good.
Final thoughts. Want to shout yourself out?
Yeah, sure, guys. If you're still hanging out between rounds, and you can find me on YouTube and Twitch as C-Raptor. I'll be around basically at this time next week, live streaming a Planetary Qualifier out of Portland. Portland. God, I just said I wasn't going to be in Portland. Out of Lubbock, Texas. I'm actually not sure how many people are going to be there. Let me have a quick peek. They added me to the melee. I'm curious what their current registration is. I'm expecting about 40 or 50 myself, but I generally have no idea what is going to show up. But mostly my focus is on tournament play, right? That's my big thing. I want to bring high quality tournament streams to the world, like showcase the game, and that's my thing. I did some videos for kind of getting people prepped for Galactics back a few months ago, and I'm hoping to find some other topics that I can start putting out some regular YouTube content in there for Unlimited. So yeah, come on over. Throw me a follow, and I'll occasionally stream games out of the house. I've got a casting studio here in the house. I'll have local friends over, and we'll stream some games off the table downstairs in the studio. So throw me a follow, and when you see me streaming Unlimited, come on by and say hi.
All right. Thank you. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And welcome back, everybody. We got round 5 coming up here. I'm Rebel Trader here with Jordan. Want to introduce yourself?
Hello. Good to be back again. Another great round of Sue. We have our resident Palp expert, Rando Mando, back on stream going up against Ray Dataval. I know a match that we're both really excited to see how it pans out.
Yeah. Rando and the Late Night Gaming team, both these players are with Late Night Gaming, by the way. We've been talking about how this matchup goes, and I think Tim thinks that it's favored for Ray, but we'll see if he can prove himself wrong.
Yeah, you know, we'll see how it happens when you're head to head. Just last week, when my teammate Sharky was at a PQ in Utah, and the night before he played one of his buddies about 10 times to get reps, and then they ended up playing the next day. And I guess some of the matches went to plan, some of them didn't, but excited to see how this goes. Fresh off the lunch break, getting ready for the stretch run of the tournament. See a great hat on Rando Mando as well. I didn't notice that earlier. Wow.
Yeah, it's he always wears something like that to these tournaments.
Looks like Ray's going to start with the initiative here, and yeah, let's get into it. Let's have some good games here. And this is Micah on the bottom with Ray.
Yeah, and
Nice.
he's actually 4-0. Rando is 3-0-1.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were talking about it during the break, but a natural draw earlier in the tournament, if Rando Mando continues to do well, could really have some fun implications as the tournament winds down, especially in that final round where a lot of the top people are, inclined to ID intentional draw. Might not be the case when you have a natural draw lingering somewhere else. So that's exciting for me. Probably not exciting for them as they're thinking about it. Ray liked what he saw. Rando Mando, not so much. Resourcing, obviously, much more of a late game focus deck here for Palp Yellow. Going to see how Ray can get out early. C3PO whiffs on the card call out there. Going to turn 2 with no actions from Palp starting the game.
And I believe Micah won the last sealed planetary qualifier that we did.
Oh, great. See the constructed the contracted hunter come down, take down 3PO really cheaply. He's going to die at the end of the turn, though. Either way, Akbar comes down to follow up for Micah. Slow start a little bit for Ray, but it's kind of how these games go.
Playing the
Elite
contract
Pete of
hunter
King
on 3 is always a bit rough because it always dies itself.
Yeah, a little desperate, but I guess you really don't want Ray to get a foothold there.
Yeah, I don't even want to give the chance of a card draw there for
Mhm.
3PO.
Going into resource 5 for Palp. Seems to be in a pretty good position to start. Obviously, Kanan's a relatively big threat, and Akbar's going to be restoring, but I don't think Palp cares about restore at this point in the game.
Yeah.
And to that point, Kanan will be restoring as well. 3 to base match with a 4 to base. Milling and Aura Singh healing 2 back to 1.
It's effectively going to make the P-38 attack useless.
Yep. On Mothma, Spurge searching for a rebel, always loving getting some card advantage. It's like an R2.
Yeah, it's an R2.
Really trying to go wide here.
Yep, and that's one of the reasons why Tim says that this matchup is favored for Micah is because the Ray deck can just go so wide that Palp can't do anything about it.
Yeah. You do some hijinks like that, steal a Yoda, but
Okay.
not the best thing. What's interesting with these Palp decks is that yellow, the Separatist version of this build used to be like really scrappy on the ground. Like a lot of Sentinels, a lot of ambushing units with that one 4/3 droid. And now it's a little bit more mixed and able to withstand a space attack, but probably would like a Royal Guard here in the spot if you had an official, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe Rando doesn't even run Royal Guards. He's on like what's become the more traditional build with
The Underworld
the
package.
Underworld
Yeah, it's definitely
package and
shifted
Legacy runs.
over the past set or two. Yeah. They're just so good. The Legacy run and McClunky being able to do that sort of stuff.
So it looks like Kanan's going to discard first before the draw happens from the Yoda.
Mhm.
Gotta make sure you
Randall
get those
did an
triggers
okay
in the right
job
order.
cleaning that up, but it's a tough spot to be in when you have to do a 5-drop Traitorous.
Yeah.
See Bazine here, home 1, Bright Hope, R2, and the Clone Deserter. I think you probably just take out
It's got to
home
be the
1
home
just
one.
to stop the. Ooh, I guess he's thinking Bright Hope.
Oh,
That's an
well,
interesting one.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't want like Bright Hope, Mon Mothma, Bright Hope. That's effectively like he gets to draw a card and then searches another one with Mon
Mhm.
Mothma.
And to
Yeah.
that point, Rebel Trader, Akbar is a pretty bad on play effect to withstand as well, right? So I could see that play. One to base, bringing Rando Mando on Palp to 7. Getting closer and closer to that flip turn, though. Three to base, taking Ray to 3. Getting that experience buff on Akbar. I think that's the right call there over Mon Mothma, probably.
Yeah.
R2 going really wide. Clone Deserter. This is the 5th unit in the ground arena. Ray flips makes
Ray.
it 6.
I'm gonna have to expand out this
This overlay, right?
overlay, yeah.
Yeah, I see Aura Singh come down and say, wow, I am outnumbered. Yeah, Ray just pushes to base here, experiencing herself, getting a 3, 0 damage on base. I think you like this spot for Ray.
Yeah. Now, I mean, a lot of these units aren't doing a whole lot, but just the fact that they exist and can get buffed up
Yeah.
by Ray is big. All right, looks like they got the 2 damage on the cannon.
What are they? Sounds like there's some discussion going on. Is it regards to the cannon damage? Probably. Was it not 2?
It should have been 2, right? Or are they switching it out for dice?
Switching to dice.
Okay.
Okay. What? Now we're reverting. What a time to be alive. All these options.
Oh, were they talking about the Bazine draw?
Ooh, yeah. I guess I don't. His hand. He was holding his hand off camera for my angle, so I couldn't tell if he did the replacement draw or not.
Yeah, me neither.
Let's think. Right. So it had Clone Deserter, Home 1, Right Hope. Looks like they moved on, so we should as well.
All right.
Leave P coming down to ping something.
So Vader, P38 at 6 damage. Or 5 and 1 rather.
Yeah.
Can't do 6 as he pleases.
Maybe you take out Kanan with 1.
Yeah, wish you could go for the Ray, but yeah, Kanan's probably priority threats. And the one other, maybe on Akbar?
I'd probably put it on. Ooh, on Deserter's valuing the card draw potentially.
Oh yeah, Deserter. So I think he's playing around Ray buffing up the Deserter because he doesn't want to kill it and get the card draw.
Hmm.
Oh, he's going to prioritize. He's going
Yep.
for Mon Mothma here.
Yep.
Guess he's like, I've got the cards I need right this second, so I don't need to kill Deserter. Might as well stop the 1 damage.
Oh, here comes a U-Wing. I'm smelling a Caloran coming in. Just to completely refill this board.
What if it's like 3 more ground units?
I think you can only do 1, luckily for Reno Mando.
Well, you can play 3 off the U-Wing.
Oh yeah, it's U-Wing, exactly. A lot of
Yeah.
different angles.
This could be Luke. It could be Kelleran.
Yeah, I always love a good U-Wing into Caloran into something else as well. It's always fun. Okay, blue leader.
Leader.
He's got 4 left.
Village people.
Village Protector.
Nope.
Oh.
Is he just doing order?
I don't know. No, yeah, he's changing his mind. He's going Yaddle
Yeah,
and
so 3
Mothma.
more ground units.
Yeah, you're right. And now let's see what Mon Mothma finds. Oh, what a great string of options. Pulling a Luke Skywalker. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love to see it. Sabine pops the shield on the protectors, and I guess Mike just goes one base with R2. Follows that up with the ray attack. God, this is an incredibly wide board state.
Yeah. So, I mean, Tim is going to be able to flip his Palp this turn. We'll see if that can do him any good.
Steal Akbar, I guess, or, you know. I don't think you could afford to wait at this point, to be honest. Yeah, Palp already at 23 on base, and he's, I mean, we're talking about 1 restore, 2 restore, 3, 6 restore on the Ray side. It's brutal.
Yeah.
Trade swings into Yaddle.
So he's trying to get something better off this Palp steal, but he's not going to be able to get it at this point because Mike is just not going to play anything big, knowing that he can just, you know, win with what he's got on board.
I think he's thinking, I think Random Man is thinking to himself, like, is there anything I can do to get out of this? Like, is there anything that I can summon? Because there's really not that I can think of, right? I guess if you have a couple legacy runs, that'll start to really make a dent in things.
Yeah, I think you got to go Palp for Akbar here.
Mm-hmm. He's thinking about it.
So he's gonna Palp here. Put a damage on Ray and a damage on Akbar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he's clearly not trying to steal Akbar, but
yeah,
he must say. I mean, maybe are we in Walker range with 1 spent resource? No, he's only at 7.
Yeah, no. He's Maul maybe to clear Ray.
Another Vader.
Okay. He's got to pull the 3rd copy of P38 to be able to kill this Ray here.
Yeah.
And it looks like he didn't. So Mike is going to take game 1.
Yep. Ooh, that got out of hand really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why I was saying earlier, I'm surprised more people did not bring Ray to this tournament. Mike is the only one that did. I think there's a good case to be made that this Ray deck is the deck to beat going into Portland.
I think there's an argument for it for sure. It is funny to see how the different Han variants have just generated so much more overall interest and excitement. I wonder if that's a play style thing or, you know, we missed playing Han thing. I guess Ray is off the board for a similar time in this Force Throw meta as well. But, you know, it's a tough deck to play. It's a grindy deck. I don't think that many people enjoy having long games all day long. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I don't think you're wrong about that.
Yeah. And I think like, does Palp Blue just do so much better than Palp Yellow here in this matchup? Probably, right? With the board wipes and stuff like that. I think this build is just like, it's a really tight build. The Underworld package, there's so many good cards that Palp has access to, and I think that, man, this build is screaming for like an awesome Ground Sentinel like churn. Obviously, you can't play it in these colors, but I think that really could have changed the complexion of that sort of matchup.
Yeah. I wonder if we see the blue deck start to run Childson again.
Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if this event is just going to have a much different like meta makeup than we see across the wider scope of events this weekend, because I'm hearing reports of like a lot of like more control-y matchups happening where I think a lot of the field here is predominantly aggro is how I would categorize it. So always like to see how that develops over a given week, month, especially in this sort of like transitionary period after, we have so much dominance with force throw. Now people are going to be trying new things, and a lot of people don't even have PQs to go to, right? So there's a lot less overall inspiration. If you look week by week, I think this week there are like 13 PQs going on. I'll have to pull it up here on Swoobase as we kill some time. Yeah, so there was 21 last week, and this week there are 18. The following week, 13. So less and less each week.
Yeah. There's one in Portland tomorrow. I'm not sure. I think they're sold out, so I probably can't go. But
Was that the one that was scheduled for next week?
It was, yeah.
Nice. Happy to see that one was moved. Otherwise, that would have been probably a really poorly attended and bad PQ.
Yeah.
All right, game 2 here. I don't know if there's really much in the sideboard that Rando Mando could bring in here. I'm not sure exactly what he's running, but in the build that I run, there's like Relentless, Palp's Return, some like Confiscate type stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing that is necessarily designed to stop this sort of swarm attack.
Yeah, the problem is that like any individual unit in this Ray deck is like not that good, but there's so many of them.
Yeah. And, Palp really wants to get that card draw engine going with his similarly, poor strength units.
I did see a Confiscate in Rando's hand here. So it looks like those came in.
Yeah. I think that's for like an experience token, or
maybe for like a shield on the
shield, yeah.
On the village people.
See Ray start out with a Mothma, get that card advantage going on the first turn of the game. I love that if you're Ray, and we get an R2 really starting that swarm again.
Or I can just kill the Mothma here though, which is nice.
Yeah, I think that's what you need to do instantly. Yep. And then a Spark of Hope.
Ooh.
Coming in, getting that early ramp going, bringing Ray to 4 resources, 1 available. Elite P coming down and an R2 to follow up. Yeah, not a bad turn overall. Wasn't sure what that pointing was. Order goes into R2 here. I think that is the right move. Just, as much as you can, try to clear the board.
Yep. Ooh,
Bright Hope comes in, bounces. Ooh, don't love that. Super Laser Tech going. I think matching that ramp is really important here.
It is, for sure.
Getting that card draw going as well. The ping to R2, and we go into the next round. This will be the flip turn for Ray.
Yeah, this one's definitely looking better for Rando.
Yeah, I think having initiative definitely helps here.
Yeah.
Akbar comes in and clears Aura.
It's actually a pretty big deal because now the Aura can't kill the R2.
Now I think Rando Mando really needs to find a way to deal with at least one of those units this turn. And I'm not. He is in the spot where he could legacy run plus throw, which I think would be great.
Yeah, but that does get rid of both units on the ground at the moment.
Yeah, and looks like he's just going for another ramp. Okay, here we go. That brings him to 7 resources. 2 base with Bright Hope. First Blood. I guess the issue here is that all these small units have, large amounts of HP that are out currently. So
Yeah.
you really need to soften them up before a legacy run comes. I think maybe you just flip Palp as soon as you can this game. Get him out there, get him doing work.
Probably, yeah.
Yaddle comes down. And now Ray. What are we gonna get here? Doing 2 damage, getting that card draw going.
Damage to Ray. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Puts her in position to get Vadered next turn.
Also, if Palp could just throw a unit and attack into her, I think it just gives him some optionality,
Yeah.
Things are starting to round about to the area that they were in last game, though. So I think this round and next round are going to be really important for Mando here. And he comes down with that Vader, like you mentioned.
That's a key card here.
You're just getting destroyed with card advantage right now.
Super laser.
Yep, takes out Ray. That's a good start.
And because he is on 8, he can palp the super laser this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Which lets him steal whatever unit he chooses. We'll see how slow he plays it. It looks like there's a Kelleran in Micah's hand.
It looks like he has got a Ewing and a Kelleran.
Yeah. Tim is usually pretty patient with the palp flip, so
Yeah, I can see an argument for holding back Kelleran rather, in favor of Ewing to not give him as big of a target.
Yeah.
It's funny to say because usually versus Palp you are in a rush, but I don't think that Mike is in a rush here.
Is that a chew size that he just picked up?
Yeah, there's a big chew sides here, so that kind of lets Random Mando know that Devastator could be potentially off the board.
Yeah.
You can take my C-3PO. I'll take your Devastator. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right. It's like timely reinforcements. I think that's 4 X-Men.
Oh yeah. There we go. With the Galactic Championship tie tokens.
So yeah, we are going to see Palp steal the 3PO.
Stealing 3PO. Okay. Kill Yaddle. And no throw.
Yeah, there's not really a reason to throw here.
Yeah, I guess he just wants 3PO.
Well, I mean, killing him doesn't get him anything.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting here about the Space Arena is that, in theory, you'd be saying, oh, I want to drop Devastator here in a turn and just shut down with, all these stupid X-Wings and Bright Hope. But he knows that he's holding on to a choose sides.
He's got to try
Goes
to
to
find a
base here.
Kazine here. Maybe he's
Mhm.
got one on the resource row.
I'd be surprised at this point in the game he didn't.
His hand is Maul, Vader, Relentless.
Yeah. Maybe you go Relentless, just turn that choose sides off, give you some time to react if it has to happen.
It does, yeah. But then he's taking so much damage from these X-Wings this turn.
Yeah, he's taking 8 damage. That puts him at 27. Not good. Takes care of the R2 and pings one of the X-Wings. And to be honest, that could be 28 too with Ray buffing. Pup takes 2 to base, 21. Looks like we're gonna get this relentless here, I think. Yep.
Yep.
Oof. Is this gonna be
28?
lethal here? Yeah, there we go.
27, yeah.
Yeah.
And looks like double events to
Double
get rid
fell.
of that relentless. Ian
I think this
Rando
might be it.
draws his last pathetic card, Yugi.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he could put down a Devastator, but it's just gonna get two sides immediately.
Yep.
Oh,
All right,
OB.
brush. That's
He's got seven to work with.
That kills all the X-Wings.
Yep. And then he has 2, 4, 6 resources to deal with Bright Hope.
Yeah. Hey, maybe this one's not over yet.
Yep. You know what happens to cost 6 resources, Rebel Trader?
Change of heart.
Change of heart. Ooh. Okay. Doesn't have that.
Drops a super laser.
I wonder what you could have here to not just claim.
Yeah, I don't know.
Luke.
Luke, that's going to take out Vader.
Now I think he just has to claim, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, Rey's going to buff up the Bright Hope because she can.
Yep. And I mean, I guess the move here is Devastator, kill Luke, gets to choose sides.
Draw the second Devastator.
Yeah.
It looks like he has the first one at least. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Still's 2 resources up as well. R2.
That's a choose sides target. You got to take that out.
Mm-hmm. It's funny how much just that knowledge of the card draw has morphed the past like 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah.
Okay. Kills R2, pings Bright Hope.
Does get himself a card draw.
Yep. Probably just hunting. Choose sides. Here we go. Here's the first one.
All right.
Waylay? Spicy Waylay?
Waylay, change of heart, second Devastator. They all do it.
Yeah.
What's he got? He's spending 1 for something.
He must have like
Salacious.
Crumb and then like Change of Heart or something. Or not. No Good to Be Dead, rather.
Oh,
Yeah.
No Good to Be Dead. Yeah, that does it.
Mm-hmm. Give him some more time at least.
Change of heart would be ideal because I think he gets to keep it at the end of the round if he change of hearts it.
It does say return to owner, I think. So got a Kelleran coming out. He could spend up to 6 resources on this.
Yep, yeah, change of heart says its owner takes control of it.
Yeah. So we're not out of the woods yet for Palp here, but he's still alive at least. So you get a blue leader to take out Crumb, if I'm thinking.
Presumably, yeah.
Yep. Leaves him with one resource up as well. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to use it, but
I mean, yeah, no. I mean, maybe he's got like another R2 or a clone deserter.
yeah. So object number one is you got to take out this Devastator, right? I mean, obviously, Kelleran is really dangerous also, but
Yeah, you have to take out all 3 of these because you've only got 2 health
Mhm.
left. Legacy run, that helps.
so he's going to kill blue leader with Palp.
And then it looks like, yeah, so throw Legacy Run into Devastator. That's 1 damage. Throw all 6 of the when defeated into it. So that's 6 more. And then attack with the Bright Hope to finish it off.
Right hope. Yeah.
So now he's just got to deal with Kelleran. And he's got Maul
And he
for
does.
it.
Beautiful.
Rando Mando is playing out of his mind right now.
We have a game here now. And it looks like he has Random Mando being has just a giant hand as well.
Yeah, he should.
So I think he's on like 12 or 13 resources. It's hard to tell with the colors bleeding together.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Luke Skywalker comes out and clears Palp. 1, 2.
I think that might even be 14
Yeah, it might be 14.
because he's played a couple of these super lasers.
They really add up. Vader comes in.
All right, let's see what he can do. Can he get like double ISB agent here?
And there's one, there's 2.
Yeah, let's go.
He's got to have an event in that monstrosity of a hand,
Oh,
right?
of course, yeah. That would be the
Yeah.
greatest irony is if he got him.
Yeah. He shows something. I'm not sure what it was. Akbar comes in to clear Vader. Contracted Hunter to clear Akbar. Do you start? I know it's crazy. You're getting it. You're at 28 damage, but do you start thinking about scooping here for time?
Well, he lost game 1, so he can't.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about from the Ray perspective.
Oh.
But I guess since game 1 went that way, I could see it dragging on in Micah's favor.
I don't know. I mean, Micah's he hasn't seen his home ones yet, and that's going to be pretty big. So, and there's like,
And I know he's holding
left.
on to at least one.
I don't think I would scoop here if I were Micah.
Yeah. Walker coming in.
Ooh, if he doesn't have an out for that, maybe I would.
And he's not healing. So it must be something big. Takes out a protector. That's gonna be pretty annoying here for Palp to deal with because you have these huge unit behind them that need to die.
I mean, he has the ISB agents to start paying away
Yeah.
those shields.
Takes one out.
Timely reinforcement would be pretty clutch. Yeah, timely reinforcement would be pretty tough.
Here's the legacy run.
All right.
Okay. So you could cleanly kill Kane in here. And then you could also kill the village factors with ISB.
Yeah, I mean, you could go Kanan plus village people. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That or Kelleran. CF.
No good to me, Dad.
Good for
Huge. Random Mando lives to see another day. Looks like we're at 17 resources.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like it. He's got another
My
time
lord.
that's like 8 tokens.
That's home one here. You could even take a Luke. I mean, do you take Luke here? No, it takes a village protector. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's got more stuff in hand he wants to play.
Yeah.
Dealing with home 1 plus Kelleran this turn.
Yeah.
It's going to be rough.
Plus Akbar. This matchup right here is showing me how grindy it is. Is showing me that I probably don't want to play Palp Yellow.
Let's see. If he has like Devastator here, that would be big.
Yeah. He's got to take care of everything, which is the tough part.
Yeah.
He gets to heal, which is nice. Ooh, the Sentinel. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. He's already used 2 Vaders, I believe. 1 Maul.
Yeah.
Maybe he has Palp's Return. That'd be pretty clutch. Contracted Hunter swings in, takes out the Village Protector. That
That's
gives
good
him a
enough.
nice target to throw as well.
Yep. So yeah, that throwing that plus the Walker swing clears Kelleran.
Yep. And I think you're just healing here.
Almost always,
Ugh.
yeah.
Oh, wow. He's thinking about it. It's
Yeah.
Sabine. Okay. I know it hurts, but you got to do it.
Unless it's like Devastator, then yeah, you have to.
Okay. The throw takes out Kelleran, gets some more card draw on board. And it's
Boom.
the second Devastator coming down. So Akbar could clear the Walker here. Unless you have a way to do it from hand. I think that might be the play.
Yeah. You can have like a Luke or a home 1 to pull a Luke.
Mhm.
Looks like his hand is just Kanan village people.
Yeah, wow. I'm surprised he didn't take someone bigger from the discard pile with home 1. With that being the case.
I guess he really wanted to play that Akbar.
Yeah. Taking in 10 from Devastator. Village Treacher comes out. I mean, we're still in the area where Palp needs to kill everything that's on the board, but
Pretty
looks
much.
like he's out of like the extreme danger zone.
I mean, he's stabilized to the point where he could let 1 or 2 things live.
One of them not being Kanan in
Yeah.
the situation. But he has approximately 1 million resources and I think like 10 cards in his hand. So here comes a Crumb, healing down to 23, buffing the Village Protectors in response by Ray. Agent Callus in Mando's hand. I like that. That's spicy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on that these days.
Yeah.
Did he just scoop?
I'm confused. No, I think Micah scooped
Okay. That would make more sense.
because he's shuffling. Otherwise, he would be, winning and not shuffling.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we're going to have a game 3 here.
Yeah. Phenomenal play there by both players, but really got to tip my hat to Rando Mando there being able to stabilize that close to death. It's always exciting to see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that game's a masterclass in stabilizing.
Yeah.
He was at 29 at one point.
So in hindsight, when I asked, 15 minutes ago about scooping?
I mean, I think it was only like 5 minutes ago.
I'm
Or-
just kidding.
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
But we'll see. I mean, it definitely could come back.
Yeah. I went to time at Galactics versus a Palp Yellow, and I was very upset. Yeah, we got 14 minutes left, 14 and a half. Very experienced players and teammates going up against each other, so you get some quick gameplay here. Yeah, I for one am like very excited that we get a game 3 here.
Yeah.
This has been back and forth, and I've been loving it.
Yeah, our matches all day have been like, 15, 20-minute games.
Yeah.
So it's exciting to see one that's actually going the distance.
Yeah, and like surprisingly, earlier on in the stream, we had a Talzin versus Kaz, and that was a long set of games. Not really what you expect to hear, right?
Yeah.
Man, those no good to me deads were huge from
Yeah.
Mando this game. I just saw him row one. That would hurt my soul, I think. No play from Palp to start things off. R2 getting buffed. Pretty much like just the classic Ray start, followed up by a resupply, which is the classic 3-drop the move for Palp. To the base, followed by a village protector. Yeah, they're so annoying.
Yep.
So last game it was Palp matching and then surpassing Ray's ramp. Will we see ramp from Ray this game? Traitor's coming down and stealing the village protectors. I like that. Good use of Traitors.
Do these raid decks usually
Just 'cause
run
they're so
resupply?
annoying. I've seen a lot of them with it, but I've seen more with Spark of Hope because of all of the small units.
Yeah.
R2 pops the shield here. 2 back. Likes what he sees. Leaves it on top of the deck.
Looks like he hasn't. Okay, there we go. He just spent the resource for the.
And there's the aforementioned resupply.
Yeah.
Now we're both going to resource 6. I think Ray's got to get a big flip here. 2 to base.
Yep. Not much else can be done with that, village people.
That R2 doing work as always in this situation. Oh my god! And then Bright Hope bouncing the extremely damaged R2, getting another card. And see, that's where Micah really ran out of steam last game, is when he ran out of that card advantage.
Yeah.
Get another ramp here, and a damage to R2, followed by a clone deserter.
Ooh, another super laser.
No. Wow. It's gonna be one of those games, okay?
I
So
mean,
one of the other
that's-
big differences. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's what happened last game. Is that Tim got a bunch of his ramp cards, and he didn't just resource those super lasers. He played them, and there were a
Yeah.
lot of those turns where he used every last resource to stabilize.
Every single one. What I was going to say is that in game 1, Ray really lingered on the board quite a long time. In game 2, died almost on flip, 1 action after flip, and here it comes following up. I think that's a really key point in this matchup, because I know that it's at 0 damage, but it really adds up. Those tokens add up, and yeah, I don't want to let that stay alive, I don't think.
Yeah.
To the base from the laser tech, really pushing here. Should follow that up from Bright Hope, 8-2.
The Maul staying alive here is actually a pretty big deal, because it means like Caloran comes down, he can immediately kill it.
Yeah, and also like there's so many underworld units in this deck. could really soak up that damage potentially if it's not dealt with soon.
Oop.
That being said, it was
That'll
dealt
kill
with
it.
soon. Yep.
So yeah, Rando's not gonna flip Palp here.
Ooh, really wide board in both arenas here. That's another key point of this matchup, I think, in game 3. What we noticed in game 2 was like the moments where Random Mana was able to stabilize. It was a bunch of units in one arena and one in the other, not split, right? Like where you could put a Sentinel down, you could deal with something, but not everything.
Yeah. Legacy run. Pretty
Big.
big deal here.
Choose sides.
Ooh.
Ouch. Here's your R2. Sounds good. That really hurts in this type of matchup, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's not the worst here because like R2 can put some hurt on the clone deserter here.
And he gets to scry. Like, I guess it's always good to look at the positive aspect of things, but
Yeah.
Now he has to deal with the 6 damage spread evenly among units or wherever he wants among units.
Oh, is he just gonna steal it back with Palp?
Hilarious. Because he is going into 8 here, right?
I think he was on 8 last turn.
He's at 9, yeah. Here we go.
Boom.
And another way to look on the positive side is that it's stealing a legacy run and on a Devastator.
Yeah.
Bright Hope getting buff. Bright Hope's really done work in this matchup. All 3 games. Really laser fast gameplay here.
I mean they've got 7 minutes left.
Bazine. Ooh, which one do you take here, Traitor?
Ooh. I'd probably take Ewing here.
Yep. Ooh, he takes the Luke.
Okay.
I think I'm with you though. I'd rather deal with one big unit rather than dealing with another swarm.
Yep. All right.
ISB eventually clears a Bright Hope, showing Change of Heart.
And so
Stabilizes pretty early this game in comparison to last.
yeah, if they had unlimited time, I'd say this is looking really good for Mando.
Yep. I think Mando's probably under a little more pressure here because he already does have 1 draw today, and I don't think you could handle 2.
I mean, you could. You just have to win out in the next 2.
Yeah. Getting that Ewing coming in here. Wonder what he's looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, Kellerin would be nice. Luke isn't actually that good in this board state. And if you can find a swarm of guys, that's probably good.
Here we go. Ends up dealing 4 damage to something and getting another card in his hand. I think that's pretty nice.
Yep, takes the ISB as a Palp target away.
And he
And
finds a home one. That's pretty clutch. What will the response be? Legacy run.
Legacy run, all right. He's got what?
So he could take out Akbar with Palp and then throw the legacy run and yep. There we go. Very nicely handled by Rando. Bazine to take that. What do you take?
You got
Was it the home one? The
yeah.
glares. The glares blocking it, but I believe it was that. Just under 5 minutes left in the round. I think they're in a spot where they could finish this.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Nah, I'm the optimistic one.
Somebody running Unity. Oh yeah, Unity purpose. if Mike is on that would be big.
Okay. Let's see. We're at 12 resources for Palp, and I can't tell for Ray. Is that an Admiral Mahdi in Random Mando's hand? That's spicy.
I think it is. Yeah, I mean, if you can get out like Devastator and use Mahdi
Ooh.
on it, that could get him there.
Yeah. Okay. Throws with Z and takes out the shield, and then finishes off the village protectors. Tech coming in, so yeah, he did take home one there.
So we can see the hand. It looks like is that P
One card?
Couldn't quite get it. I don't
It's
think
one
there's a
card
Devastator.
in Micah's hand. Comes the Mahdi.
Yeah, it should just be the one card.
Yep. R2 coming from the row, I believe. Yep.
Yep.
And scrying. Elite P, ready Palp. Yeah, I'd want to get tech off the board as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah. If I'm Mike, I'm probably always gonna experience the Yaddle and not the tech.
I think he probably thinks that tech's dying if he does that anyway because of the extra damage from Elite P.
Oh yeah, it is 6 total. Yeah.
Or Sing. Another Elite P. All right, you're giving Ray a little taste of her own medicine. This is the first time in a while that we've seen Random Mando have more units on the board.
Yeah. Just about 2 minutes left in time.
Ooh. Are we making it? What's the prediction?
I'm not sure. And to be clear, chat, for this timer is an approximation, so the real time
Sure.
might be a bit different. Let me see if I can get the official time.
For the drama,
Really?
we'll play it out this way.
Wait,
Yeah.
the official time is about a minute 15 behind where we are.
Okay.
So we've got a
So
bit
close
of
to
extra
3
time.
minutes.
Yeah.
I think we see a Mothma coming in, grabbing a home one. Gotta love that if you're Mike at this point in the game.
Yep. Is there another Bazine to get rid of it? That looks like what he's
Let's see,
going
let's see.
for.
And there is
Yeah.
another key difference just between the past two games. And confirmed did the trigger for the redraw. Bounces Mon Mothma, gets the card draw, replacing. They're moving at a lightning pace now. Reinforcement Walker coming down, taking it to his hand. Mothma got another search. Jeez. He's card advantage +3 on this turn so far. Getting another home
All
run.
right.
Just about 2 minutes left in the round, according to the official timer. Spreading the pings around. I don't think we're gonna make it. I was wrong.
Yeah, I don't see Micah being able to win this turn. He's not gonna be able to play this home one until next turn.
Yep. We should get about 2 rounds left, maybe, if they're fast this round.
Yeah, it should be this one and the next one. If they're able to do this in 40 seconds, they can have another one after that.
Yeah. I don't think this conversation back and forth is going to help get us there. It's probably going to be it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the official time and round.
Yep. Amanda go up to 25 there.
So we're going to finish this
Heal back
round,
down.
then play
Yeah.
one more.
Scene goes into Mon Mothma there. Comes the home one. Takes the Luke this time. That ends up cleaning up the Palp.
All right. I mean, maybe there is a chance that Micah can get this next turn.
I mean, Mando's going to have to deal with Luke, at least one of Luke and home one this phase. And it looks like he can. He can actually deal with both of them, which is quite nice for him here. And he does take out Luke there and heals. You don't need to confiscate at this point in the game.
Yeah. He's still got more resources for another.
I got more. We got more.
Let's see. Is it possible for Rando to win this round? If he's got like a Mahdi or something, he's got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Mahdi is 24. Second Mahdi is 30. I don't think he can do it. If he's got another barrage plus a Mahdi, I think he can.
And he has 2 chances to find them, in theory.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got Devastator, McClunky.
Unless there's some time extension we don't know about, and I don't see one in Melee, then this is going to be the
It does seem like
last
there's
round.
a judge very closely watching.
Yeah. Oh, Sneak Devastator. That could
He has
do
it. He's going to change of heart the Bright Hope. 10, 16, 22, 25, 27.
Wait. Okay, wait. 10, 11, 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I think he's
It's
a
not
bit
enough.
short.
Without Mahdi, it's not enough.
Yeah, I think it's not quite enough.
So they're going to time here, unless one of them has conceded that we don't know about. Wow, what
That
a
was
beautiful
incredible.
set of games. I mean, it's if that ends in a draw, you'd rather it not end that way, but elite gameplay from both sides. It really was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of top tier players we have at Late Night Gaming.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. It's always good when the home team, and I'll even say home team in this instance. None of my teammates are playing in this event, but I love to see it. It is the best games that I've seen on stream all day today.
Yeah.
Wait, did Palp end up winning that? I'm pretty sure that went to time and was a draw, but we'll try to get some clarification on that here.
Yeah. In Melee, it's reported as a draw.
Okay. Wow. And then that C3PO into choose sides was absolutely giant in game 2. That was some really, really fun play to watch.
Yeah.
We are at time in the round here. What's the game plan, Rebel Trader?
You're staying on for the next round, aren't you?
Yeah.
Nobody else has
Yep.
said they're coming on, so looks like it's gonna be us again.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna take a quick breather and feed my dog because I liked this long game. He wasn't a big fan, so I'm gonna go feed him, and I will be back in about a minute or two.
Cool. I'll fill, I guess. Yeah. It was reported in Melee as a draw. I think we did the math. He only had about 28 if he goes Change of Heart plus Devastator there. Because that's 10 from Devastator, 2 from Bright Hope, that's 12, 6 each from the Walkers, that's 24, plus 3 from okay. So I think we're gonna have Boba Data Vault versus Thrawn Yellow Force. For our next one. My guess is these top, maybe they won't actually, because there's been natural draws. I don't know if they're going to draw at the top tables. We'll see. All right, I'm going to go, yes, it's a draw. And I'm going to go to a break for just a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. Just a little short break there. So it looks like we're actually going to get Micah back on stream on the Ray against Steven, who is our Poe Yellow player from earlier.
Two really interesting decks. Big change of pace from the barn burner we saw last round with Palp Yellow, but we'll see now if Ray could withstand the aggro. I think it's favored Ray here, but we saw some really great play from the Poe pilot earlier in the tournament. What's really interesting here now is that we have 2 players towards the top of our leaderboard that have ties. Is Micah Overly? Overly
is, yeah.
28?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's 4-0-1, and then we have Alex at 4-0-1, and then we have Rando Mando at 3-0-2. So, man, a lot of ties up and down this leaderboard today. Really foretelling a different meta than we experienced for the first half.
It'll be interesting to see how this Ray deals with an aggro deck like the Poe.
Especially a space focused attack, right? They're really well equipped to fight on the ground with all of the small units that could get buffed, the village protector. Here they're really relying, especially in the early game, on that blue leader and Bright Hope, and using blue leader in space is really not what Micah wants to do here, right? He wants to bring it to the ground and have a nice ambush going on. Start out with a fireball, getting pinged, put that damage on there. Micah very nicely reminds him. What do you think about the fireball and decks that aren't Kaz or, Flippy Palp?
I mean, sometimes it's good. Like we saw when Steven played Diana, he played Fireball and he didn't lose it ever, I don't think.
Yeah.
So especially for those aggro matchups, it makes a lot of sense. Because Poe can give it extra health also.
Yeah.
And with less Target Town in the meta, I think it makes more sense.
Totally. What a great looking prestige too. They do background so well.
Yeah.
Starting off with 3 to base, starting the large climb. Restoring 1, so just Micah keeping it at 2. You maybe go Falcon here and then try to follow up the following turn with the shuttle, potentially. Here we go. 3 more to base, bringing Micah on Ray to 5.
Yeah. Let me just check. Is Yoda a Jedi?
He is.
All right. Yeah, he is.
So him swinging in for a nice restore 3. Gotta hate that if you're Poe.
Yep. Yeah, the Data Vault is definitely going to be a big boon for Micah here. That extra 3 damage is really going to matter.
Yep. And it's going to be a lot more than 33. We know that.
Yeah.
And there we go. Sanctuary Shutter coming in to capture Yoda. And then Blue Leader coming in to return Yoda.
Blue Leader, great answer to that Sanctioner.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the Fireball is going to kill itself.
Mm-hmm. Did its job. Push some damage. We're not seeing it reflected on base because of all the healing, but it happened. Falcon taking him to 7 to base, and then we get a buff on Yaddle here. Yaddle needs to go. Makes sense to clean up there. Why not, right?
Yep. Prevent the Blue Leader from killing some other unit.
Yep. This game is already reminding me of another game that we saw on stream today, earlier today, with Carlos versus Rebel Resource, Sabine Yellow versus Han 1 Blue. Just that battle of pace versus restore.
Yeah. Yeah, it all can be the aggro maker in these matchups.
Yeah, they're restoring 4 a turn right now, which is brutal. Yoda gets bigger with a buff. And then he gets captured again. Does he have the Blue Leader? Come on. No. Following up with Kanan. Falcon swings in for 3.
So looking at the standings, we only have one player that's 5-0, and that is, we haven't seen him on stream yet. It's Corwin on Boba Data Vault. And then we've got Micah and Alex are both 4-0-1. Radno's 3-0-2, and then we've got a bunch of 4-1s.
Yeah. Poe ends up swinging into base for 4 there, bringing Ray to 13 on base. Nice board for both of them, really.
Yeah. But now this is the Ray flip turn, and she can really start bringing some of that damage down.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what. Maybe it's like a surprise strike or something, like some sort of buff that could have Poe take out Ray. Maybe that's why we saw Steven go to the ground there with Poe.
Yeah.
Does look like he has that surprise strike in his hand, along with the Han Solo pilot and the 3rd Sanctioner shuttle.
Ooh. Bob must be avoiding Ray. Yeah. The only Ray player in the tournament is Micah right here.
You're looking for some Tokies? Yeah, we get timely reinforcement.
Those do come in with Sentinel for the round.
And that one round here, I mean, that's saving 7 damage to base and maybe more. And going 4 to base, bringing Poe up to 14 total, and he mills a Poe unit. Yep, just collecting those tokens really does slow down the game, which is exactly what Ray wants here.
Yep.
And we get the
They're sanctioners.
Oh, you think that was the right move over the Yaddle? That one seems a little sketchy to me. I don't want that Yaddle existing.
I mean, it lets him attack with Falcon this turn, which is 5
which
damage
is
here.
nice. Yeah.
Yaddle at most is 2 restore over the next round.
Ray goes into Poe here, I believe.
I like that. Sets up any of these units being able to kill him next turn.
Yeah. So I think after that, unless we see like another Poe unit or Wrecker come out, it's probably mostly hanging out in space for the rest of the game.
Yeah. You know what I would love here is Micah, an off aspect overwhelming barrage.
Oh yeah.
I don't think those decks are on that usually, but that would be nice here.
Well, he really needs like a Bright Hope to stall for
Yeah,
next
that
turn
would
or
be
something
big
like
also.
that. Yeah. I think we are at 7. We're at 7 resources, so we are in the U-Wing turn. Wonder if that's the move here for Micah. Surprise striking in to kill Ray with Poe, excuse me. Poe takes 3 back and gets a lot of restore off the table. That does go into the discard pile, though, yeah. Tell the dragon to take out the Falcon.
Micah's getting close to stabilizing here.
Yep. I just don't know how this Poe deck's going to answer like Luke Skywalker and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we're getting to that point.
And like Caloran. And Micah's been doing a good job of getting damage himself. He's actually done more damage than Steven.
Oh yeah, I mean he's had to have done midway through the 20s, right? I would imagine somewhere in the 25 area.
Yeah, getting Steven to 24 now.
back up to 17, and then Akbar comes in and cleans up Poe.
Nice.
I guess isn't terrible because it gets Poe back to a place where he could deploy, but
Yeah.
or not deploy, attach. I guess that it would be the proper term.
So Micah has game on board here. And
they
it
are
looks like
going to
Steven's going
game
to call
2.
it.
Mm-hmm. It's probably the move there. Gets a little out of hand when you're restoring that much. I think Michael really got a great start there with that Yoda Yaddle combo. It's just such a threat for an aggro deck to have to deal with.
Yeah.
And obviously, last matchup completely different with Palp versus Ray, but having some of that tempo in this this yellow shell with No Good to Me Dead and stuff like that really was huge in that matchup. And I think Poe was kind of missing that sort of tempo effect here to get the job done.
Looks like I forgot to reset our timer. Let me see if I can do that.
Something tells me we won't be needing it as much this round.
Yeah.
Looks like he's bringing in the Gorilla Attack Pod along with 2 other cards I missed. He was too quick.
The Gorilla Attack Pod is nice here.
Mm-hmm. Takes out a couple of those units. Readies, all that good stuff. Gets stronger. Yeah, I'm not sure what Poe has to do here to be able to get over the top. I think it's a pretty big uphill battle. I was trying to keep track of how much was restored. My last count was about 8. So, I mean, when you're doing that with 30, you're talking about like in the 40s of damage. It's just a really challenging type of game to play when you're, an aggro pilot deck. So, I don't know if you take a different path. I don't know if there is a different path to take for this type of deck. It does seem like it's a little linear in that way where, we're just pushing damage and hoping that I don't get stopped.
Yeah.
Looks like we still have Micah sideboarding a little bit. What do you think he's bringing in, Rebel Trader?
I'm not sure what these decks usually run on the sideboard. If
Pull
he's
up
got
my
more
list
space
too,
units, I'd definitely be
and,
bringing those in.
Yeah.
Maybe
if
he's
he's running
got like
Redemption or anything.
confiscates or something.
He definitely has Confiscate. I saw those in game 1. I've seen some of these lists running the daughter. Obviously, there's no force here, so that wouldn't make sense. I've seen some of these lists running Graceful Purple as well, going over to the UK with Yeosera.
Yeah.
That could actually be good to slow down some of that space attack.
It would be, yeah, Graceful Purgle. That's exactly what that would be for.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, chat. Both these players have been on stream before.
In a much different matchup, though. Steven took on Diana on Sabine, so 2 aggro decks really going head to head. Where it's a different problem to solve in this matchup against Ray Datavault.
Yeah, yeah. Steven was in an aggro mirror. Micah was in a control mirror. I mean, Ray's not exactly controlled, but it's close. And now they're playing each other.
I think that we should reclassify these archetypes to make it that if a deck regularly goes to time, it's considered control. Looks like neither of these guys liked what they saw in their opening hand. That Entrench could come in clutch as well. I don't think you really want to be ramping here, do you?
I mean, it depends on the situation, but usually not, I would think.
Yeah. Mothma's search and has a great selection of choices. Looks like he brought in a regional governor as well. That's interesting.
That's interesting.
Gets the Bright Hope. I think that's the right call here.
Yeah.
Slow down space as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, we didn't see that last game, but he didn't even need it.
So just a 1-drop Republic Y-Wing into the Poe attachment. So now that's a 3/4 in space. Not bad. Oh, he's holding what looks to be 2 Bright Hopes in his hand. That's disgusting.
Ooh, entrenched. That does
That's
make
going to
it
slow things down.
It makes it more difficult to play the Bright Hope, though.
Yeah, because then he's, I think he's trading to that cleanly, right? With a 3 situation where winner of this might be able to draw in, but with how there's so many draws in the field already, it's going to make things complicated. Love to see this. Really deliberate resourcing here from Steven. I think he recognizes how important these next couple turns are before the swarm gets out of hand on the Ray flip turn and beyond. Starts off 3 to base, starting the long climb all the way up. Mon Mothma falls back with 2.
One
somehow
of the
Poe has-
damage that he
yeah.
needs to do.
Yeah. So and then somehow Poe has 4 damage on base. Follows up with 2 more from the turncoat. We get a resupply. Okay. So Ray's going to be flipping next turn. Ray buffing Mothma. It's always good to be resource efficient, especially when you're not giving anything up. Spare the
Alright.
target.
Sure. If I'm Micah, I don't really care much about that because
No.
it's not really doing anything for me. And it's a waste of 3 resources.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see Poe bounce around instead of spending the 3 resources like that. Like if you have nothing else to play, like why don't you get Poe off this entrenched ship? In theory, if he plays Bright Hope, you could always move it back, you know?
Yeah.
Mothma comes in again. I guess you could go Bright Hope, bounce Mothma. Not a bad combo here. Grabs Luke Skywalker. Always terrible to see it when you're an aggro space deck. To the base, bringing him to 7.
All right, and there's the raid deploy.
Yep. 2 more going to get all that damage wiped off by that restore 3
Yep.
with the self experience. This is beautiful. Maybe you have a swoop down. That'd be hot right here.
It would be, for sure. Doesn't look like it, though.
Nope. And is he out of resources here? Is Steven out of resources? I can't
I think
tell.
he's got a couple left.
Yeah, if he doesn't have something else to play, like I don't understand why you wouldn't move Poe. It saves Fireball for a turn.
Yeah.
you know,
He's tapping one.
come on, Steven. Yeah, there we go. So that's swinging in for 5. Bringing Ray up to 11. Back
That's
down
a
to 8.
third of the way there.
Yeah. I think Mikey just claims there, right?
I believe he did, yeah.
Yeah. Starting off getting that restore going. They've officially swapped places in the lead. 2 trains passing in the night, Rebel Trader.
Indeed. And I think one of these is
A super train or something
Yeah.
in this instance, right?
I was trying to think that, the other one was I couldn't come up with an example of like a famously like bad train.
Yeah.
I don't know, one of them is
I can't
one of them's
can't
the
think of a
Polar
good train
Express,
either.
The other one's the Orient Express.
I guess it's the what's the Snowpiercer? That train
Yeah.
sucked a little bit. That wasn't a good train. Big space presence here, but wonder if it's all for naught with this restore coming in. Gotta imagine Luke Skywalker is not far from seeing the board.
Yep, and there he is in the hand.
Mm-hmm. I think he's thinking about Skywalker or like a combination of Bright Hope and Perilous Position. I think both have their merit.
Yeah. Bright Hope does feel bad though with the entrenched out there.
And Poe is going to die at the end of this turn. Or not Poe, with a fireball rather.
Yeah.
So that does kind of feel not the best either.
And you kind of don't.
Entrenched is a tricky card. You know,
Yeah.
it saved him some damage for sure, but it is a tricky card. I think maybe Mike is trying to figure out, like, how could I soak up the most damage as possible? How could I? Here we go. Luke Skywalker coming in,
Yep.
taking out. Ooh, I want. Yep. The Sanctioner getting back Village Protectors.
Yeah.
Pencil and I forgot who was captured.
Yeah. That means he's got what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the board in terms of damage. So he's got
Yep.
2 lethal in 2 turns.
And he's
Plus
tapped out of resources.
6 restore.
Mm-hmm. It's basically like, a 6 attack, which is one more than the amount of units you have, which feels terrible. Moving it, giving up the fireball a little bit early.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Oh, and he has a bigs also.
Ooh.
So does 4 to base, followed up by, would that just be 5 to base with Biggs' ability? It doesn't add anything extra on the fighter, I don't believe.
Yeah, no, fighter just gets overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So it should just be 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a lot of damage. 24.
Yeah. The bad news is that there's 6 restore on the other side, so it brings him down to 18. So he's definitely safe for this phase, he being Micah in this circumstance, but
All right, fell on the N1 with the bigs. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. One threat off the board, 2 to remain, basically. Prize strike coming in. That's gonna do 7 to base. Ooh, brings him to 31.
And Mike is glad.
Have we
he's
seen
brought
Daring
that
Raid
data
or For a Cause in this build? Jeez, we're getting close. Back down to 28 though, so probably being a little dramatic. Moving Poe.
All right. There's the
Comes
Bright
the Bright
Hope.
Hope.
Heroic sack on, I guess, yeah, the entrenched Y-Wing.
That Bright Hope really saved Micah there.
For sure.
that was GG.
Yeah, it would have been.
For more to base, bringing him up to 29. Put another unit out there. That's exactly what Steven needs to do here. He still needs to find a way to overcome 6 restore. Looks like he drew a swoop down 11 turns too late.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Yep, Luke plus Ray here is lethal for Micah. So he just needs to not die in one action. If he attacks with one of those, he's going to go down to 26, which means Steven would need to do 7 in one action.
So he would need a surprise strike.
Yeah, surprise strike on this crack shot.
And we've seen one so far.
Let's do it.
Brings back the Bright Hope. It does it.
Yeah.
No. Well, actually, so it doesn't actually go to base, but swoop down is an option now. But it probably ends up being bad. Spare the target.
On the home one.
Why not just Bright Hope there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Does he not realize that Ray? Oh,
I guess
no,
they
Ray's
kinda
actually
look
not
similar.
lethal. Ray's only 3.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 more actions.
That's a little puzzling, though. Unless he has another, I don't know why you want to leave a Sentinel out there when you need to push damage. But
Well, I guess the home one does give restore out, extra restore to the other units.
that's fair.
And does he have enough? I don't think he has enough resources that he can just replay the Bright Hope, right?
No, he can't.
'Cause that'd be another thing.
I believe that Mike is tapped out resource-wise. Doing some math here, maybe. Suspense is killing me.
Yeah. What could he have? What could he possibly have?
I'm pretty sure there's a swoop down in his hand. I saw that, unless he resourced it, but I saw him draw that last turn.
Swoop
In theory, he
down-
could do that to kill Ray.
That doesn't kill Ray, does it? Because it's just
Yeah, it
6.
does, because it's...
She's got an experience on her.
Yep, that's right. No, but she gets -2.
But that's only -2 attack, right?
Yeah, I think so. So I think they're just... Are they calling it and they're just discussing what could have been, potentially?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like they're packing up. Here.
Yeah, looks like they're
Okay.
scooping.
So congrats, Micah. Going 501. Steven at 4-2 might not be out of it yet because of all the draws we've had.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this trying to predict who's going to get in this top 8 with how many natural draws there have been. Like we're looking at 1, 2, I think at least 4 natural draws with players that are in like the top 12 right now. So things are heating up in West Bend, Wisconsin.
All right, let's see. We've got some updates from other matchups. Looks like the Boba Vault beat the Thrawn Yellow. Carlos beat a Piet. Piet was in it this long. That's interesting.
Piet's sneaky, man. One of my
Yeah.
teammates, Zach, has been playing Piet all season, and it's a brutal deck if it gets uninterrupted by
Oh.
aggro. I think it's pretty ballsy to run against a Sabine field today, though.
Yeah. Looks like Rando lost to Poe ECL. Looks like Ryan
So he's
Warner won.
effectively out of it.
So Ryan is now Ryan's now 4-2.
Love to see
Or-
that after
Yeah, 4-2.
maybe. Yeah, okay, so we had a second loss as well.
But yeah, I don't think 4-2 is out of it yet.
No, and Loopy's battling as well, right?
Yeah, he's 4-1 at the moment. Playing
Yeah,
against
his
the Palp
game looks
Yellow.
like it's still going on. Do we know what Loopy's on today?
Kylo Data Vault.
Ooh, okay, cool.
I'd hoped to get him on stream, but I think he lost pretty early, so we couldn't. But if he makes Top Cut, I'll try and get him on.
Yeah, and it looks like it was lights out GG taking out Mando, effectively ending his day. We still see Atomic Floof still going on. And those are all the matchups that seem to really be in contention. You have the top seed table, which I think both of those players are relatively safe, right? Alex is 4-0-1, and Malguai UVA is 5-0. So effectively, he's the top seed is most likely safe. Even if he loses out, I think he just would be the highest ranked. 5-2, I believe. But with all these draws, it is confusing. Great day of games, though. A lot of variety. Not as much difference. Like I wouldn't say I would have predicted to see this many Poes, to see this few Rays, to see Boba Datavault doing this well. I think that probably the lack of Ray and Boba does have some correlation there. But excited to see how the end of this tournament shapes up as we get into round 7 and then the top 8 cut.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to take us out for a bit. Thank you, Jordan, for joining me. And we'll be back in 20 or so.
Yep, stay with us.
है आई रे मिलन तो है पिया कटत नाही पिया गर निद सा पिया रे गम पर सा कटत नाही पिया कटत नाही तुम बिन रतिया करी आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो है आई रे मिलन तो बरन मोरी बरन मोरी बरन मोरी ननदसी बरन मोरी ननदसी पड़ी पाछे रहत जान गुनी
And welcome back, everybody, for the final round of today's Planetary Qualifier at Hobby Nights in West Bend, Wisconsin. We've got Ryan Warner, Rebel Resource here on the bottom, or on the top, sorry, playing against, is that Steven again?
No, this is a Poe ECL.
Oh,
so
Poe
it must be-
ECL, so it's John.
Yeah.
John Schroeder.
Yeah, this is lights out. GG John, great guy in the community. Excited for a fast aggro game. We're trying to see if this is a win and in. It's close to it. This is currently table 6. The top 3 tables have already drawn, and table 4 they can't draw. We have Emmanuel at 5-1 versus Manatee Joe at 4-1-1. So they'll be playing it out also. So could be something to play for here. Not exactly sure though.
So these players, I believe, are both 4-2.
Yeah. So you got to see an early ECL come into play here, kind of similarly to how you would approach maybe the Sabine ECL matchup here, trying to take control of the space arena, withstand that first, opening barrage by Sabine Yellow, and then try to stabilize throughout.
Oh, I just realized I did this overlay the wrong way. So I'm just gonna flip the screen.
Flip it up.
So
and
so John's on top, Ryan's on the bottom.
Yeah. And we have Sabine, Rebel Resource, starting with the initiative here. I think this is the first PQ since Rebel Resource started his new team Luck versus Odds LXO, leaving the Botham Network. Really want to give him a big good luck as he's going out through new projects. Always exciting when you have something new to work on. Seen a pretty nice start in the Poe players' hand here. Lights out GG. We have 2 A-Wings, a Sabine unit. I think that's a wing leader, as well as would that be a medal ceremony? Or maybe heroic sacrifice? We'll see as we come on here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Getting a nice table shuffle by Rebel Resource here. We got plenty of time in this kind of matchup. No rush.
So I mean, based on the players that drew in, we should have Ray Data Vaults, Han 2 blue, Han 1 blue, 2 Boba Data Vaults, and a Kylo Data Vault locked in.
Yep, and then it's
For Top
either
Cat.
the winner of. I think what's going to happen here if Manatee Joe wins, I think that it's going to be the winner of this game, or potentially the winner of Caniac versus Jazera.
Yeah.
But somebody might be able to sneak in if
See,
he gets the W.
Yeah, the other potential win and ends are what, Poe Yellow versus Palp Yellow, and Kylo Data Vault versus Sabine ECL.
See a BD and heroic resolve. Really not the start that Rebel Resource wants here, especially with not getting the BD buff.
I've actually got a couple other 4-2 matches, so maybe those will. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's
We'll
going to
see
be
how it
interesting
works out.
end with all these draws. See Wing Leader coming down, buffing that A-Wing classic Sabine style play here, and then following and up with a Fleet Lieutenant with BD. That's a quick 4 to base, I believe.
Is that an infiltrator skill on the BD?
No, it's a heroic resolve.
Heroic resolve, okay.
Mm-hmm. Bear with us with the signal. We're going through a little choppy portion. Should clear up here in a second.
Yeah, it hasn't been this bad all day. It's weird.
Now it's been very clear all day. See a matching Wing Leader. And the buff is going to who? Make a really big BD here. You can't. Yes, to go to the Fleet Lieutenant. There we go. Cleared up just in time for BD to do a quick 3 to base. Sabine flipping, Poe attaching to the Wing Leader, and wow, Sabine Yellow's already at 17 damage on base. Not great.
Oof. At least our video is somewhat stabilizing now.
Yeah.
Sabine.
It's funny how quick that could add up.
Ryan's actually ahead on in terms of health remaining because the ECL, remember. Gives him 19 -5.
Mm-hmm. And he is showing quite a bit of damage here with Bo. He could just, pop a heroic resolve here and push a +4 or so. Heroic sacrifice with the Wing Leader buffed with Poe. Quick 6 to base, bringing Ryan to 23. Heroic resolve buffing. Another 7 or 6 back. Wow. So I think that went to. Oh, Poe took it.
I can't tell.
They didn't actually finish the last action, but John gave the initiative to Ryan there. So I believe that's win Poe there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess, yeah, if the initiative's on Ryan's side, it must be that John won.
Unless he's just feeling very generous.
Yeah, so I'll mark it as a win for John.
Mm-hmm. I think it's one of those things where they just played the final 2 rounds in their head.
Yeah.
Easy in chat saying that it's probably going to be Caniac or JJ based on strength of schedule, and I think you may be right as I look a little deeper.
I mean, strength of schedule can change in the last round, so we'll see.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those things that's so hard to calculate, especially going down to the players that are lower down in the standings. I wonder how much that loss for Sabine Yellow there had to do with the weak turn 1 start. Obviously, you're not looking for a BD and heroic result. I think with that being said, he turned it around and really made it a competitive game and a really close game, like 1 action away, more or less. But I think you could have a lot of optimism if you're sitting here as the Sabine Yellow player saying to yourself, wow, I had that start and the game went like this. Let's see how 2 and 3 go. A lot of pointing going on here.
Maybe they're just gonna run game 2 like entirely hypothetically, not even put.
Oh, that'd be
cards down.
great. And would we how would we call that? You know, I think maybe. I want to bring some wheels of some kind, you know? Not sure if it's Heelys or something else, but you know, some sort of mobility. Can't really tell what's in either of their hand to start. I see a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing in the Poe player's hand, but that's just about it. We get things started with a ping. Classic Dirtle here. Yep, black one to follow. You know, Rebel Resource really doesn't want to get ECL'd early before he can protect with that that R2. So smart sequencing there. One of the perks of playing Sabine is that ability to always create an extra action.
Yeah, and then R2 coming down nice protects the black one from getting eaten by the Phoenix.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe you go Poe here. Just really depends on like how defensive Poe wants to play this. I do think they are a little bit of the natural control here, but it's not by like a massive amount. There you go.
Ooh.
Fleet Lieutenant to trade in, followed by a sad Fleet Lieutenant.
Ryan
Sad but
is gonna ping
hyperspace.
again though.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's got the native 5 health advantage, so makes sense.
It's not costing him an initiative or any action, so I don't see any issue with it.
Yep.
Big turn here. Yep, I think that's probably the right move to start off with that trade. Both take your ping.
Straight Cassian here.
With a 4 cause. Now
For
let's see. Let's
3.
see if we have the Dark Saber go back on top here.
Darksaber,
K2
remember,
going to the yard.
even though it's green, it can be played off aspect on a Mandalorian.
Yep. We see BD going to the yard with K2 and the second appearance of that Black Squadron Scout
Yeah,
thing.
Black
I know we
Squadron
said the name
Scout.
earlier. Yeah. And then the Dark Saber. So I think John Lights Out GG is really looking for an answer here. Is Ryan still debating this a little bit, maybe? Looks like it. Maybe he has a blaster in the row or something, and he's thinking, do I want to do that versus the upgrade? I mean, you're going into 5 resources, so maybe he's thinking he'll draw a 2-drop as well. Does put the saber down.
Maybe he's thinking he's only going
takes
to
his
be able to
3.
play one of those cards, and he's trying to decide which one's the best. And he decides the Scout Wing is the best.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a blaster come out of the row here. I don't know why else he'd be like, maybe a Cassian or something.
Yeah, it's the other way. He's got like 2 smaller things that he wants to play.
Yeah. And he did resource as well, so see Cassian trade up with that heroic sacrifice, and then in response taking 2 to base, already up to 11 damage, stacking up.
Poe onto the ground, followed by the Scout Wing from Ryan. Pull out the Scout Wing.
A-Wing and Battlefield Marine, is that going to be enough to play defense here? I'm unsure. Going through another internet spike for a second here. Bear with us. Oh, going to 17. Sabine sitting at 7.
Shout out to the Bear joining us for commentary.
Mm-hmm. Blue leader going to the ground and ambushing, or no, that's the space, ambushing the turncoat. followed by absolutely, I have no idea. K2.
Yeah, it looks like a K2 to me.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Battlefield Marine getting that 3 in, bringing Sabine up to 10 and 11 with the ping versus 18 on the post side. Swinging 3 into that Black Squadron. Still needs to clean that up. That's going to be pretty close to lethal. He's looking for an ACL token here, I believe.
Ooh,
And it is the
masterpiece.
Masterpiece. That will clean that up. It does die. Buffing Poe, I believe. Yep. And it sucks, but you gotta kill K2 here.
Oh,
Maybe not.
can he win next turn? He's got 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no,
that
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you see, you
Mine
gotta
had
take
the
out that
surprise
K2,
strike.
I think, here. You're already getting pretty late in your health total, but I think you gotta kill K2 here. I know it sucks that you're effectively taking 3 back, but still.
So
3 is less
assuming
than 7.
we were right about the first game, this is going to be game 3.
I like Lights Out John a lot. I think he's a really nice guy. I don't think he's nice enough to give initiative in a matchup to Rebel Resource after a loss. So I think we're going to game 3 here.
Let's see, do we have any other results? Looks like Emmanuel Apodaca beat Joseph Kopf. So that's Emmanuel and Sabine taking out Joseph on the Kylo Data Vault.
And I think that will seal our top 8. Not positive, but since Mante Joe was the lower seeded, I think that was our chance for some shakeup.
Well, I think we still are going to have 1, 5, and 2 in. Because Emmanuel is 5-1, he goes to 6-1. Joseph was 4-1-1. So, yeah, there still should be 1 spot left.
Yeah, I think that will be the winner of Caniac versus Jazara, potentially. I guess we'll see. A lot of buffs in Rebel Resources hand here. I wonder if he keeps. I see at least 2 surprise strikes. Yeah, I think I see Lights Out GG thinking about resourcing that timing. I might be keeping that in my hand just to get in another early ambush. He's really going back and forth here. I feel your pain, John. Keep it in your hand. Do it.
Got a lot of people at 4 and 2, so
Yeah.
strength schedule can switch pretty quick.
He's keeping the timely. I think that's a good move. Oh, never mind. Another audible. Final decision, hands down. And he keeps the timely. That was fun.
But yeah, the way I'm not sure exactly how melee pairs Swiss matchups, but in traditionally it's like if there's 8, then the number 1 would play the number 5 within that bracket of the 4 and 2s. The top 4 and 2 would play the 5th 4 and 2, 6th would play the 2nd would play the 6th, and so on. So strength schedule could change a lot, and it's not necessarily like the higher the table, the better you're going to be after all of it. So
see an A-Wing with the cartel turncoat in response from Rebel Resource. Gotta think that, just trade him right in there. Yep.
If I'm Ryan, I might not have even played that. I guess it blocks a hit to base, but
And then second game in a row with a sad Fleet Lieutenant.
feels rough.
Poe follows up with the A-Wing here, and does Poe attach? He does. Makes it so he still died. Yeah, no, that's safe. I was looking at the cartel turncoat kind of being in the middle of the discard and the Space Arena. Threw me off for a second.
And then R2 goes onto the Phoenix A-Wing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of damage.
He's ready for a fight in space.
Hey, he's still got the ECL up.
Mm-hmm. Starts off with the Fleet Lieutenant for 3, taking Poe to 5 damage. Ryan is so funny. He's playing before even taking the damage. So that's a total of 11 for Sabine, and then Sabine deploys, and I would assume does 8 damage here, or 3 damage to bring him to 8. ECLing a K2, taking out that Fleet Lieutenant.
Ryan still
And
technically
then-
has the health lead here.
Yeah. ECL being down is big too. I'm pretty sure Poe still has that timely in his hand from his opening. Could come in handy here.
Absolutely.
And then this A-Wing with Poe really does put Ryan in a tough spot, because if he's able to trade and get that effective 2 attacks, then it goes quite a long way. And there it is. Poe defeating himself, so he could then deploy later and doing a total of, what's that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to base.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Heroic Resolve.
Heroic
is
Resolve really protecting here against the K2 trade, but
interesting
going up to
here.
23. Big swing this turn.
I can make the K2 swing for 8.
Yep. It's going to be just short, I believe.
Let's see. If Ryan has... Is Ryan...
That's it.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan's scooping it up here.
Yep. Poe takes it. Well fought games. Really comes down to a game of margins in this matchup, and I think the start to this game 3 was just really strong for Poe here, being able to get that free kill on the turncoat, and then things kind of just spiraled from there.
All right, well, that was a pretty quick one for our last round.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be back in a bit with top 8. I don't know how long of a break they're going to have between top 8 and round 7. Usually there's at least a bit to do deck checks.
Well, it seems I would imagine they're going to start doing that as soon as they find out about this Kaniak and Jazara result, right? Because everything else is basically sealed.
Yeah.
But
probably.
stick with us, and we'll be back as soon as we have some news to update you with.
Yeah. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got the top 8 getting started real soon here. We've got on stream Micah Overly with Late Night Gaming playing against Loopy on Kylo Data Vault, which is going to be
Excited
a
to
super
see,
fun matchup.
Yeah, we got this late night showdown. I think, what do you say? It was 6 out of 8 members of the top 8
out
late night
of
team
8.
members. So love to see that. I'm on the Colorado Cantina crew, but happy for the guys. None of my guys are competing today, so we're rooting. I'm rooting for the late night guys today. Excited to see how these matchups go. We got Kylo Data Vault versus Ray Data Vault. Two pretty grindy decks doing almost like exact opposites of each other, right? Where Ray is doing a little bit of that death by 1,000 cuts, and Kylo is just trying to get big beefy units out there to close the game out. And do we know who the higher seed is here, Loopy or Micah?
I think it's Micah.
I think it's Micah. Yeah.
Micah should be 5.
So he will start with initiative.
And I think Loopy is 5-1-1.
Yep.
Yep.
Just waiting for Melee to update here to kind of see the official standings. But pretty diverse top 8 as well. I think we have 2 Boba Data Vaults, a Han 2 blue, a Han 1 blue, Sabine ECL, O yellow, Ray Data Vault, and Kylo Data Vault. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Wow. Gotta love that little mix up. Really, honestly, I'm surprised to see the Boba Data Vaults performing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess we only had one Ray though, so.
Mm-hmm. That looks like a triple sleeve deck over there at the top of the screen, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But yeah, so Loopy's deck is pretty interesting here. We should be able to.
Yeah, we are an
show
open
you
deck
the
list.
So I guess they'll probably be looking at them. Let me see if I can pull these lists up on stream.
Kyle, this is top 8.
So this, oh, whoa, that's big.
I'm not seeing their list pop up actually, which is interesting. But they must be able to.
I can see them.
Yeah.
Fit to screen. There we go.
Hmm.
So this is Loopy's Kylo Data Vault. He's on some experimental stuff.
I think they're actually having a hard time seeing each other's lists because they both seem to be clicking around.
Wow. But yeah, so Loopy's been experimenting with some different ratios, different ideas in there. He's got the 7-drop Vader, which is not traditionally been in this Kylo Data Vault, but it does give you some more options to grind. So I do like the idea, and we'll see how it does into Ray. I think it actually should be a pretty good card against Ray.
Totally. Anytime you get more units on the board here is going to be good because you don't have enough 1-for-1 removal to play this game here. Seeing they're doing the old phone swapperoo here because they couldn't get the deck list to work. I wonder if maybe that's a Melee issue on their end.
Maybe the list might also not have been published on Melee because I have admin access. I can see it.
Mm-hmm. And they're looking at each other's lists, which are registered under your specific profile. So all good. Everybody gets the same information. They get to see it. And at the end of the day, it's you hate to see friendly fire, but if you're going to see it, you want to see it in the top cut. You want to see it late in the day as opposed to early. So
upgrade wise, it looks like 3 Craving, 2 Entrenched, 2, I think that's Heirloom Saber, 1 Kylo's, and 2 Legal Authorities. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 upgrades total, which seems a bit low to me, especially with Data Vault.
Is Loopy running any Snokes here?
He's got 1 in the sideboard. I don't think he's maining any.
Mm-hmm. I think that'll be an interesting card to bring in just to keep some of those smaller units at bay. Because
Yeah.
again, you cannot do 1-for-1 removal here. Just will not work.
Yeah. Loopy is also running a bit of a more extensive package of units to pull with Vader. So he's got Supremacies, Dark Troopers, Piet, Salacious as one ofs.
Oh, I see the list on screen
yeah.
now. Nice. I think we'll see that Snoke come in.
Yeah, for sure.
See that Relentless might come into play later on as well.
All right, let's pull up the Ray list now.
And for those who've been watching the stream all day, I think this is like the third time that we've seen Micah on stream today. So, you know, you
believe
love
so.
him potentially.
So yeah, this Ray list looks pretty standard. He does have 2 Confiscates main deck, which I don't think are going to be super relevant in this matchup, even though Kylo plays upgrades. It's generally just not that good of a card. But yeah, he's running pretty much what you would expect. Got 3 Lukes,
We
3
get started
Kellerans,
here.
3 Home Ones, 3 U-Wings, all in the main.
Yeah. We had a Yaddle turn 1 from Ray and an Inferno 4 for Kylo. We see Craving Power. Yeah, they started playing. We see
the list was covering the screen.
we see a Craving Power discarded to get the card draw going cycle for Kylo, and we're on to resource turn 3. Blue leader ambushing down to take out the Inferno. Solid start. We're gonna see Kylo either get a chance to keep him off the force here or not. We'll see how it goes. Resupply going to 4 resources, and Ray swings in for 2, getting the force. No force with Data Vault. Long day for me as well. Heirloom Saber getting discarded. So Anakin's turned on. That's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say, as a Kylo player, I expect this matchup is probably favorable for Ray, but it could definitely go either way. And I think Loopy's build is probably more suited towards combating Ray than mine. So I think it'll be close.
Can see that as well. Seattle getting buffed here, and then a Piet coming down.
All
Piet
right.
unit pretty spicy to see in these Kylo builds.
Going into the 6 resource turn, that means he'll be able to Piet Vader in.
Gotta love that. And Yaddle is 1 short of dealing with Piet here. Oh, cleans up with Akbar. Very well played here by Micah.
That'll do it.
Six resources for Kylo, 5 for Ray. That is what Kylo needs to do here. They got to be ahead of the Ray flip.
All right.
Fully
Anakin.
turned on Anakin. Gotta love that. Tough situation for Micah here. Wonder if he's going to buff Akbar, attack into Anakin, and then take down Anakin.
Maybe.
I don't think you want to go into next turn with Kylo flipping potentially and Anakin alive. Oh,
Yeah,
two base. I was wrong.
Maybe he's gonna like wait for Anakin to attack and then take down him, but that's not guaranteed to happen with Kylo flipping.
Yeah, I guess he's probably just going to use his remaining resources to resupply here, and then maybe flip Ray. Yeah, that's solid. I like that. Both players going into the 7 resource turn. Will we see Kylo flip this turn, Rebel Trader?
Oh, whoa. There's a chance that we do. But there's also a chance that we wait. I think I probably would flip this turn.
I don't see like a super laser blast in his hand. I think there'd be an argument for waiting if you have the blast, right? Because then you could kind of do that next turn, then flip Kylo the following.
Yeah, it
But
also hinges on if I can't
here we
remember
go.
the deck list if Mike is on Rivals Fall.
We see a Kylo Saber and I believe a legal authority, or is that
It should be
it's
Craving Power. Yeah,
Craving
it's
Power.
Killer Ray.
Yep. Kelleran coming down, refill the board. This ray deck's so annoying. A lot of options here.
Yeah, I mean, Loopy, if I'm Loopy, I mean, it depends on what gets pulled with the Keller in here, but I might consider just trying to turn on the pressure and go to base.
Yeah, I mean, you have two really large units on board. You only have one restore to deal with right now, potentially 3 restore now next turn with Yoda. Relatively big Sentinel that has to be hit through.
Yep.
Kelleran doesn't clear that with one attack, so I think there's a really good argument for that. I think Loopy's considering it. I guess what's the big punish there? A U-wing next turn, a home one next turn.
Yeah, Rivals Fall potentially also.
Mm-hmm. He does take the 8 to base.
All right, yeah, I like that move.
Sacrifices the Akbar. Get a restore in, does 2 to Kylo, and then I think he's facing down another 5 from Anakin.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, you're not mad at all if the Kelleran hits into Kylo next turn.
Oh. And I think what Kylo has 10 HP total, so he'll still live. He'll take 2 units to go through him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, R2 would presumably attack this turn.
Yeah. Right. Yep. There you go.
But you get another hit off next turn.
I was kind of thinking maybe you keep initiative there to hope you draw into one of the removal cards, you know?
Maybe, yeah. And it looks like I checked. Micah is running a 1 of Rivals Fall. In
Bet he wish he had that 1 of now. And Date of All build, 1 ofs are tough.
Yep. Yeah, if I'm Loopy, if I have a removal for Kelleran, I probably play it here. Actually, no, he's big enough that he can survive a Luke.
Oh, legal authority.
Boom.
Huge swing there to capture Kelleran. I think that really puts Micah on the defensive here. He does have a Village Protector in his hand. I think you honestly just probably need to slam that to stop yourself from taking 9 or 8 more damage to base. Yeah.
Yeah.
There she comes. There they come. And even if he has a way, he being Loopy, to cleanly deal with the protectors instantly, I still think that's the right move. I don't think you want to be taking 8 right now.
Yeah, and I don't believe Loopy is running, at least in the main deck, a lot of ways to deal with that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Vader to shield the Kylo.
Very nice.
And it just shields the village people, so he's, I guess, playing to claim and then hit with Vader.
Yeah,
Like,
and
I'm not going to get to base this turn
easily.
anyway, so.
Kylo's in no rush here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep buffing it. Sounds good to me. That's what he's thinking. Not sure what that was.
Ooh,
Going
is it
to
Fell the
is that a
Dragon?
Rivals Fall? Yeah, fell the dragon. Yeah. You had to do it there, but it does feel bad to use that removal on a Vader when you know that there are bigger units lurking in the. What's the expression there? Lurking in the wings, I think. Let us know
Waiting in the
chat.
wings?
Waiting in the wings? Sure. Lurking in the shadows, maybe.
Yeah. We'd be looking for a timely.
Does he have it? And does he have another Vader as well?
I think I saw a timely resource at some point. Spending 6, 7.
I'm so
6,
confused
7?
by the hand movements. Here comes Array.
Is that? Did he timely array? Is that what is going on?
I'm confused. I think so though, because
It looks
he's
like he spent
shielding.
7.
Yeah. So I guess just to get rid of one of the shield tokens, and then give Kylo another shield token.
Oh, there's a timely. Okay.
It looks like his smuggle resource was a timely as well. The one he
That's
replaced.
nice.
So that's always
that's a
nice.
good feeling.
Yeah. Micah's hand is stacked, though. I don't know if you guys caught that, but there's 2 Lukes and one other card I missed. Yeah, I guess that's one of the downfalls of not being able to ambush a Vader like that, a Legends of the Force Vader, is that you can get punished a little bit with the extra shield. Obviously, having two shields on Kylo is pretty solid, but just going to see Ray Dirtle here, I think. Maybe just like a buff, but really just wanting to let an action go by, I think. Here we go. Okay. Trading Yoda in, popping one of the shields, drawing a card off Yoda. Anakin goes in and pops that last shield.
All right. Yeah, I mean, crashing the Yoda enables the Luke to be played to take out this Ray. Stops that shield engine from really getting going.
Loopy just claiming here?
Yeah, I mean, I might.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I would here. Because I want to conserve that shield on the Kylo.
Maybe he has like an OB or something in hand. I was trying to get a quick glance at his hand, but I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be nice. But I mean, even just so that he could attack with Anakin into the village people instead of using the Kylo shield.
And I guess taking a hit from Luke isn't the end of the world here.
Yeah.
We're seeing a big timely to start the turn. I think this is going to be a timely Vader.
Oh, all 10. Timely Walker.
Timely Walker.
Yeah.
Killing and healing.
Looks like he drew both cards, actually, so that must be really good.
Drew, wow. Now you kind of force Micah here to make a decision on what he's going to do with this Kylo. Not quite, though, because we have the home one coming back.
Did you just pull back the village people?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Jeez. A lot of work.
Soon enough, Mike is going to draw that Rival's Fall, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is funny, though. I mean, he's only taken... Has he even taken a hit to base with that from Kylo yet? I don't believe so.
He did on the very first turn.
Just one, yeah. Looks like Loopy's holding on to 2 powers, maybe an Avenger.
Looks like 2 powers. I think that's Avenger. I think that is...
Legal Authority and Vader?
Maybe, yeah. It's 7-drop Vader if it's a Vader.
Yeah. And Loopy claims again, really wanting to make sure he goes into this round with initiative.
Yeah, I think he really just doesn't want to lose that shield on Kylo, because if he knows that if the Kylo goes down, the Kelleran goes back to Micah's side, and he's in a much worse position.
Yeah. It goes from this, like, kind of, I would say, slight advantage Loopy board state to a pretty massive swing in the other direction.
Yeah.
Can't leave that home one up there, though.
Ooh, something that's gonna get rid of. Oh, it looks
Craving
like another
power.
craving. Yeah.
Jeez.
So that Kylo should have what? 2 cravings, Kylo's lightsaber, and legal authority. So he's 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8,
10
9,
power?
10 power with 3,
12 health.
6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 health.
15 health, is that correct? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, 5 base.
8. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Michael really needs that Rifles Fall. Not to mention he's shielded.
Yeah.
I think all Micah could do here is kind of just say like, this sucks.
Luke just to kill the
Interesting. The Walker. It keeps his Luke ready. Feels terrible to do that, but
Yeah.
there's a possibility it's right.
Let's see what loop he can follow up with. Spending 2. Another legal authority. Oh, he's really putting all his
Oh
eggs in
my
one basket.
god.
He's gonna. Is it Luke or is he's gonna steal the village people?
He's like, I've had enough of these. I've had enough of these people.
Yeah.
Mothma coming down. Yeah, and Fang makes a good point in chat saying it feels kind of tough to Ewing when you're searching for arrivals. I mean, you go through 10 cards and you see it, you just kind of know the game ends there when it's at the bottom. So grabbing a blue leader there off Mon Mothma. He really needs to deal with this Kylo though, and I think the only real way to do it is with a Rival's Fall. I mean, you're gonna lose before you pop the shield and clear everybody.
All right. I told the judges, and they got the extra damage on Anakin resolved. Which does make a big difference because he can kill that Mothma now.
Yeah. And he looks like he did do that and then powered the Luke. And we're going to see Kylo swing in for
10. Should be 10.
Yep, 10.
All right, Loopy's got game on board.
I think the only way out of this is that Rivals. That's it. Did he draw it? That's the question here.
I mean, maybe if he can go like home 1, bring back the village people again. Oh no, the village people's captured.
No, it's that that's why he captures that. You're not going. He's not going to the yard. You don't have a chance for that.
Anakin surviving still with 11 damage on him.
Very resilient. And he drew it. He drew it. Huge. What, like 5 turns later, but he did it. And he gets the Sentinel back and the Kelleran. Will it be enough? I bet Mike is going home and saying, I think I'm going to run 2 Rivals Fall in this deck.
6, 7. And it's a Vader.
What would be ideal here?
Let's see. What does he run? I mean, he runs like Salacious Crumb, Supremacy Tie.
Maybe we go Crumb and Inferno 4 here.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Pershing might be nice also. Inferno. Yeah, gonna go Crumb Inferno.
Okay, here we go.
Depending on what he has, Dark Trooper might have been nice, but it looks like he didn't get that.
Yeah. I think that same Village Vector has been killed twice and captured once. Really getting a lot of miles out of that group. Right Hope coming down. Still that active Anakin. Maybe if you just take that your 5 here.
Yeah, I'd be putting 5 to base. I wonder if he's got like an upgrade, like an heirloom lightsaber he's considering playing on him.
And I believe Micah is tapped out, right?
Yeah. I think he's got 1 left.
No, 1 left. Yeah. So, I mean, he's relatively safe.
All right, just going to drop power.
Yep.
Clear the Bright Hope. That
Things
does
are
get,
looking pretty good for Loopy here.
it gets Loopy closer to lethal because it means he
Yeah.
can hit in with either of these 5s plus the Salacious and the Inferno for lethal.
Mm-hmm. And as long as there's 1 or 2 units on the board, Kylo can deal with that, right? It gets sketchy when it's a swarm. So I think that's kind of what the operating goal is here. Push and limit.
Yep.
Another Village Tector classic.
Nine, is that Avenger? All right. It's got to
So
be
I
the
guess
Keller
you gotta,
one, right?
yeah, it sucks, but it has to be. Ooh, I did not expect that.
Yeah, it means he's got to have some other way to deal with those units.
Well, he does have a Fell the Dragon in his hand, but oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think that's a good reconsideration here. I feel like you want to use that Fell on Avenger here, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Avenger is lethal right now.
He's still in a pretty tough predicament here because Crumb could just pop the shield and then, you know, Vader cleans it up and then Anakin hits 5 to base. So not awesome for Micah.
Hey, people are saying it looks like Loopy looked at 11 cards off Vader. It is possible there was a frame skip or something. So I don't know. That's not the thing that we would intervene for.
I didn't see any clear counting there. For me, there is quite a bit of frames being dropped, as they call them with streams. Obviously, what's going on here is we have, you know, the camera signal being sent to Rebel Traitor, who is on the West Coast. This is in the Midwest. There could be a lot of different types of lag there. So don't want to jump to any conclusions. I can't say conclusively on my end. So we're seeing Loopy bring in Palp's Return, 2 Relentless, and not sure what the bottom cards are. I'm a little less sure about what Mike is bringing in, but he looks like he's making at least a 3 swapper.
Yeah, let me look at Loopy's sideboard. Looks like it's probably Snoke. That's the last one coming in.
Yeah, that's Snoke. That's Snoke for sure.
Yeah.
So 5 card swap. I don't know what you take out here. I mean, maybe some of your like the Supremacy tie. That could be something that really you won't get a ton of use out of. I think you need all the Sentinels you could get. Yeah, there we go. Supremacy tie. It's on he is not listening to our conversation.
I mean, a Space Sentinel is not super essential against this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It could stop some big attacks from like a home 1 and stuff, but you know, it's not really what you're doing. See an argument for Rey not being crucial here.
I like Rey, and he's only got 2 in the main. Like I'm running
I like her
3.
too, but he's got to find 5 things to take out, you know?
Yeah. He's on, let's see. Yeah, usually
Trench is coming.
in matchups like this, I go from like my space units. Like I'd take out Supremacy.
Yeah.
I might even take out Inferno Force. Like he's taking out in
I can
Trench.
see that.
That's
Yeah.
that's fine.
I think Entrench could be good if you buff up one of your Sentinels, that kind of thing. I think you want your ramp, both with resupply and super laser. Definitely need your Anakin's. Anakin's such a key card in this matchup. Yeah, Ty Fabes in chat. Loopy is a clean player. And also, like, Loopy is playing one of his teammates and friends. I can speak for Loopy as a, very honorable person. He would never intentionally do that.
Yeah. And yeah, there should be a judge at the table to look at that thing.
Yeah.
So it's like 2 entrenched.
And that is the reality too, right? At the end of the day, it's the judge's responsibility. They are sat right in between, I could imagine. They're a little bit off camera for us, but that's the way it goes in all these top 8s.
Yeah.
Eyes are on everything.
Yeah, see, like what just happened there was we jumped the frame back for a second, so might have happened. So it looks like he took out 2 entrenched, 2 supremacy, and 1 inferno for, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, I think getting that relentless is big in because Ray's really not running that many events, but the events that they are running are really important, right? And on a turn where you want to play Ewing, you oftentimes don't have enough resources to play 2 events, right? So I think that could come in very clutch here.
Yeah, and as for whether the 11th card changed the game state, I believe Loopy already had the Avenger in hand, and I think that's the only thing they ended up playing with that. So I don't think the extra card that he got deeper, A, he could have known what it was, and B, I don't think it in fact infected the game. So let's just move on from the 11 card thing and move on to game 2.
Yeah, a very, very good game 1, expecting another really close matchup here. Loopy not liking what he's seeing, instantly puts it back. Mike is cool with it though, resources, and he's ready to go. As we're waiting for this one to get started, checking out the rest of the matches. Looks like Emmanuel on Sabine took out Caniac on that's Poe Yellow, I believe, correct?
Yep, Poe Yellow.
Yep. So Poe's out. Sabine ECL advances to the top 4. I assume Emmanuel and Carlos are brothers as well.
They are, yeah.
Related in some way. Yeah.
And they're both with late night gaming.
Love to see it.
Our other matchups are Boba Data Vault versus Han 1 Blue and Boba Data Vault versus Han 2 Blue.
Yeah. See the R2 buff start for Rey and nothing on the Kylo side. Not terrible.
Yeah,
Loopy claimed maybe he has a power.
Kylo doesn't run a ton of 2-drops. It's, I think, in Loopy's deck. And Loopy's running a bit more, but usually it's not a bunch. And in Data Vault, it's even less, right? So not that big a deal.
Goes fishing. Discards legal authority, and then takes 2 to base from R2. Super laser tech followed up by regular tech. Still super, but regular.
DZ in chat saying bring back Force Throw.
Yeah, bring it back. I'm with you, buddy. Bring Django back. Burn it down. Resource 4. See what Super Laser Tech does here. I'm going into tech if I'm Loopy. I don't want tech being alive. Get tech out of the game.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it really matters either way. I mean, I don't think he's running Callus in this deck. If he's running Callus, it matters a little bit.
He is running Callus. I'm not sure if he kept it in. I'm pretty sure he did, but he is running Callus. The way I look at it is that the times that we've seen this deck struggle on stream today are the games where he just really ran out of card advantage, especially going back to that Palt matchup. So I want to take that offline with tech.
Yeah. So it looks like he's just going to power first, get the R2 off the board.
I wonder what the debate is here. Kanan versus resupply, maybe?
Probably, yeah.
Takes his 2 to base first. Then 2 goes into tech. Loopy ramps up to 5, and Ray plays Kanan to finish it up. Turn 4. They must be decent cards because Loopy's, I think, considering both of them to stay on top.
Yeah.
One is Relentless, and the other is
Can't quite see.
outside of my field.
Yeah, usually, unless those cards are really good, I'm putting them on the bottom right away.
Yeah. I mean, he's still a few resources away from Relentless. He's keeping both on top.
Okay.
Five resources for Ray. I believe 6 for Kylo.
Yep. 6 with the super laser tech.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little confusion here on who had initiative.
Yeah. Notably, I don't believe there's a hero card for Loopy if he's got an Anakin.
Yeah, not yet. Blue leader comes in, ambushes Inferno, getting to scry again. One of them is a super laser tech. One of them might be a hero card if he's looking at his discard.
Looks like again.
I didn't
both on top.
catch what he did there.
I think
We
he
did
put-
lose a frame there right as it happened.
I'm pretty sure he put both on top.
Yeah. And then he uses Kylo's ability to discard a craving power. Mills and Anakin, that hurts.
Ooh. Oh, that he probably saw that with the with the Inferno 4. He might have forgotten about the mill.
Yeah. Long day.
I've done that before. I've like Inferno forward, set an
Oh,
Avenger,
100%.
played timely, and then resourced my Avenger. I'm like, oh shoot.
Oh, where's my Avenger, man? 3 to base from tech. Also makes it a little harder to remove.
All right. We're going into the Kylo flip turn with should be craving and legal in the discard pile.
It's pretty nice. We see a timely.
Timely for something out of hand. Vader.
Vader.
All right. 82 units.
Blue leader goes down, and Kanan gets ambushed into. As they say, sucks to suck. That's a tough one. Getting ambushed like that, I hate it.
Yep. So
And you see he's
Kylo-
inspecting that resource, right? Lot to play from there.
Yeah. Kylo next round will be at
Takes
9
more.
resources. I'm curious.
Scary.
I think he still only has craving legal, but
Yeah. We see Fell the Dragon there to take out the Vader, and then we go on to the next round.
yeah.
And notably, Ray hasn't flipped yet.
Yeah. She probably doesn't want to until Kylo flips because Kylo can just kill her.
Yeah.
with craving.
And with 0 damage on base, there's no major rush.
Yep. There's also no real rush to deploy Kylo here.
No.
That looks like we're having some camera difficulties.
Some frame drops. Yep. It's like is that
Relentless, I think.
Relentless in space. Yeah, yeah. At least we're not missing much as this gets cleared up. It looks like Mike is thinking about his options here. Still waiting for this to clear up a little bit, but I don't think any actions have been taken.
Did he just
Looks
flip
like we are
Kylo
going to see
naked?
the Kylo flip here. Yeah, he did. And wait, did he just power it? And was fell played earlier this turn?
It was blue leader. He went blue leader to ambush into it.
Oh, got it. And since it had no upgrades, it was enough to take it out.
Yeah. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of that Kylo play there.
Yeah, I'm not positive what the thought process was. Maybe you just didn't want to take damage. I guess you are at 21 damage.
Yeah.
You know, I guess you do have to be kind of mindful about how much you're taking here. Are they scooping?
No, I think he's looking at his resources.
No, looking at his resources.
Probably thinking about a timely play here.
Mm-hmm. Always got to be careful when you pick up your resources like that. At a game versus Crispy from the Boston Network at Beatle 1, where I was just looking at my resources. And, it was a funny judge call to have to happen.
Yeah, I think he set his hand aside off camera. So.
Yeah.
Ooh, barrage.
Big OB
that's big.
here.
That takes out Ray plus
That's
Tech.
10 total.
I think.
Yeah, Tech survived too long there.
R2.
Yep. So I guess that could be why he wanted to flip Kylo like that, just soak up as much damage as possible, knowing he's going to clear the board next turn. Big Keller in here. Notably, he does have one resource up, so he can play the Bright Hope that he just luckily drew.
Yaddle looks like, not the Bright Hope.
Interesting. He is only at 10. Maybe he's not worried about it.
Loopy gonna cycle here, giving up the initiative. That's a bit rough. 7 from Kelleran puts him to 29.
You're at 29, bro. That's he maybe he has a blast or something, or he must just be very confident in his ability to follow up, because 29 is scary for me.
Yeah, maybe he's got a second barrage.
Mm-hmm. Loopy to 29.
Yikes. I mean, yeah. So now Ray plus both these units is lethal.
Yeah.
And Loopy is holding a Dark Trooper here.
He's still going to be taking up to 31. I'm nervous here if I'm Loopy. Do you think about the walker there for a second?
I don't know. Does he have Timely Walker?
Super
he's
Laser
gonna
Blast.
Super Laser Blast. Okay. Bit rough.
I'm not sure about that, the sequencing of that turn.
With that many resources up. They're Kelleran. All right.
God, that village protector's so annoying. I don't know if it's just because we've seen Mike on stream so many times today, but it just feels like it's the card of the day.
Yeah, now Loopy pretty much has to have a second Super Laser Blast. I guess Timely Anakin would do it.
Yeah. But short of that, I think he's in some trouble.
Oh, he's got the Dark Trooper, so he's still technically alive.
Yeah, he's got to have a way to deal with Keller in here.
Yeah, people asking why he waited to blast. He didn't have initiative there, so the Kelleran was going to get a hit in anyway. And I guess he said, I'll take the 8 damage to base from the Relentless in exchange for the 2 damage that you would get from the Yaddle. Which
Well,
is
he must not have had Super Laser Blast in his hand prior to using Kylo. He must
Yeah.
have top decked it.
yeah. So Anakin should be able to minus both, but I don't think Loopy has a way to get the extra 1 onto the Kelleran this turn.
Yeah, he did
Yeah,
minus
that's it.
1, but that will steal it, and we're heading to game 3.
Yeah. I think Loopy made a big mistake not flipping that Kylo when he did. If he had been able to pull out a Craving, that might have put him over the edge.
Yeah, so there was that like 30 to 45 second period where the connection got a little unstable. So I'm not positive what happened in that period, and maybe that something happened that made him flip early. You know what I mean? So holding out that, but yeah, it was a tough flip turn there, followed by some rough luck taking that 7 hit to base. Just kind of ran out of gas there. 33 damage is a lot to deal from both sides, so you got to be cognizant of what kind of trades you're taking, how much damage you're allowing to soak up, because your base is a resource. You know how much damage you could take as opposed to trade. But tight set of games here. Always love a set of 3 to start off a top 8.
Yeah. Still no updates on the other remaining 2 top 8 matches.
I also wonder on that flip if he was like, well, there's no removal that could actually take Kylo out here, and he just wasn't thinking about Blue Leader, right? Because Blue Leader really was able to deal with that Kylo cleanly.
Yeah, it's possible he just didn't think about Blue Leader.
Yeah. Long day.
The unique to play is very odd unless he had nothing in the discard pile. We know he had Legal Authority and Craving Power in the discard.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Looks like I didn't start the timer, so when did we start this round?
I think we probably have to be a solid 35, 40 minutes into the round.
I think it might even be more than that. Let's see. I sent that message at 4:07, which means we probably get started around 4:30. Yeah. Okay, no. Actually, yeah, no, I think we are probably about 30, 40 minutes in. And they should have 75 minutes extra time. So
Yeah.
I think we'll probably get this one done without going to time.
Yeah, they're very comfortable right now, I think. Loopy debating on keeping his hand. I thought it looked pretty good to me. There was a craving power, a power of the dark side, among other things. Both players mulliganing here as we get started.
And I forget how time works in Top Cut these days. Is it damage dealt or is it health remaining? I think it's health remaining.
It's health,
then cards and deck, then initiative, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's card index. I think it's damage and then or health and then initiative, but I could be wrong about that.
If anyone in chat knows, please sound off.
Yeah. Looks like solid hands for both players here. See that regional governor that we've been seeing Micah bring in from his sideboard pretty often in the tournament. I haven't seen it played yet, but he's been bringing it in pretty often.
Yeah. He's his turn 1 play. So I don't see another one. Oh, no, he's got an R2.
Yeah. He'll probably just do the buff R2. That's probably the preferred start, I would imagine.
Unless he really wants to, like, forestall a resupply or something.
And he does top deck the resupply.
I think he might
reconsidering his resource here.
Governor might be like a call craving power on the Kylo flip turn type thing.
Yeah, either that or super laser blast would be my first thought, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe Micah resourced the resupply. He does have Spark of Hope in his hand. Some debate going on here for Loopy if he wants to take 2 or do something else. He does take 2. Response R2 evens things up. You see the super laser tech coming in. Followed by clone deserter. What else we got coming down right this turn?
Gonna ray something. Looks like it's the deserter.
The deserter, yeah. Splitting it up. And no 1-drop to follow up. That would have been a really, really beautiful turn if he'd had that. I'm always so torn about giving a blue-green villain deck a card with a bounty, but it is a very strong unit in this sort of go-wide strategy deck.
Yeah.
Super laser tech goes into the R2, ramps up. And that aforementioned clone deserter goes in, restores 1 for Ray, and takes Kylo up to 5.
Does Loopy have Callus here? That would be nice. He does.
He does.
All right.
Takes down the R2, gets to draw a card in the top deck. I don't know if he caught it, but it was an Avenger, so that's going to come in handy in just about 4 or 5 turns if he could hold on to it.
Yeah, it looks like his hand is Super Laser, No Glory, Craving Avenger.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Mon Mothma keeping that card advantage chain going, getting that Luke Skywalker back. But again, everyone knows about this Luke. We know about the Avenger collectively, but they're gearing up. Loopy discards a craving power. Hate to see that if you're Micah, probably.
Yeah.
Is Loopy not resourcing here?
No, he did. He's going 6.
But didn't he super laser? Shouldn't he be at 7 though? If he resourced his turn?
You might be right. No, he was on 5 last turn after he he ramped. Did Micah ramp also?
Or are we just on 5 for Ray?
Yeah, no, I think Ray's on 5. Loopy's on 6.
Yeah. My mistake. The sleeves are kind of bleeding together. Going back to 0 and then 8.
Oh no,
Kylo.
maybe. No, I think Ray is on 6. Did Micah play a Spark of Hope?
I think he had it in his hand, but I don't think he played it unless he did it when R2 died. Could have been again one of those frames that we dropped here.
I think that's what he did. Because I would have added up to
another super laser check coming down.
Resources.
Yeah. Regional governor, what's he gonna call?
Let's see if the judges DM me.
That would be nice.
If they don't, I'm probably gonna assume.
I think I would be calling Craving or something, right?
Yeah, probably.
Make his deploy a little bit more awkward. Ray is holding on to that really, really clutch Rivals Fall as well. Believe that's a Rivals Fall, at least might be a fail. So Callus can't take out the governor here. Can take out the deserter. Depending on what the governor called, Loopy might need him to die or her to die.
Yeah.
So really interesting to see how this turn plays out.
So that's asking in chat. Top 8 is these two. We've got 2 Boba Data Vaults, Poe Yellow, Sabine ECL, Han 1 green, Han blue, Han 2, Han 1 blue, Han 2 blue. Sorry, no Han greens.
So we see Kylo deploy with the Kylo Saber and Craving Power, take out the Clone Deserter, and then Rivals Fall coming in to take out Kylo pretty cleanly. That's got to go in favor for Micah here, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, so evidently it wasn't Craving called with the governor.
I do wonder what that might have been then. Maybe Vader or something.
Yeah, Vader would have made sense. Maybe timely.
We see Ray buffing the regional governor here, and then Loopy attacking in with the super laser tech to ramp once again. I think we're going to see a Ray flip here. I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all.
Yeah.
And we do. Loopy claims. Micah takes 3 to base, experiencing Ray and restoring 3. Flip turn wise, advantage Micah for sure. So Loopy's going to 9 resources though, which is pretty clutch for the blue-green range.
Yeah.
Did you ever get word on what was called?
No, I didn't.
Wonder what it was.
I think timely is probably a pretty safe bet.
Yeah. Loopy on the play here with 9 resources to spend. Could see an Avenger come in potentially. Callus would trade with this governor.
Is that an Avenger?
It's
Oh,
a
Relentless.
relentless.
Okay.
No U-wing for you this turn. What do you do here?
Luke.
Luke
Yep.
take out Callus, very clean.
Luby's got to find a way to get back established onto the ground.
Yeah. I think his best bet is a super laser blast here, but
And yeah, I mean, it might be Barrage. Barrage only does so much.
Barrage doesn't wipe, unfortunately.
Yeah, it
for
doesn't even
Loopy.
clear 2 of them because that governor's got 4 health left.
Yeah. And we still don't know what was called. I mean, it's possible that it was super laser blast. It's possible that it was timely.
Yeah.
I don't think Anakin's turned on, so I doubt it would be Anakin.
Might have been Vader, which would turn off both Vaders.
That's a fair bet too, right? 2 for 1 always feels nice. We'll have to ask Loopy after this.
Yeah.
A lot of deliberating here. Rightfully so. This is a very important turn. Mikey could win on this turn in theory, right? We're showing
12,
9.
15. Yeah, he could.
Yes.
Or wait,
yeah,
6,
and I
7,
think-
8, 9,
I
10,
think he'll
11,
be
12.
too
No,
short, right?
1 short, I think.
Yeah.
All right, Loopy spending 2.
Nonetheless, very, very big turn.
Is that legal authority, maybe?
Let's see.
Or is it timely?
Timely. I'm confused what's going on here. There we go.
Yeah, timely. Okay. And then, reinforcement walker, it looks like.
Okay, so that will take out. So we know it wasn't timely now. That's 1 off the board.
Yeah.
He heals 3, draws 1, decides not to heal a second time. And what is he going into here?
See, he does have to do something.
Probably Ray.
Because he did it the second time.
Yeah, probably Ray, right?
It might be governor just to clear it because you're taking out 3 attack either way.
Yeah. Okay, so he decides to discard it. Heals down to 14.
Oh, yes, he's thinking.
Well, no,
about
he has
that.
to attack.
Yeah.
He does attack into the governor. There you go.
Okay. I guess he was just thinking about whether he wanted to keep that card or not.
Yeah.
Okay, and the judges finally just told me, right as it died, that the governor had called Vader.
Nice. Very, very good. Very good. Realistically happy that they're not paying attention to you and paying attention to the game. So
Yeah.
that's makes me feel comforted. Still got a Luke and Ray to deal with here. 6 restore on the board. That sucks.
Like I was thinking for a second about hitting the walker there with Luke. Which, I mean, you do want to be
Yeah, I
pushing
mean, I don't
damage,
think you
but that
want to
walker's
let.
a threat.
Yeah. And he's healing and drawing. It does everything that you don't want your opponent to do.
Yeah. All right.
The back end takes 8 damage from that relentless. And oh, look at that. 3 of it goes away.
Loopy is now in a
Back
position
down to
where if he
6.
draws barrage, he can clear both units. But I think I saw Kelleran in Micah's hand, so that might change.
We see a resupply to turn off relentless, and then a fell to take relentless out.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe a
big deal.
fell could be rivals, but I think it's fell.
Yeah, it looked like fell to me.
Yeah, that opens up super laser, or excuse me, that opens up U-wing, that opens up quite a few things that I think Micah wants to do in the later stages of this game.
It also does make Super Laser Blast feel less bad for Loopy.
Mm-hmm.
Although it looks like he's looking at his resources again. Timely Vader's online again.
Love that. And here it comes. There's the first part.
Yeah, there he
So the
is.
Vader
Vader.
takes out both. And that's 6 resource, 8 resource. That's enough.
That's sweet black pack Vader. Or is it silver pack? I can't remember.
No, that's prestige.
Oh, it's just prestige.
Yep. Yeah, just prestige, no big deal. Then we got Keller and Beck coming down. See what comes up here. Yoda, not bad, not bad. I think Loopy might have just claimed there.
Yeah, I don't think he's got much to do with 3 resources in this board state. Probably looking for Barrage or Craving Power here to knock out the Kelleran.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can't take 7 here.
Yeah.
7 puts you firmly in the danger zone. $12 resources for Loopy. I think Micah is at 5. Is at 9.
Yeah, 9. Yeah.
The super
let's
laser checks
go.
really add up.
Spending 5.
OB
It's
coming
Barrage.
down.
Say Kelleran bye-bye. There's a Kelleran back.
Yeah. Sorely needed from Loopy here because, like I said, 7 damage is untenable.
Yoda
Yoda
does
get in
get
for
ahead
2,
of.
essentially a 4-point swing, though.
I wonder. Let's see. Loopy could run over this Yoda, and I don't think that would be bad.
I think it just depends on what Micah wants to play this turn. If I'm Loopy, if I don't get answered with like removal right now with Vader, I kind of want to let the turn develop a little bit just so I can like see what my options are with this attack. And it looks like that's what he's going to do with this Salacious Crumb, healing back down to 18. We do see the first U-wing of the game fired off here by Micah, searching the top 10 cards of his deck, and I'm already seeing some pretty good combos that are available here. I would not be surprised if we see Micah play 3 units.
Loopy's showing us his hand. It looks like he's got double No Glory, Avenger, I think 7-drop Vader. Couldn't quite see the rest.
I always appreciate it when the players show your hand.
No Glory under the
Take a
Yoda.
quick look
might
at
be
our
sweet.
matches. Yeah, another Kelleran coming down
Okay, yeah, that
from
works.
the U-wing, so we're gonna get U-wing Kelleran into something else. A lot of effective HP added to the board as Mike is doing this. Another quick check to the matches. No finishing, no reporting. Just that one Sabine over Poe Yellow getting into the top 4 from Emmanuel. Everything else is still in progress. Then an Akbar coming down and clearing Crumb. Very nice. Everybody's looking at everybody's discard. I love it.
Loopy spending 5. No glory is the Yoda. Okay, interesting.
So he gets to draw a card, right?
Yeah, I mean he does.
Or no. Yeah.
But then, I mean, I might have done that in the Kellerin, even though it's giving up like the card.
Well, I think he wants to kill. I think he's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna kill Kylo with Vader. Is that the right move? I'm unsure, but I think Kellerin is dying this turn, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. But I
don't think you leave him alive. That's too sketchy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
you're getting to 25 damage.
Judges told me the call for this one was Super Laser Blast.
Very smart here by Micah, I think.
Yeah,
Then
Vader
Loopy
is
follows
gonna
up with 2 to
kill the
base.
Kellerin.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to the next round.
Yeah, I think Loopy has to eventually. He has to establish a foothold, and I think Vader was a good chance to do that.
Yeah, I think maybe a spark of rebellion Vader could be helpful this turn. Take out the Akbar or Governor. I would want to get the Governor off the board just in case I need to hit that emergency button of the Super Laser Blast.
Yeah.
Loopy thinking about his next action here. Spends 2.
Piet.
a Piet.
Okay.
He's basically saying deal with this right now, or I'm going to ambush you next action. In other words, deal with this right now. I'm about to Vader ambush into you and wipe your board.
6, 7, 8,
Even
9,
worse.
or 8. Is it Walker?
Is it Snoke?
What? Oh, it is Snoke.
So Snoke comes down, kills the Protector,
and
then
gets
ambushes into
either of them for free. Yeah.
the Governor. Yep. Oh,
Okay, he
then
does
Luke
have
to
the
follow
Luke.
up the Snoke. Huge back and forth here.
Let's see if Loopy has the Vader to claim and follow up with while the Piet's still around.
That'd be clutch, yeah.
All right,
Because you
Loopy
still
does claim.
you have to leave. You have to deal with that Piet. You have to. You can't
Yeah.
leave Piet out there. It's too dangerous.
But it looks like Micah just doesn't have a way to do it. Oh, 6 resources. Oh yeah.
Here we go.
That's why we
Here
play
we go. Yeah, ambush, wipe the board. Luke and Akbar off. Now the onus is really on Mikey here to follow up.
He does lose the shield though. Yeah. Because Snoke's not on the board
Yeah.
anymore. So yeah, for those of you that might be confused about what happened, he goes Vader, shield himself, shield Luke, ambush the Akbar, defeat Luke. Vader takes the damage on the shield.
Micah follows up with a Mon Mothma and gets the perfect pull with Luke here. Now he's actually able to handle the Vader. But the question is do you handle Vader here or do you handle Piet with that, Luke?
I don't know.
It's honestly, it's a fair question, I
It is,
think,
yeah.
which is ridiculous. You're talking about a 1/4 here, but you know, what do you want to get ambushed with a reinforcement walker next turn? That'd be great. Considering home 1 here, potentially looking at the discard pile.
Yeah, that might not be bad. He's got to be careful though if he
I
pulls.
think we do have enough resources for Luke, right? Is
Yeah,
it
he should,
1,
yeah.
2, 3. Yeah.
If he's got enough for home 1, he's got enough for Luke.
Fair.
Ooh, it is gonna be Piet.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Yeah. Let's see. Luby's got something to follow up. Barrage, clear the Luke. All
OB.
right. And now Luby's got
Even
that
in
foothold.
hindsight, I think that's right. You let him ambush in a reinforcement walker at all intents and purposes, lets him heal 6. That sucks.
Yeah.
All of those outcomes suck.
But Luby should still have that Avenger in hand. Oh, he's also got this Relentless, it looks like.
Did he play the wrong one, or
No, I think
what's going on here?
he played out of turn because I think Micah had initiative.
Okay. Mike's I'm gonna slam an event right now.
Yeah, I think he still has that Avenger from before, and he's also got the Relentless, both of which are
he did slam.
Incredible
He was
here.
about to play Relentless, but yeah, I think if it's me, I play the U-wing just because I'm trying to get that off. I think. And are you at 13 resources?
I think so. Like, see,
Yeah.
he just crashed the Mon into the Vader. Maybe he's got a Luke, or can he go home one Luke?
No,
yeah.
Yeah. Kill the Vader. And now he has a way to potentially kind of deal with the Relentless, at least, right?
Yeah. But if I'm Loopy, I might just go Avenger in this position. Oh, Super Laser Blast, that also works.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like both on the bottom there from the Inferno.
Mm-hmm. Really close game here with Kylo at 20 HP and Rey at 16. We're both at an ungodly amount of resources, and Loopy opens up with a Rey unit.
I think we should have 15, 20 minutes left in time by my estimate.
Yep. This game can't go that much long.
No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
But this has been a spectacular set so far.
Oh, totally. This last game has been great. And still no other reports from our other Top Cut performers.
Someone was saying in chat that they knew what happened.
We see a legal authority come in and capture the Rey, or excuse me, capture the village protectors for Rey.
So look, apparently Han 1 beat Boba Data Vault, so that would be Carlos Apodaca moving on over Corman, and Han 2 beat the other Boba Data Vault. So that should be
Alex Adam.
Alex over Adam. So it looks like we're gonna have an all late night gaming top 4.
And so Carlos got it with Han 1 blue.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right, sorry. Streams.
Bear with us as we're waiting for this internet spike to resolve.
Hello, I'm the bear. I'm joining you for co-commentary.
Yeah. Here comes Tech from Rey. That's one of his U-wing selections here. And then a Bright Hope as well.
Does you just bounce the tech right away? No, he doesn't.
Oh, luckily Rey can't kill it. I assume that Mike is trying to set something up for next turn with Tech.
Yeah. Loopy spending a lot of resources. There's the Avenger.
I think it's got to be Bright Hope here, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna go Tech.
Okay.
Maybe he thinks.
I guess he doesn't want to take 8.
Yeah, I guess.
I
Yeah.
don't blame him. I don't want to take 8.
Maybe he thinks his resource row isn't that good. Ooh,
Fair.
Rey gets to shield the Avenger here. That's right.
Yeah.
Rey's sneaky good. She's won me a lot of games because
Well, this deck especially, right?
Yeah. The other thing is she can actually target an opponent's unit, so you can set it up to Vader.
Yeah, that's great. A lot of flexibility here. And also could just be a card to discard to turn on Anakin.
Yeah. I think maybe once I've just, Kylo did discard Rey. So, yeah, neither of these players are running Vigilance or Bounty Hunter Crew or anything, so. Just a straight up fist fight between the two Dex engines.
Yeah, big turn coming up here. I know Mike is holding on to a Rival's Fall. I think part of me just wants to fire that off versus Avenger, but patience might be rewarded. The connection really has been so strong all day, so it's a shame to see these spikes late in the day. Apologies.
Oh, apparently time just got called. So this is the last. Judge is saying
The last phase.
This is the last action phase. So I guess it's like not even. There's another one after this. I think this might just be it.
Wow. Okay. So
in which case, I think Loopy's
this
got
actually
it, right?
might be advantage Loopy, right? Because he's got Avenger, which he's not going to be able to hit base with likely unless he could get rid of Bright Hope.
But he can hit with both these ground units, at least even just one of them.
Yeah, that's 7 damage to base. Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe Mike is thinking of a situation in which he can stop Rey from hitting in, get in with a Bright Hope that's buffed by Rey, and then like they're even at 23. Maybe he's
So I think they're
thinking-
both at 20 right now, right?
Yeah, they are. Maybe he's thinking of a way to get like village people out and hope Loopy doesn't have a way to deal with it.
On 1. Okay, so that heals 1. I wonder if maybe he's just going to go blue leader here to get the other one coming in and take 3 damage off the board. That's actually a really big play here for Micah. Oh, nope, it's the village protector. Should have known better.
Yeah, and notably that does give a restore 1 to the Bright Hope. Palp's
Here comes the
return.
Palp return, and then I think
I guess for reinforcement walker.
so.
Does
Yeah,
that do it?
and then that's gonna make Micah scoop.
Yeah, because if he goes reinforcement walker, heal 3, then even Bright Hope with 3 gets in, and Loopy just takes initiative, and because they're tied at 20,
He has the win.
Loopy would win by initiative.
Yeah. Hate to see it come down to tiebreakers like that, obviously, especially in the top cut. But great performance for both of these players. I know Mike is on a really hot streak this season with last PQ, and Loopy is a great competitor as well. We see Micah earning 15 points for this top 8, Loopy going on to the top 4, so it's a floor of 25 for him. Got to be happy with that either way.
Wow, that was a great match. I'm glad we picked that one on stream. And,
Totally.
Yeah.
It really has been a great day of games. Saw a lot of different aggro matches early in the day, followed by some barn burners. I think we've seen Mike on stream, I think, more than anyone today. His matches versus Palp were fantastic. I recommend you guys rewind about. I think it was like maybe around 4 or around 3 even. Great games there. But yeah, fantastic games. Excited to see what this top 4 all looks like. Like Rebel Trader said, it's all late night gaming, which you love to see, especially hometown PQ. They're putting on the stream. Streaming sucks when you're also competing. Like I won't lie, I won't sugarcoat it at all. It's one of those things where it's like you're there, you're competing, you want all of your attention to be on doing well. But, even if you have your friends like Rebel Trader to help out here behind the scenes, there's always that worry. What if my computer dies? What if this happens? So love to see Late Night doing well.
Yeah. And I'm always trying to make sure there's that I can do everything and Loopy doesn't have to worry about it. And he always does that when he's running streams that I set up for in Portland. So that's
Great partnership.
That's why I love this partnership that we got.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently
it was Palpatine to play Snoke.
Snoke. Yeah, that also does it.
Yeah.
Because that kills the.
So I'm not seeing the updates in Melee yet. We do see Carlos won in Melee as well. So it looks like the brothers won't be facing off in the top 4, which is nice for them, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we'll see Loopy and Emmanuel and Carlos and Alex.
Yeah, that would make sense. All right, which would you rather stream?
Chat, let us know what you think as well.
That's either Han 1 Blue versus Han 2 Blue, or this Kylo again versus Sabine ECL.
I think I'd like to see the battle of the Hans, wouldn't you? Right? Like,
would, yeah.
We're gonna see the best deck that turns on Anakin versus Han 2 Blue. Like, can it survive post Force Throw today? At least it did, right?
Yeah.
So I think some interesting storylines from both. And personally, I think I'm siding with the battle of the Hans.
Yeah.
What say you, chat, here on Late Night Gaming?
I think it'd also
Tell
be
us.
good
If you're not
to give.
subscribed, do that as well.
I think it would also be good to give Loopy a round off after that. Incredible
Yeah, that would be
massacre.
3 in a row, right?
No, just one.
No, just 2.
Just 2 in a
Just
row,
that's
yeah.
how long this round was. That's
Yeah.
how long this round was. Yeah, let's do Han. The Hans have it. Let's do it. And while we wait for that, I'm just going to take a quick break. Rebel, I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Oh, it looks like the matchups were actually wrong. It's actually Carlos versus Emmanuel. So that's Han versus Sabine. Han 1.
Kylo Data Vault. I think either one is pretty interesting. Always nice to see brothers duking it out. I think that I think both of the Han builds are going to present quite a big problem for Sabine with Churret.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Han. I think it was Han, right? That beat Sabine pretty early on.
It was Sabine Yellow.
Yeah, I believe
right?
it was.
Wasn't it Rebel Resource?
Yeah, it was Carlos versus Rebel Resource. Yeah, we had that round 3.
Yeah.
So I imagine same concepts would apply.
Yep. So they're getting set up. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Cool. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to have the brothers on. That's going to be Carlos versus Manuel. Sabine ECL versus Han 1 Blue with the Force base. And if they get done in time, we're going to switch on the other match, which is Loopy versus Alex. Players are taking a 5-minute break. We're going to take one too, and we'll be back soon.
We are back for the top four here at the Hobby Knights West Bend, Wisconsin PQ. We have a battle of brothers, Sabine ECL versus Han One Blue. Got the I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation. Apicada brothers going off. Always love Apodaca brothers going off. Thank you, Rebel Trader. I asked for the pronunciation. I messed it up anyway. Got Kyle Kraft joining me, my teammate, once again for the second time today. Excited for a great top four. Love seeing the brothers face off, right?
And having brothers face off, I mean, I can only assume they've played this matchup at nauseum at home, right? So, or against each other previously. So I imagine both of them have a good idea of what they want to do here, what they're trying to accomplish. Deck lists are open now too, so I haven't seen them myself. But this Han deck, I assume, is running Cheer It, right?
So they got to be, yeah. And obviously these are both late night gaming teammates, so I'm sure they're working on this, playing as many games as possible. So excited to see how this goes. It looks like we're going to see Sabine. That's a manual start with the initiative here. And yeah, I mean, the key cards are obviously like, sure, it's going to be a pain in the butt for Sabine to deal with. And Sabine really needs to get out in front and not get eaten alive by the Falcon in space as well. So I think the advantage probably goes Han here, but two very skilled players, and excited to see how it pans out here.
Out front with a bringing down a 3/5 on ground, or a Falcon in space, try to eat up that turn one play.
Yeah,
We'll have to see how it comes out. And then there's the counterplay, right? If Sabine is running the ECL masterpiece to deal with a Falcon, there's some interesting back and forth. But a lot of times this game really turns on that first 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, can you force a rushed ECL? Can you force something that the Sabine player doesn't really want to do here? And can you set up your board to, actually take advantage of that turret, to take advantage of that turned on Anakin? Everything's going to happen really fast here. Both these decks are relatively quick. Obviously, Sabine known for a little bit more of an aggro style than Han One Blue here, but both have the tools to push really hard.
It looks like Sabine's going to have to go to the ground, and that's going to allow Ezra to come over the top, either trade favorably or force a trade up back into the Ezra, which it's preventing Sabine from hitting your base.
Which is the goal at the end of the day.
Like he has,
Seen Han using his ability.
Sabine's got the pump too, right?
Yeah. Good Fleet Lieutenant to trade up into anything on the ground, which is nice. Obviously, like you said, not going to base, but conversely, not losing a huge board advantage. Manual pings here, and Carlos follows up with the Ezra.
So what do you do here going into the next turn? Do you...
Yeah, Emmanuel claims initiative, and we're going into the next round.
So what do you do here, Jordan? Do you try to trade into this Ezra, or do you go to the base with the Fleet
I
Lieutenant?
think you have to trade in here. Ezra can cause some problems. I mean, you could go to base. Chances are you're going to get a turret coming sooner or later. I do see that in Carlos's hand, and then that just gets eaten alive. So I don't know. It's a tough call here, but I think I'm using Fleet Lieutenant to trade up. What about you? And that's what
Get
happens.
traded back into twice. Yep, and it looks like we agree here. The player on the board.
Yeah, and then we get Falcon coming down, swinging for 3 to end the turn, and we have Sabine at 5 damage.
I guess it pushes the damage a little bit, but if this next turn, if you're trying to go, did you say he had turret?
He does have turret, yeah, and I
See the
would
hand.
be shocked if he resourced it.
Yeah, probably not. He had itinerant before as well, though. So if he keeps the Falcon out, though, he's on 3 resources, which means he's going to have to use the Han ability if he wants to go 4-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Playing fast, right? Which another sign that this is a practiced matchup between these two. And we go Yaddle.
Yeah. Another key card in this matchup, we've seen Yaddle all day in these kind of aggro versus mid-range swing matchups really turn on that restore and help the slower deck kind of be actually the faster deck in the long run. Then Sindari comes down. I don't really want to deal with that if I'm on 1 here. That restore 2 does kind of suck.
Dari
You should see that main deck
I think
as well.
With a lot of the, yeah, I think a lot of the aggro we've seen today, the Sundari main deck makes sense. I
Mhm.
suppose in this position, the Saboteur might be a little more efficient, if he's going to bring down a turret.
Mhm. At the end of the day, though, you do need to deal with the turret. You can't leave it there, right? So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, kind
Heavy
of.
assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally agree. All right.
Okay. I think we're waiting on Emmanuel here to decide what he wants to do. But no, never mind. That's Yaddle swinging in, getting that restore going, getting the force for Han 1.
Damage at the moment.
Yep. We do see that ECL Mastery's coming in, taking out the Falcon, experiencing itself, and probably pinging 1 to base. What do you guess? Oh, 1 to Yaddle. Probably going to swing in with the Fleet Lieutenant to finish her off. Not
And the
anymore,
green,
though.
right? So he's going to get both effects, which is nice.
Yeah.
All right, so down comes the turret. We've already swung with the Yaddle, though, so if he hits it once, he's not going to be able to get the force to activate again.
Also, importantly, ECL is done, so ECL Wrecker's off the table for next turn. Sabine going into turret, making a make of the choice. He is going to use the force. Still getting that 1 damage ping in. Could be worse. This Han flip is going to be worse, though. Then we have a Fleet Lieutenant going in again. At full 3 is going to go in because, like you mentioned, Turret is not able to use the force there. Then we'll see what what Emmanuel has to do to respond here.
Though, sucking up multiple attacks, right? Allowing Han to start to really get aggressive and go after the base, as it looks like he's doing.
Yeah. 100% there. That restore 2 from Sindari probably will come in clutch if that ends up being a race, same as Yaddle's restore. It's going to help on the Han side, and we're going to the next round.
Yeah, and I haven't been able to see what resources have been defeated. A little bit of quality here in the discard pile. I believe he was holding an Anakin. I did see a power in hand at some point, so if he has a turned on Anakin, this could be really rough for Sabine.
Yeah, big swing coming up potentially here.
Yeah, hard to tell at the moment. I suppose if Anakin hits the board, you see 2 things go away, we'll have our answer.
Mm-hmm. currently
I think
sitting
that
at
is
9
power of the dark
damage
side on the
Han.
top of the
Yeah.
discard.
It is a power at the top. We could just clear up here.
Yep. So Anakin's definitely turned on. So if you hit with Han first, you're up to 6. I guess you're already at 6. So you're going to guarantee the damage here.
Mhm.
And then this Anakin's going to be able to come in and clean house a little bit.
And I mean, Sabine is sitting at 17 damage compared to Han at 9. So it is kind of a knife's edge here. It's a very important turn. But an important turn is always made easier with Rebel Assault coming down. So let's see what Emmanuel decides to do here. He could take out Yaddle, which I do think is pretty important. And
Assault with
he's just
the
pushing everything to
masterpiece
base.
too. Is
He's just pushing everything to base. Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a load of damage, right?
And then he's still showing 4 from Sabine, 3 from Sundari, and 3 from Sabine. So that's 7 total.
Let's see. The
actually
masterpiece
might
already
be a
had
close
1
race in the
+ 1. He
thought,
was
yeah.
able to give a second and the red damage. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jeez.
Luke comes down and clears Sundari. So if Emmanuel is going to win, it's probably going to be on this phase or very early in the next after this restore starts to stack up.
Well, if he's holding another Rebel Assault, we're gonna be in trouble on the Han side.
Mm-hmm. See Carlos claim blocking that eventuality from happening. I think that Emmanuel has 6 resources up right now. Yeah, he's only used 1 with Rebel Assault. No Cassian that I'm seeing. Free for Rebel Assault.
There you go. 4
1.
cause exact. He played the
4 cause. 4 total.
They had the 4. Oh, yep. All right. So we're only 2 away.
He discards all 4.
As always.
Clearly searching for another.
And he shows the gun from the row, showing he has lethal in first action next round.
Brutal.
We haven't ended the phase yet, but he's just showing him. We don't need to draw up here. I've got lethal with Luke. We're done.
Listen, bro, we're going to game 2. Right. So game 2 here, really tight. Really came down to a couple actions here. I mean, Sabine is really fast. Those Yaddle restore points really came in clutch throughout the whole game.
Yeah. I was surprised when the Yaddle came down. I was thinking we might pick up the Falcon and go for a Chirrut or an Itinerant Warrior, go for a 4-drop, but Han knew this was a race he could win, right? And went straight for it.
So they're looking at deck lists now. I'm not sure if this is allowed. I actually don't think this is allowed, but they're both doing it, so who cares?
I thought you were allowed to review them between rounds. You get to see it before, and then you can review them again.
Is that the rule? I thought it was just prior to sitting down, like prior to like starting the game.
I feel like in the last top 8 I was in, we were allowed to review again. At least the judge allowed it, so I guess I'm just going off last experience from the last PQ I was in.
Yeah, Ethan Smith says certainly not allowed. So
certainly not allowed. Okay,
but that game was really close, right?
Good to know.
It came down to 1 action. That was lethal from the masterpiece. That was lethal from just about anything on the Sabine side of the board. So I think that action efficiency is going to come down and be really, really important here. You know, we didn't see any, we only saw the 1 ambush. We didn't see any other uses of timely, I don't think. So I think that's going to come in clutch. And obviously, like we've been mentioning, these are teammates. These are brothers. I'm sure they've been playing this matchup a ton.
Here. It's like we got a few changes coming for sure, especially on the Han side. He's laying down a lot of cards.
And I wonder what those are. I mean,
I would assume, as fast as that game went, taking out some of the top end. I mean, we did get to a Luke, but some of the other top end may be coming out for just more early game capability.
5 is quite a bit.
If he holds his hand down, we're going to be able to see.
Yeah, I wonder if we're talking about like, some of the villainous stuff. Like if you're taking out like how, like the powers.
I see the daughter.
And stuff. Yeah.
That makes sense. right?
I do see
You definitely want to
outmaneuver
bring
in
those
there.
in. I mean,
Not sure if he's going to bring that in. And what's coming out? Let's take a look. It's a little bit further. Looks like Kira's coming out. Tech.
that makes sense. I like it when players hold up their deck pod screen and show us what they're changing out between rounds.
Yeah, can't ask for too much. The beggars can't be choosers. We do see it is a mixture of Tech and Kira coming out. Maybe a Fell as well, which makes sense.
Yeah, Tech's going to be when you're trying to grind later. He's not going to be too valuable early. Tech makes a lot of sense. Kira can still be valuable, though, if you're trying to prevent an ECL wrecker, ECL post situation, right? I could see wanting to keep the Kira potentially, but you are in a crowded 4-drop situation. Like, obviously, you want Chirrut, you want Itinerant.
Yeah.
You're also trying to get Kira down.
Well, there are a lot of cards shifting around here, so I'm not sure. I see Grogu. I see Rivals Fall coming out.
The Grogu's interesting in Han 1, right? It's not like with Hondu where you can bring him out and turn him on. So
it's not as much.
I don't think it's coming in this matchup. Yeah, I don't think it's coming in this matchup, but it makes me think, what's it for? I guess maybe Boba Data Vault, right? It still would be relevant in that matchup, regardless if it comes in turned on or not.
Yeah, so I'm really not sure if Kira was subbed out there. She very easily could be in the deck. There was a lot of moving piles going around. I will say though, Kyle, like we both play Han, we both play Sabine. We talk about it a lot on our podcast, but I think when we look at this, like that first game went a lot closer than I would have predicted.
One, especially green for sure. I want to be in the Han seat. Blue, I think I want to be in the Han seat. I think where it changed a little bit might be when you were talking about Han red, even yellow. I think so. A lot of the Han 1 variants are and have been favored into Sabine. So it's not that this is unwinnable by Sabine, but certainly if I could choose my seat, I'd be sitting in the Han seat.
Yeah, same here. I wonder if that's how they feel with their testing.
Yeah, good question. Although they're both making it to a top 4, right? So
yeah,
points
clearly
incoming.
the reps that they've been putting in with the rest of the team. I mean, Kyle, I know you're just joining here in the past couple hours, but it's an all late night top 4, right? Rebel Trader, and then I think it was 6 out of 8 in the top 8, which is great. Love to see that.
Yeah, we're on their home turf. Now, I'm not as familiar, late night, there's a few of the players that obviously I know and know well, but the broader team, is this a Bothan situation? We talking, a 40-player team, or what's the size here?
Well, Rebel Trader, you'll have to tell me. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's in like the double digits for sure.
I think it's 20-something. Let's see.
Okay.
20-something.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yeah, so probably a good percentage of the field. The same sort of thing happens in Colorado with our team, right? We got a pretty sizable team, so you see a lot of the.
We get
CCC
confirmation.
members.
Kira is in the deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was just a lot of moving piles going on.
So yeah, there are
Kira,
25 members of the team, and I'm saying this to stream also. So there are 25 members of the team, but not all of them are based in Wisconsin. A lot of the core ones are, but we've got
including yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm out in Portland.
In fact, not in Wisconsin.
All right, I'm muting myself. Have a good one.
Cool. Yep. So I think for this game,
I
might be trying to focus on getting that early space assault going. I know you don't want to play a space unit turn 1 if you're Sabine here, especially with initiative, but I think you really you're looking for that masterpiece to shut down the potential Falcon, and then I really don't want to waste the time going into the ground, because I think those turns that Chirrut really did slow things down. I think those were the difference in the game here.
Designed to be a very hard-hitting space attack, right? I think you have to go ground. I don't think there's much of an option. I mean, to your point, if you try to start in space, it's going to be with an A-wing, and a Falcon can really punish that. So you almost have to at least start ground.
Yeah. I think best case scenario, you're going Marine into Masterpiece, I think.
Agreed. Yeah, you want to start with a green unit, I think, right? Because that way, if they do go Falcon and you ECL Masterpiece, your Masterpiece lives with the experience. But another very good hand for Sabine. I mean, we're going Marine into Fleet Lieutenant. He's already got the Rebel Assault, so this hand is gas, right? There's going to be a lot of damage fast. We'll see if the Han can fight it off.
Also with the 4 cause.
Yeah. Just a lot of damage. Going to be hot and heavy.
Han using his ability to then get pinged and then a Yoda to follow up. Getting that 2 restore on the board, always good.
Yeah, so we have the same a choice as last time, right? Is he going to need to Fleet Lieutenant the Marine into the Yoda or go base? I think with Yoda restoring, you probably don't love it, but have to get that Yoda off the board.
I think you do it, and then you have 2 units on the board, and you live to fight another day.
Yeah, agreed. Go wide. You've got the Rebel Assault too, so hopefully you can start to recoup some of that damage you had to push into the Yoda later.
Yeah,
there it is.
Carlos gets to draw here, and he top decks a turret, which is exactly what you want to see if you are the Han 1 blue player.
Plus a force unit to activate him next turn too. So
yeah,
with the Yaddle,
more gas coming to Emmanuel's hand with 2 A-wings, 2 4 causes, and a Rebel Assault. Let's have a party. It's an aggro assault right here.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's definitely got the burn to try to close it out, but he needs to get the damage in first. And here we go.
Yeah. Now,
the question can't stop units that already hit base.
Do you take out Yaddle to make sure he can't get on the force here? I think that's part of the question, but he's going to base.
Yeah. With the Rebel Assault, I would have considered it with the Fleet Lieutenant, right? It turns off the restore. It prevents him from getting force for Chirrut. I think there was definitely an argument there. He chose to just take all eight to base, right?
Yeah,
maybe part of that decision making is the fact that he has having 2 4 causes in his hand. Maybe is part of that decision making. He's like, I just need to get him in range so I can burn him out.
He also didn't see the turret in his brother's hand, while I did, right? So that's the armchair aspect here. 4 cause coming in. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you keep on top here, Kyle?
Okay. So important. The Poe I think is important, right? This is a potential way to get through that Chirrut. ECL hasn't been used yet. And then he's got more pumps and Rebel Assault. This one's tough. All 4 of those are juicy cards, right?
Yeah.
I think the K2 is probably at least going back if you plan to ECL Poe. K2 might be a little slow.
I would say the K2 is probably the least desirable of those 4.
Agreed. I guess he's trying to think through what am I doing next turn? Am I ECLing Poe? The answer is no, we're not.
He's not ECLing Poe.
Yeah, so that makes me think maybe we're going to see a Rebel Assault. So we're going to be on 5 next turn. So there you go. So you could ECL Fleet Lieutenant as a potential way to try to get rid of this Chirrut and then follow it up with the Rebel Assault. But he's obviously planning his next turn.
Yep. Chirrut takes 0. Sabine gets the 1 ping to base, and we go to the round following.
Okay, so hitting with the Sabine there, you get the 1 on base, but this also kind of forces your opponent's hand to attack with the force unit if he wants to prevent damage to Chirrut, right? Instead of playing something from hand.
Yeah, and you could also, Chirrut has 2 even very clean and tempting trades, even 3 depending on if you wanted to take out the Marine. Mm-hmm. That's what he does. He takes out Fleet Lieutenant, gets the force.
Yep. So now you're going to want to hit Chirrut for at least 4, and that Rebel Assault can do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 1 unit. And here it comes.
I think you sacrifice the Marine and then do 4 to base, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because then the Yaddle can't trade back into the Sabine, right? So
yeah,
agreed.
That puts Carlos on Han 1 at 18 damage.
He's going to need to push a little more to get him in 4 cost range, but it's still coming hot. So interesting the decision not to keep the K2 if we ended up Rebel Assaulting right away, because right now, so he's going to go for the for a cause. It might have been nice to be able to just drop K2 to the board there.
Yeah. So it puts him at a 21 here, or 22 rather, or no, 21 after the heal from Yaddle. Han's obviously in position to go 5, 6, 7 here, and he does have the Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big. Emmanuel claims
These 4
and
causes that I noticed is, yeah, you haven't seen Wrecker, right? He's just
Yep.
digging and digging and digging. So the looming threat of Wrecker remains, and it's online too.
and ECL is open.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
And there is a timely in the
So
row
even-
as well, if we get to that point.
Okay. Yeah, even if he races to Luke, if we can draw a Wrecker on the other side, we've got an answer plus damage back. Chat saying Sabine should have 3 damage on her.
Yeah, I believe that is
probably
right,
missed where
Charlie.
The third point was
Yeah.
from.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've alerted the judges.
All right.
Thanks for the shout out, though. Appreciate that. In theory, that
Well,
could
attacking
matter.
with Yaddle. Well, it could have already mattered then, right? Because he
Yeah.
might have chosen to attack Sabine with Yaddle had it been correct. So I guess too late now. But
I'm honestly surprised that he did that, because I was expecting just the 5, 6, 7 with Luke to kill Sabine.
yeah, fair. Instead of hitting with Han, I mean, we were playing Luke anyway, right?
Yeah. Kind of awkward. I think Carlos is
see what
probably
Sabine
just
drew,
very
but-
concerned with damage on. He
Yeah,
is
Luke
showing,
just takes that right back off.
Yeah, I mean, even more than that, right? He's showing 5 restore on board.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Yaddle activating Luke as a Jedi, right?
Yep. Heals down to 23 first, pings back up to 24.
Slipping out of the grasp of the Sabine player here.
Comes Luke with a gun, taking him to 17 damage on base while restoring 4.
And that presents now Luke as lethal with the gun, right?
Mm-hmm. You almost need an ECL record to be able to follow this up, and it does not look like
That's right.
Emmanuel drew it.
And John pointing out with the trade we were talking about with Luke, cleaning up with Luke, why trade in with Han? That's a good point, right? Getting a little more damage on Han. So should a Wrecker be drawn, an overwhelmed
That's not as-
situation, hitting Han
yeah.
for 5 and overwhelming for 6 made a lot of sense. So yeah, that
Mhm.
makes sense as to why he would have done it that way.
And that will seal it. Carlos takes it on Han 1 blue. Not sure if he's the older or younger brother, but I'm sure they'll be razzing each other for weeks to come on this one. Excited for Carlos getting to the top 4. Not seeing any other match reports yet from our other match of Loopy versus Alex, but hey, great set of matches here in the top 4. Looks like we're gonna have a Han 1 blue versus either Han 2 blue or Kylo Data Vault. So really interesting final. I mean, not a red deck in sight outside of this Han 2 blue. So will it be able to kind of prove that Han 2 is still alive? I mean, Kyle, I know you've been really interested in Han 2 blue and you don't think it's going to go anywhere anytime soon, but I think we see Alex kind of putting that to the test today.
On the list myself. I mean, really all the deck lost was Force Throw. And don't get me wrong, it's a very powerful card, but I found most of the time I was playing Force Throw was to Force Throw myself to clear a large threat. And a lot of the times that was a large space threat. What I've been playing with is just Entrenched, right? It helps solve the same problem in some ways, or just another removal card, because that's
Sure.
typically what the card ended up doing for me, right? So the deck still does a lot of powerful things, right? You're still playing Anakin, Luke, you're still playing Chirrut, you're still getting turn 1 Grogu, that sort of thing. So yeah, I agree. I think Luke or Han 2 blue is still a very powerful deck, and it's still going to be around. The question is it good into this meta? So if we do start to see some of these more mid, longer game decks like this Kylo Data Vault, does it survive those matchups? So I guess we're going to find out on the other end of the table. But this one's got 48 minutes left. I imagine that other game is probably going to go long. A Han 2 Blue versus a Kylo Data Vault is not a fast match.
Yeah, and we did just see Loopy and Micah go to time the round previous. So we're going to step out here for a few minutes. When I'm I mean potentially 47. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes up. But stick with us here at Late Night Gaming. Heading towards the finals here. Potential Han 1 Blue versus Han 2 Blue and Kylo Data Vault. We'll see what happens here in about 45 minutes. Until then,
we may be back before then because they might move over Loopy and Alex.
We might be back before then, depending if we get a table moved in between games, but no promises. We'll keep you updated.
All right. And welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half of the top 4 here. And I'm going to get the overlay fixed real quick. But we've got Alex against Loopy here. Alex is up a game. Alex playing Hantu Blue.
They're showing us the sideboarding. We see, looks like Loopy's bringing in 2 Fells, Craving Powers, and Relentlesses. And on the Alex side, I saw some open fires. It was kind of a little bit quicker, so I wasn't able to grab that. But we just came off the showdown of the 2 brothers. Now we're going in to see who will face Carlos in the top 8. Like Rebel Trader mentioned, we have Hantu Blue up a game, really showing, like Kyle was mentioning in our last segment, that it's still a live deck, right? Force throw, eat your heart out. Very open with these sideboard choices here. I know it's open deck list, but this is pretty much laying it out for each other. I like it.
Alex is undefeated on the day, 6-0-2.
Wow. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Just the draws. Yep, that was part of the first draw with Rando Mando in round 3, and then the second draw was intentional, I believe, in round 7 versus Micah.
Yep.
So great run here for Alex.
Yeah. Interesting to see that Alex took game 1. This has traditionally been a pretty favorable matchup for Kylo. Although I guess the Data Vault has always done a little bit worse into it than ECL, because ECL has the ability to dominate early game. But when I played
good.
I was going to say, I played Kylo ECL at Vegas, and I went undefeated 5-0 against Han Blues, even with Force.
So I was going to say the opposite. I played Hantu Blue at Worlds, right? And what I found in my testing, I didn't actually play any Kylo Data Vaults or ECLs during the weekend. But what I found was that, like, you really can't get 2-for-1 2 turns in a row, right? Like, you can't let him have a crazy Kylo flip and then also get timely vadered, or vice versa. So I think that's a big decision point here at this point at that point in the game. But also you have, crate dragons to deal with and stuff like that. Do we know what the lists are? Do we have those real quick that we could pull up?
Let's see. Yeah, we do. I have Loopy's list. I know. I can get Alex's pretty quick.
I am curious to see what was decided to change out for Force Throw. I know myself, I've been playing a lot of Hantu Green this set. I just swapped out Force Throw for Protect the Pod, which is honestly surprisingly been pretty good. We'll see how that plays here in this matchup. And I was actually wrong. There was a divider in between. I know Loopy wasn't being that generous, just generous to us and the fans at home.
So yeah, this is Loopy's deck list. We saw it in the top 8. He's got some interesting tech choices, so we'll see how he fares with those. And let's take a look at Alex's Hantu Blue. Alex has been playing this deck since set 2.
Wow, a lot of dedication.
Yeah.
We see Loopy not liking what he's seeing, putting it back, and Alex, on the other hand, is a fan, resources, and ready to go.
So yeah, this is their list. I got Alex pulled up on stream. Running. Yeah, I'm not sure what you would consider a replacement for the Force Throws. Maybe the Open Fires. Did they run that before?
Probably not main. I could see that. Maybe bumping up the Entrenches, bumping up the Cassians. A lot of Han players just been playing like one Cassian. I haven't seen Ogdo Bogdo be often 3 times either. So, it could be a mix of those. I do like the list though, and they're getting started. They do the fist bump, and we're off to game 2 of the top 4 here.
I like they're playing on their own mats.
Even though it is the late night mat, which in theory is their mat, which is good.
But I mean, that Kylo mat is just so nice.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Starting with the Pershing with Ogdo Bogdo combo. kind of a catch-22 here for Ogdo, because if he does attack into kill and Pershing, it becomes non-wounded again and then cannot attack in the future.
Ogdo is one of the only openings I'm really scared of as Kylo against Han.
Yeah, I mean, Grogu isn't too super strong. I think, ooh, we see an entrench here. That's interesting. I guess that just to get that trade here with Ogdo if he attacks in.
Yeah.
But going to base instead.
I like it.
And Pershing's gonna take the draw. I say, do your Ogdo thing. I'm drawing, dude. It's all good. And then we see Itinerant Warrior come in with no force usage, just a shielded unit.
We'll see what Loopy has, but I seriously would have considered just crashing Pershing into the Ogdo there.
Yeah, I mean, taking another 5 isn't my favorite thing, especially now. It's probably gonna be another 9, realistically speaking. We'll see what Loopy could follow up here on the 4 resource turn. He is this time taking out Ogdo.
All right. Yeah, I like that.
And then the Itinerant Warrior going into base. Or no, cleaning up the turret, popping the shield, and getting the force in the process. See Inferno 4, get some scrying going. One of those cards was Array, the other one is going to the bottom. Looks like Loopy's hunting for something to turn Anakin on, I believe.
Yeah.
Quick usage of the force there by Alex Chiati to draw 2.
That's a nice
Gotta love
pickup.
that. Loopy claims.
Yeah. Loopy gonna be looking for like Callus or Terran Tatak. I think since Force Throw ban, Loopy's moved back to Callus. And is
Probably
off,
makes sense.
Terran.
We are seeing less and less force units. I mean, just seeing this top 8, I mean, there was 2 decks that used the force, this and the other Han. So, I mean,
yeah.
If FFG wanted to change, they got it, right? Loopy spending 5 here. Maybe not.
Oh. We know he's got the Ray in hand, which I mean is a bit slow, but it's a nice play here.
Well, Ray's gonna cost. Oh yeah, it's Kylo leader, right? As well.
Yeah. So
so
it's
that's
just
fine.
cost 5.
Callus to trade with Chiati and also drawing a card. Loopy takes 2 more here, or 4 more here rather. Discards the legal authority. I was kind of expecting to see the Ray get discarded.
If he doesn't, I don't know. It's a -1, so it does feel kind of bad to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if he doesn't have the Anakin.
He does have the Anakin, I think. He did
Okay.
at least a couple turns ago. He might have resourced, but Han comes out. Alex takes 3 more to base and throws down another Ogdo.
Oof, yeah, with this board, I would seriously consider pitching that right now.
Yeah, you need the double Anakin, or you need an answer here. You can't let the board continue to grow.
No craving could also be a bad sign for Kylo.
Mm-hmm.
Loopy in the finals with a good internet connection on the stream should be illegal. Well, this
Yeah,
isn't
it
quite
gave me
the
a chuckle
finals yet.
also.
This is still top 4.
I think Loopy has himself in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah. I mean, I still would probably discard the Ray here if I'm holding the Anakin.
I think the thing is that he's trying to weigh in his mind is like, do I just play Anakin right now to kill Ogdo to stop myself from taking 5, like right now?
Well, yeah, but
Or
if
do I
you
take an
discard the ray,
action?
then you stop 8 from both the Inferno or the
Exactly. I
itineraries.
think that's what he's thinking right here, action wise, because he's still going to end up taking more than 8 with the amount of units that are on board. But okay, goes another direction with a power.
Okay. I guess he's really trying to keep card advantage here.
Interesting with the super laser tech. Going to 21, followed by probably another 3 from Han later this turn to get him to 24. That's a lot of damage.
This is rough. And this is one of those spots where I think the argument for ECL is really strong here. Because if he could have played a Vader that turn, things are a lot different. Or even if he could have
we
like
can get a smuggled
ECL'd
Cassian
Ray
here
last
potentially.
turn.
Yeah. And at this point, I didn't realize, but I don't think Alex has spent a single resource.
Not this turn, no.
Yeah. Sham coming out. And we go to the next round. This could be the last turn of the game.
It very well could be. Depends on what Alex is holding. Kylo can flip now,
Mhm.
but I don't believe he has a craving. He's just got the legal authority.
He has a timely. He can timely Anakin from hand.
Which still is...
That would save 9 damage.
Yeah, I can get rid of 2 units. He could actually go into Cham and then Ogdo, so it could save 10.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about the warrior since it was shielded.
Yeah, that...
Every HP might matter here, though.
It will, yeah. Ooh, he's breathing in his resource here.
Mm-hmm. I think he's debating between Snoke and Piet, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it was Palp's return initially.
Putting down the... Ooh. Not sure if that's a final decision, but he ended up with timely there.
Yeah. He's planning to
We
just
do
go
get the
Kylo
snap
flip.
deploy.
That makes
Mhm.
sense.
And it looks like it's just going to be legal authority, right? Let's
I
see here.
think so, unless I missed something. If he does have a craving in there that I didn't realize, then that is
It does
massive.
change things quite a lot. But I mean, you did mention earlier in the day
Oh, he's got
that you
entrenched.
felt that. Yep. Or is that Kylo's lightsaber
I think it's entrenched.
and legal authority?
Spending 5 should just be
That-
4 if it's...
Yeah, that is. Ooh.
Is there... He's not in any 1-cost upgrades.
Yeah.
So now who's he going to capture? Probably Ogdo here. Oh, he's got... Did he not capture anything?
Well, I guess not. Maybe just a
What?
mistake.
Oh, did Alex play out of turn maybe?
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to say that you take the Ogdo to heal it at very least.
Yeah. So take Ogdo, rivals fall Kylo.
And then we got
That's 5, 9,
8,
10, 11,
12. That's the game, yeah.
That's lethal. Does Luby have like another? And he should have 3 ready resources here. Not 2.
Nope. And he puts the fist bump out, and Alex gets the win in 2 and punches their ticket to the finals.
All right, congrats. So it's going to be the only Hans final here. Alex against Carlos.
Yep. Only 2 force decks in the top 8. Now we see who faces off, young Han versus old Han. Excited to see how that
Who's
plays
gonna
out.
win, Han with Shadowed Undercity or Han with Shadowed Undercity?
Stay tuned to find out. So Carlos has just been hanging out here waiting. So I imagine we're going to get into this final relatively quickly here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did note earlier in the stream today that you felt that maybe Loopy wasn't running enough upgrades. I think in this match that did play out.
Yeah, I mean, he had upgrades. The thing is, like, craving power specifically matters a lot, and in 60 cards, you know, the odds of seeing that are just lower anyway.
Yep, it's the wrong side of the deck problem. I like Alex's sideboard holder.
Yeah.
It's off screen here for everybody on stream, but you'll have to take my word for it. It's nice. All right. So what's your prediction?
I'm not sure.
You can't say Han. You can't say Han or Han Blue.
I think it might be Han with specifically Shadowed Undercity.
See, I didn't give you that as a no option, so I'll accept that. I kind of think that it might end up being Han 2 Blue here. Crate is just a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Alex is probably going to end up being the control because of that. And so we'll see if
I mean, you would just imagine, right? I mean, you're playing the same units up until just about, obviously there's some mixes, especially earlier in the game, but your big bombs, Anakin, Luke, relatively similar.
Yeah. Alex might struggle to deal with Falcon.
That's true. I mean, you have to pull up their list again, but they are a little weak in space in comparison, especially without Force Throw. I also didn't see any Force Lightning and stuff. Are they? Do we have Anakin going on this list?
Yeah, 3 Anakins.
Yeah. So
I don't think any villain.
We'll see how
cards,
that comes
though.
out. Okay, so no Force Lightning.
Oh no, he's got 2 power of the dark side in the main.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going Han 2 here. Chat, what do you think? And Carlos, obviously, most known for playing Quinlan, right?
I believe so. I think he was 32nd, 33rd at Worlds with Quinlan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, RIP F in the chat for Quinlan. Not seeing much representation. Was there a single Quinlan today?
I think there was one single Quinlan.
Yeah, brave soul. And here we go. We're getting started. Looks like Alex is staying on their side of the screen. We're seeing Carlos come in here.
All right,
On bottom.
Pull up Carlos's list on stream now.
Yeah.
This is Han 1 Blue with the Force, which is interesting. I was not expecting this to be the version of Han that took hold, but it's got some power plays in there. It gets to run Chariot.
Well, we really
gets to run for
we
Destro.
really didn't see much Han 1 Green today, which I think really shuts this deck down. I mean, I've been playing a ton of Han 1 Blue, and this is really, really similar to the build that I've been running. I think No Good to Me Dead is really sharp. I haven't been running that, but I think the issue is that if Han 1 Green ramps, it makes it really, really oppressive for this blue deck. But yeah, Kira could really shut down some things, maybe on that 4 resource turn. Got the daughter coming in the side, outmaneuver. Really like Vernestra, really like the text coming in. They're ready to play a long game, but I do worry a little bit about dealing with Crate later on. They are running Rivals Fall, but you know, there's more Crates than there are Rivals Fall in this build, so we'll see how that goes. And I believe Alex was the higher seed, right? So they'll start with initiative.
I believe so.
Yeah, because if they were undefeated, there's no
Yeah,
way
they were 502. Carlos was 511.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Great day of games, great day of coverage here on late night. Thanks for putting it all together, Rebel Trader, and excited for hopefully the great finals as well.
Yeah, thank you for being here throughout all of it, or most of it, I should say.
Fun day. Yeah, you had a longer day than me for sure. I got some breaks.
All right, and it all comes down to this. Winner qualifies automatically for Galactics. And they get some pretty sweet prizes as well.
Yeah, and the runner-up, man. You know, you have a great day as well. You know, nothing to be ashamed of. Great showing. You're putting points on the way. That's what we've been saying all season long since the point system debuted. It's just like, hey, that's all when you go out, you're trying to get points on the board, right? Anything else is gravy, but you get points out every time you go out, you will qualify. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
And that's a great point here from Osmian in chat. Never feel safe betting against Carlos. Yeah, Carlos, very accomplished player here, so should make for a great match.
Fun fact, these two are sharing a Fleabag motel in Portland for the second next weekend. That's great.
Winner gets the better bed. Loser sleeps on the floor. And we are off. Let's get it. Yeah. What's the delay? Come on. Here we go. Yep. Alex has the initiative like we predicted. Yeah, I'm not sleeping on the floor anywhere space, but especially not a flea magma. So that's where the aforementioned fleas are, in that general area. In Carlos's hand, we see a power and Anakin and a Falcon to open things up. That's like sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
You know, like you get Anakin turned on on turn 1. Things you love to see. It's that. Alex starts things off with an Ezra cheated out with Han. We're likely going to see Carlos do Han's ability here. And the power's already down, so it's going to be Enfys. And it's Yoda. I thought Han was going to be the play there. Yeah. But we got Yoda down here. We're likely going to see power get destroyed to have that aforementioned Anakin be turned on.
Yep.
There we go. Interesting choice here for Alex, because you could go 3 to base, get the Force, and, you know, Ezra lives to see another day. But you could also do that into Yoda and soften him up a little bit. It is a little awkward, but I'm not sure what the right call is here.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be best to like play something first. I don't know.
Goes into base here. Yoda with a gun.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons that you go into Yoda there.
Yep. But it's not really advancing his board. You know, the restore is really nice. I think it could be worse, though. Carlos's claims, and we go to the next.
Yep.
Really, really great resources here for Carlos to start. I mean, with the gun, power, tech that we just saw him row, really makes your decision tree pretty simple at that point. You gotta go into base for 4, restoring 2.
The
Really
itinerant,
on the onus of Alex to deal with Yoda here.
itinerant can just whack him.
Mm-hmm. End up going with a Poe to start things off instead. Cheated out with Han. Big threat.
Indeed.
Tech coming out from the row.
And if Alex wants, he can claim, go Poe into tech, and then discard to clear the Yoda.
Yeah. That might be the move here.
Oh, no, he's just going to run over the Yoda with the itinerant.
Mm-hmm. Seen a great hand for Carlos. And you know what's interesting? He has been using Han's ability, but he still has a pretty solid sized hand, which is part of the trick here.
Yeah.
Tech clears the warrior and leaves Poe to clean it up or go to base. Also would really be holding it back for that Han flip.
Poe can also just go to base and clear the tech.
Yeah. I bet we see Alex kind of ride this out a little bit, maybe deploy Han, potentially play a unit, really make it awkward for Han to get this 5, 6, 7 pulled off properly.
Yep.
You got to assume he's holding an Anakin or a Luke. I think even if he doesn't, you still have to assume it, but
yeah, Alex is
pretty delicate sequence here.
Alex has had it with the 6-7.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Luke on this resource sucks. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
And here we go. Han's ability.
I think Alex can win the Dirtle War here.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to be a painful excuse me, easy for me to say. A painful war as well, because you're talking about potentially 11 damage to base here.
Yeah.
Hmm. Do you pass here? Yep.
Is that Monday?
Mace comes out.
Oh, Mace,
Yep. Takes
yeah.
care of tech. Yep. Really haven't seen him being played at all today on stream. Anakin coming out and clearing Poe.
Okay. That was the punish.
Mm-hmm. I think you probably just take your 3 to base and
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you're glad it's not Luke, right?
yeah, I mean, I guess you could go into Anakin, soften him up so Mace could kill him. And it looks like that's what's going to happen here. Maybe Han deploys and then takes out either Mace or Han. Probably takes out Han here.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
And then Mace is would be ready to kill either of these units next turn.
Yeah, so I think that's why, I think Han is gonna kill one of them. The question is do you want Han dying this turn after this whole back and forth?
All right, Carlos does flip here. I was beginning to think he might not, and then claim an Anakin into the mace.
He takes it to base though.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think he thinks he's the aggro here, which I think he's right.
Well, I think he definitely is correct, but when you have a trade like that right in your face, maybe maybe I get too tempted by it. See Carlos destroying a Yaddle and no good to me dead here. Pretty spicy include. I like that. Haven't been running that in my builds.
Yeah.
For Han 1 blue. See Mace trade into Han. And then does Anakin take the trade here or just push to base? Let's see. He does take the trade.
Interesting. Yeah. I guess with ready resources, it makes more sense to.
Yeah. It keeps Alex off Luke this turn. But who cares? You got Anakin. Getting closer and closer to that crate turn as well. And Carlos is on the Force, so he isn't insulated a little bit. Does use it here to prevent 2 damage from Anakin's 5. Then my gut would be that Church should be attacking here to get it right back.
Yeah.
And that he does. Pushing Alex to 11 damage while also getting the Force. Like father, like son, Luke comes down, takes Church out. Like only a lonely Yaddle left to fight 2 of the best cards in the game. Beautiful. 2 to base from Yaddle. Luke v. Luke. Another one comes down, this time taking Anakin out with that -6/-6.
Like sun.
Yep. The only issue here with the Spider-Man meme competition is that when Alex drops a crate, Carlos doesn't have one of those, right? So that might be the ultimate trump card here. And
there it is.
With that being said, there it is.
Like sun, like pet dragon.
Yeah. Jeez. What's the answer here? In theory, you could swing in with Yaddle, clean it up, and then also do Luke. And that's kind of guaranteed because even if Luke swings in, it's impossible. I think that's the direction I would go. You could also try to power, which I see.
Does he have, if he has like Hotshot Blaster, that clears it.
Yeah. And then you still have Yaddle out there, which is nice. He's got some options.
Yeah, Blaster would be huge here. I almost wonder if because of that, it would have been better for Alex to wait a turn.
I think sometimes you just got to make him have it. Deal with the crate or you die.
Yeah. All right. Carlos going into base with his Yaddle. Alex going into base with his Luke.
sitting at 12 and 6. Carlos still has Luke available to attack with as well. Carlos really taking his time with this phase. Here comes that blaster.
Hot shot. Top 8 Gamer saying he might be thinking about going to base with Luke, which is not crazy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, kind of changes the onus a little bit, but 8 to base is 8 to base.
Yeah. Although, I don't know. I mean, yeah, because Crate would probably have to eat the Luke. But if there's some other way to deal with that Luke, then like a Fell Dragon or something. We'll see.
It's definitely a little bit more high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
But we're getting to the point in the game where that might have to be the strategy, right? Like the later this goes, the more it does favor Alex, I think. Still deliberating here.
There's. I was gonna say he could go to Luke, but no, that's even worse. I think because the.
Yeah, it's
Great
definitely
thing
worse.
finished
But he does
off.
do the trade here. And again, Yaddle round after round just stays alive. Seems to be some debate over damage.
But he did restore 4.
Yeah. Another crate. Okay. Deal with it again. See what you have here, Carlos. I was just going to say, really, really well played turn by Carlos, turning a really terrible situation into a relatively even board state. Now he's got to deal with it again. I don't think he has a way to cleanly deal with it. Plays the Falcon, ends up pinging Yaddle for 3. Alex claims and takes 3 from the Falcon, and I would imagine Yaddle's either going to attack base or soften up the crate here.
Yeah, let's see. What else does he have? It looks like Chirrut, another Yaddle, and
Emphasis.
yeah, it looks like Memphis.
That power feels bad on Luke now.
Yaddle just getting incrementally more damage in.
Mm-hmm. I think that's 8 damage for her this game so far.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it was more than that.
Yaddle to kill Yaddle. And then Alex putting 2 back on to Yaddle. So,
yeah.
Great.
I guess
and then
it's
Chirrut comes down.
better than 2 damage than 3 damage.
I think maybe you do Chirrut first. And then the Yaddle, you know?
Yeah. All right, in RC, he killed the Yaddle with the crate, not the Falcon.
Yeah, he does, he being Carlos here, does draw a power here. So he's gonna take 10 to base most likely, or excuse me, it's like 7 to base, right? Or 8 to base.
With the crate,
Yeah.
It'll
So he's gonna
be-
overwhelm for 5, 3 to base, 3 to base.
yeah, 3 to base.
But then he does have a power to follow up.
Looks like the timer from last round just expired. I don't know what
I think they're
time's
about
supposed to be.
25 minutes into this round.
I'm just gonna hide the timer, and we'll rely on the judges to tell us.
Yep. Looks like Chert doesn't use the force there, wants to keep the force alive, and then force empowers the crate, ends up taking 3 to base off that as well. Still has the force though. Maybe he has a warrior or something like that he's trying to restore with.
All right, Mace coming in to kill the Falcon. And yeah, you're right. Crate Dragon can only hit ground units, so it couldn't have killed the Falcon last turn.
Yep. Tech coming out from the row for Carlos. Gotta love that, especially with this many resources. Alex claims we go to the next. We're at what, 10 resources apiece? Something along those lines. Yeah, 10 for Alex, and I can't quite tell for Carlos. Those sleeves are kind of all blending together.
Yeah.
Mace instantly gets Tech out of here.
Yeah,
Overwhelms 1 to base. But then gets followed up with the Luke. See you later, Mace.
Ugh.
That's that nice Galactic Championship Mace also.
Sometimes these mid-range mirrors can just take forever.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I mean, Carlos has already dealt with 2 crates. I think at least 2 Lukes, right? It might even be 3 Lukes. Seems to be some deliberation going on with the judges about damage on base or something along those lines. Power of the Dark Side taking Luke out. Sage comes down for Carlos. And then the warrior comes down, uses the force, and heals 3, going back to 14 damage on base for Han2 Blue. Looking like both of them have stabilized pretty well here, to be completely honest.
Yep. 6 more weeks.
I think the question's going to be who runs out of threats first, you know? Yeah. Whatever you say, Carlos.
Rigged PQ.
Eva's Nest coming down, bounces that warrior. It does go back to hand, though. There we go. Not my favorite unit to bounce, if I'm being completely honest, but
You'll see just how strong the late night team is at Beatle. When we wreck you guys.
here we go with an Ezra coming in. You too, buddy. You too.
Fell the dragon on the Empus.
Mm-hmm. Who's gonna run out of removal? Who's gonna run out of threats? I mean, that's the way this game is trending so far.
That's how it always works, yeah. I think Carlos is not running quite as many smuggle cards as the old Hans used to.
Anakin comes in, takes out Luke. I think that's the third Luke.
It might be, yeah.
The Discord pile is huge right now.
Jarrett.
Well, if the question is who's going to deck top gamer, top 8 gamer, it's obviously Han 1 Blue, right? With the amount of ability usages and stuff like that. They're just going through more cards. Speaking of, another smuggle with the hot shot to clear Churret with Ezra. Ezra taking 3 back. Does Carlos have a tech left? That's going to be a really interesting like pivot point here to be able, because I know he does have an Anakin and an Enfys resourced. That warrior coming back down without the force usage, just a shielded unit plus open fire to clear Ezra going into the next round. What are we at, like 12 resources each now? My lord. You can see this warrior get bounced again. I wonder if you just start pushing here if you're Carlos. Get Alex to 19. Yep. Warrior going into Anakin, popping the shield. I feel like that's pretty much what needs to happen here. Carlos has a warrior of his own. Debating if he's going to use the shield. I think if you use the force, I think you probably do. Get down to 8. Give yourself as much breathing room as possible. Who knows how damaging that third crate potentially, if it comes down, might be.
Yeah. Is he on 3 crates? Let me double check.
I would hope so. Also remind me, Rebel Trader, does spare the target, can you bounce your own units with that or no?
I think you can't.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well, because I think there could be a definite use case for bouncing Anakin here. What about with Enfys? Let me look that up really quick.
No, Alex is on all 3 copies of Great Dragon.
Yeah.
While they're thinking, Loopy was saying it in chat, we will have coverage of Portland next week. I'm super excited. I'm going to be playing in the tournament. It's going to be a great time. There's never like big tournaments of that scale in Portland, so I'm happy when I'm playing.
Yeah, of course. We were talking about it earlier, where anytime you could sleep in your own bed at a tournament like that, that's the best. And I'll be excited to watch and hopefully take part in a couple of rounds for you guys as well over the weekend. Excited for a great weekend of coverage. Hopefully we get it in Philly as well. I'll be there with my teammate Kyle, who you guys saw earlier this afternoon and tonight as well. Spare the target comes in, bouncing Luke. And then rivals fall on the itinerant warrior. Secret Sage coming down. Alex claims the initiative, and we go next. Wow, Carlos just drew some serious gas with a Falcon and Vernestra top decked.
Ooh.
Pretty huge.
That is big.
Doesn't have the force here, but can get it if Alex doesn't take care of this Sage first action. And to be honest, it's a pretty innocuous threat. So maybe, and I spoke too soon. I was wrong. Luke coming down. Falcon at least will make an appearance. And it's gone.
All right, Mace. I think that's the third
Yeah,
Mace.
Great turn from Alex here.
Did
Are we,
Carlos just
we
scoop?
scooping? I think so. I think
Wow.
I've had enough, man. I'm good. Got a
All right.
game 2 here. Great back and forth battle. That was haymaker after haymaker.
Yeah.
What do you think Carlos needs to do differently here? I mean, he was able to grind for a pretty long time. He dealt with the crates a lot easier than expected, if I'm being honest. And I thought that it was really well played from both sides. But I guess maybe you're just pushing a little bit earlier. Maybe you're trying to be a little bit more aggressive in how you get Churd off the board. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here on what's possible.
Yeah, I think Carlos just overall he needs to be getting more damage in.
And with a deck like this, it's easier said than done, right? You have a fair amount of restore, you have a fair amount of removal, even without force throw. Seeing those battling Anakins and Luke's back and forth was super exciting. So I mean, it's a relatively even match outside of like the crate and stuff like that, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say to people in chat, one of the privileges of being on late night gaming is that you get to run 4 copies of Luke. So he did play.
I don't
3,
think that's
and
how
then
it
he played
works.
another
I don't think that's how it works, right? But you could ask a judge, see how it goes. Go on the Discord. Okay, thanks, Alex. We see a little too quick though. And it was gonna, it's late. We've been streaming for a while. I did see Cham coming in, which makes sense. I think it was a second Rivals fall as well. We will see Carlos start with the initiative here. Not sure how much that matters with Hod, as you likely give the initiative up pretty often. On one, that is.
Yeah.
So can Alex close it up here? Or you think we're going to 3?
I'm getting kind of tired, so I hope he can. Or I hope it's a quick win for Carlos if he does get it.
Yeah. Great teammate you are, Rebel Trader. Great teammate you are.
Well, they're both my teammates.
It is the truth, though. Like, the later an event goes, the more you just want it to end. Personally, I'm hungry. I want a snack after this.
Yeah. I'm sure both these players are also.
Hungry, tired, sad, happy, all the emotions, everything. It's a long day. Long day for us, longer day for them. And we're off. We see Carlos start by using the Hunt ability, and then we get an Ogdo Bogdo making its first appearance of the set. Vernestra coming down. No force activation. Feels kind of bad, but not the end of the world.
Yeah. She can trade with Ogdo if Carlos decides that's what needs to be done.
And we get that Power of the Dark Side instantly in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Ogdo does trade in. We're back to square one. Okay. Ezra v. Ezra. Let's do it. Got to give the edge to Alex here, though. Much cooler, Ezra.
Yeah.
I think in the Ezra rankings, it goes the one from Galactics that Alex just played, then the Prestige, than this one. So gotta step it up there, Carlos.
And then the one from Spark Rebellion.
Oh yeah, this Ezra specifically, you know. Okay, Ezra is taking 3 base. Both of them, I think.
Yeah.
And then we see a tech come down for Carlos. Cham falling out with no ramp.
Yeah. I guess he must not have had a ton of other plays. Although actually Cham is just a good play here.
Yeah, it's a 5/4, you know?
Eat
No big deal,
those
right?
5 health units.
And Carlos claims. I guess one difference in the deck that Carlos is running to the build that I've been messing with, it had probably selfishly both Ezras in it, just so blue Ezra could buff yellow Ezra.
Yeah.
Also kind of feels bad playing tech this early, knowing how long last game grinded on. Good base from tech. Cham trades, swings into Ezra, takes it out, stays alive. We got Han setting up that vaunted 5, 6, 7 flip turn. Not before Kiadi, though. Kiadi coming in, drawing 2 cards. Never gets old. You just keep pushing here if you're Carlos.
Yep. Yeah. Go to from 6 to 7.
Yeah. I watch too. The thing is that like I watch enough TikTok to like know what that is, which is also bad. So why don't we just, you know, leave it alone? And you were, for people not behind the scenes, every time you said 6, 7, you were whispering in my ear too. So that's that's great.
That is true. I was muted on stream, but just saying 6, 7.
I had a feeling you were muted on stream, but Han does actually he swings in to Ezra, I believe here. I got distracted by the whole 6, 7 of it all, and Enfys Nest comes in deciding who to bounce.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I think it might be Ezra.
Well, I mean, it regretfully with how damaged it is, right? But you can't return Kiadi to someone's hand.
You guys should know I'm doing it ironically, okay?
I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe it. One in chat if you don't believe it. Ezra comes right back down using Han's ability. And we go next. See a Yoda and I believe a Yaddle destroyed here by Carlos.
Yeah, looks like it. Enfys is gonna be able to get another attack off here.
Yeah, and I think probably just swing into Kiadi or Cham or even Han and then bounce Ezra, right?
Yeah, probably.
Does decide to clear the Han and bounce Ezra.
Yep.
Would imagine Kiadi just swings into Enfys here.
Maybe Cham goes into tech, or he deals with tech some other way.
I can see it.
Quick.
I guess it'd be bad though if Tech was able to swing into Kiadi, and then you would have to follow up with Cham, right?
Yeah. So yeah, goes Cham for tack.
And sure, it comes down. Power.
Both these decks playing power out of aspect to turn on Anakin.
This is not the easiest call in the world. I think you probably kill Enfys here. I think Enfys is more vulnerable. She could get maced. She if Chirrut gets cleared, she could die from Kiadi as well. I think I keep Chirrut alive.
Yeah, because I mean, if you kill Chirrut, Kiadi kills the Enfys anyway.
Yeah. Han's ability from Carlos. And Alex claims. Falcon 3 base brings Alex to 12 with Carlos at 3. Looking pretty good for Carlos here. I wonder why we're seeing spare the target over Waylay here. Maybe for the heroic aspect, maybe?
Yeah, it might be. Maybe there's more things that have bounties. I guess like Ray's running the clone deserter.
Yeah, but bouncing a clone deserter feels terrible, doesn't it?
I mean, usually, yeah. But
Yeah. Falcon swings in, gets Alex 15, and then Luke comes down to clear Chirrut, and so it begins. Rival's Fall takes out Luke, and I think we're at that portion of the game where we're just fighting back and forth until the end.
yeah, I think the aspect is probably the main reason. Spare the target.
Yeah. Notably here, Carlos is down to 1 card in hand. Really could use some smuggle on this turn. There's Kiadi's for Alex, I would imagine, coming in very clutch here. Alex is at 8 resources. It is the great turn. And here it is.
All right. Does Carlos have the power?
Let's see. Does he have to like tact plus power here? I don't know if he's gonna have is he at 9 or he's not at 9, so and you've already spent 1 on the Falcon. Sure, okay.
Okay.
At least take some of the damage. I guess not really though, right? Like
Yeah,
you're
he's-
saving 1 damage.
Takes 4 there.
Yeah.
And the crate's gonna attack over for what, 9 minus 2? Or no, he doesn't even have the force, so it's just gonna be 9 overwhelm.
I think personally, if you're in the hope to draw something stage, I think you might just claim there and hope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe if
But-
he's thinking about Luke, if the crate goes into the turret, then Luke can kill it.
Yeah. Anakin as well then too. See Luke come down and give the Falcon -3/-3.
His crate should be ready here.
Yeah. Here we go. And Churret goes into the crate. It's 5 damage on crate.
Why would he do that?
He might have like an Anakin.
Yeah, but why not wait for the crate to attack? Because I'm sure it would if.
Get the Force, maybe, is the reason. Who
Oh,
knows?
maybe, yeah.
Mhm.
It's 1 more damage.
Entrenched on the crate. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So not taking the 10 to base.
It saves him from Luke or Anakin.
Yeah.
And if
Which I'm sure was at least relatively close to the plan. Carlos just claims.
okay. Does he have like Felder Dragons in there?
I do not remember.
Let me take a look.
I know he has rivals, but I think we've seen one of them already.
Let's see. 1 rivals. Yeah, no Felder Dragons.
And he does have Anakin in his hand, so I'm pretty sure that was the plan.
Yeah, it's a
He
great
just takes 3 to
entrenched.
base. Yep. Effectively wiped away from Luke here as Alex swings back for 6. Tough spot for Carlos here. Does he just claim here? I'm not sure. I saw him like motion to I guess he did.
All right, second Luke just to kill the Falcon.
I think Alex senses blood.
Oh, that's an interesting interaction. The second Luke goes out, immediately dies, so then something has been defeated, so he can use it on
Yeah.
the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought of doing that, but yeah, it does work that way.
I think Alex is saying here, like, if you want to win, you have to deal with this crate. Like that's what the object of this mini game is next.
Yep. And if you don't, then I'm just gonna
You just
win
lose.
by hitting you with these 2 units.
Yeah. He plays the Falcon. It's essentially a 3-for-3 trade. Anakin comes down and I believe kills the Falcon. Yep.
Yep. Because he played that power earlier.
Mm-hmm. I think that's it.
That's it. The little entrenched. that could.
Congratulations to Alex. Wow. What a great set of games here. Big shout out to Alex running with Han 2 Blue. A deck that a lot of people thought wouldn't be as competitive. I know Rebel Trader said that they've been playing this deck since set 2. Those reps really paid off. And congrats for 100 points qualifying. And also for Carlos. Finalists, ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Another great opportunity to get points on the board. And like we were saying earlier, great day for late night gaming overall.
Yeah. Incredible play from both these players. We had some really good matches today. This was one of them. The whole top cut was really great to see some real top tier players here.
Wow, we're seeing that Han 2 Blue won 2 PQs today.
All right,
Forgotten but not gone, right?
Yeah, I guess it didn't really need Force Throw.
Well, I'm not saying Kyle and Kraft, my teammates, give me a hard time in chat saying I didn't think it was dead. I'm not saying it's dead, but a lot of people are probably going to say, hey, compared to last week, it's a different deck, and we're showing that it didn't matter as much in this set of games. But yeah, like Rebel Trader said, some great matches today. Going back, Palp versus Ray, I think it was Rando Mando versus Micah. That was an excellent game, and then we saw those Poe matches. Just a great day of streams, and I was proud to be a part of it with you, bud.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for showing up and helping out commentary.
Totally. It's a pleasure. Great to watch a great day of SWU. And like you said, we got sectors next week. Got a lot coming up here, whether it's on late night gaming on our channel, the Colorado Cantina crew. Got a lot coming your way. And great numbers in chat today. I think right now we got 182 people watching, all positive vibes in chat. And just at least a great play. And yeah, as someone, as Kyle was mentioning in the previous round, like in a lot of our Colorado PQs, it's a lot of our teammates, and it's tough to see the friendly fire, but when you're all there, it's a great day collectively for the team, and you just love to see it.
Apparently, Alex has over 1,300 reps recorded on SWU Stats with On Blue. That's dedication,
and that's recent too, right? Because SWU Stats isn't that old. It's not like you're saying those are coming from set 2 when On Blue came on the scene, right? So. Yeah, great stuff, man. Great stuff.
All right. I'm Rebel Trader with Take the Initiative. You can find us over on YouTube at Take the Initiative. You can join our online league if you wish to in the Take the Initiative Discord. And yeah, you want to shout out anything with Colorado Cantina crew?
Yeah, totally. Come check out the Colorado Cantina crew on YouTube. We do like a meta recap every Monday or Sunday. Also scaling some more content on the channel, and we have a weekly stream on Friday, midday matchup, where Kylo is doing some commentary, plays his lovely wife every week with a new deck, and we like to have a good time and talk some competitive SWU. Look at that wonderful championship mat. We see the Maliks, the Carbonite booster boxes. Oh man, I gotta go open some packs. This is great. All right, well, thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll be back next week here on the channel for some Portland sectors content, and man, what a great time to be a fan of SWU.
Yeah, and if you're watching on TTI, remember to always take the initiative, and if you're watching on late night gaming, then if you made it this far, you're our hero. And that's it.